Hey, okay, I think we're back.
All right, well, let's start over then. So, welcome back, everybody, to day 3, with starting the day out perfect with a little bit of technical difficulty. It's day 3 of Gen Con Online. I'm joined here by Tamron Cardwell, the Dean at TCG University. Once again, how's it going?
It's going great. It's going super, super well. Day 3 is going to be a blast. We're finally touching into my wheelhouse.
Yeah. So for you fans out there of our UniVersus card game, today is a big one. We're going over a lot of stuff UniVersus, and a lot of our giveaways and prizes today are now themed towards the UniVersus card game. Not everything, because we don't want to leave people out, but it is very, very UniVersus UFS centric today. We have a lot of guests today, and I'm going to just go over our kind of start to the day. What we do each day for Gen Con Online is tell you a little bit about Jasco Games, who we are, what we do, in case you're new to our booth. Our agenda, we're going to have 5 different 30-minute segments. So every 30 minutes, we're going to have a special, a limited edition sale on some item. At the end of that 30-minute segment, where we talk about the item, give you a little bit of history behind either the design or manufacturing or whatever it is, tournaments, whatever, about that product, we're going to have a trivia question. And you can answer these trivia questions in any of our formats. So we're currently streaming on twitch.tv, Facebook Live, and YouTube. And if you're watching on the Looking Glass to comment, you're going to need to go to any of those platforms, but you can still watch us live on the Looking Glass on Gen Con Live directly. We also have a new exclusive today. So today's exclusive is going to be, I don't know when we're showing that, but it could be ready anytime here. We have an exclusive playmat for $20, and it's coming up on the screen. So this is our exclusive playmat. I don't know if it's limited or not. That'll be, we have 100 available. Okay, thanks. Our producer just let me know. We have 100 of these guys. Beautiful. This says, this is artwork from the Pixel Tactics, not Pixel Tactics, the Puzzle Fighter, sorry, Pixel stuff, whatever. Puzzle Fighter chibi artwork from our DLC pack of Street Fighter, and it has been modified to just look beautiful, as you can see on the screen here. This is our con exclusive. We'll have 100 available until the end of the con, so get yours while they're hot off the press. We produce these in-house, most vibrant colors on playmats that you will ever find. Then we have, after today's exclusive, we have our seminar. So on Thursday, we talked about the retailer seminar, went over everything for our retailers and everything Jasco Games does for you guys if you're a retail store. Then we had the tabletop industry seminar yesterday, which if you didn't watch that, it was very, very informative. Tamron can speak to that right now. I know that you are kind of an outsider looking in. What do you think about the tabletop industry after seeing the show?
It's significantly more complicated than I thought, right? Like, I knew tabletop games were tough, but I didn't realize it was like the number that got me was like the Street Fighter UTS has 18 million pieces to it. And so it's like, you know, when you think about it and you got your 6 figures coming in a box, you never think about, like, you know, arms and legs and torsos and heads all have to be made. They just kind of show up. And so it gives you like a real appreciation of everything you guys have to do behind the scenes in order to have a really proper functioning, beautiful game.
Exactly. And not only just made, but they're molded, and then they're painted, and then they're assembled for you so that you don't have to do any of the work. When you're playing most tabletop miniatures games, and it's part of the hobby, I actually enjoy assembling and painting my models. Painting more than assembling, to be honest. Some people go either way on those, but I'm a perfectionist when I'm doing my minis, and so cleaning up the sprues and everything, I do it, but I do it to a T, and it takes forever. So I eventually am just like, I just want to paint my models. Why am I still assembling and cleaning up my sprues? But in Street Fighter Miniatures game, you don't have to do that. And so go ahead and check that seminar out. And today, we're getting into our UniVersus UFS card game. So our seminar today is the evolution of UFS UniVersus from 2006 to present. Now think about that, everyone. It seems like it's been just a blink of an eye. It's 14 years of this card game out on the market. The 4th oldest and 4th longest running CCG ever in the world. Nuts. It's nuts to think about that it's been around this long. We have this many like crazy cool licenses that are involved in the game. Lots of different metas, lots of different stories. So for today's show, we're going to be bringing on somewhere around 12 or 13 guests to talk about all the different eras of our CCG. And I know Tamron's super stoked about that one.
I'm very, very excited.
So, and then something that's not on our agenda that we've added after Capcom approval during Gen Con Online. If you go to the bottom of our looking glass, there's a link, and you can, if you have Tabletop Simulator, the I think it's an app or a video game service on Steam. I don't know how you call it, if it's on Steam, if it's an app or not, but
it's a
Tabletop
game.
Simulator. Yeah, Tabletop Simulator. We have the demo for the Street Fighter miniatures game ready to go. So you can play, you can download it, you can play the whole game. It comes with the rule book, the dice, 3D terrain, little digital standees of your characters. For Ryu versus Chun-Li, you can get a full experience of how the game plays from the starter box, two of the characters, and you can get an idea of just from those two characters, how the mechanics change from character to character. So you can see a classic zoner character in Ryu, and then Chun-Li, who is I don't even know how you would describe her play style. They're all based off of the video game, but she's kind of like a strike and run kind of character. She does a lot of wall flips. She's like bouncing in and out. I would say very footsies. Compared to, like, I would say wide range footsies compared to like a zoner character like Ryu. And then you can imagine how your Zangiefs and Sagats and all these, and then like your Rashids with your kind of weirder mechanics would act in the game, because they're all in here. So check that out. The link's at the bottom. Now's your chance to get it for free, officially approved for a limited time to try it out by Capcom. And so let's just jump in right now. So we have, for the next 20 minutes, a little bit of time to talk about Jasco games. And since I've been talking this whole time, and Cameron's heard my spiel a few times, what do you know about Jasco games that you could tell our fans that's maybe different or special about this company?
Jasco Games, whenever you get down to the core of it, is people helping people, right? It is gamers who really, truly care about the game that they're making. Yesterday, we had a big, long history lesson of how Jason got into the game, and the fact that, like, you played UFS, you played what will be UniVersus, and that game had died. And you, from your bootstraps, bought, purchased, revitalized, saved the game. And honestly, I mean, from everything that I've heard, has taken it to a bigger, better, more amazing place. And you do that with, like, pretty much anything that Jasco touches. They love taking whatever property that they get their hands on and making it bigger and better and more amazing than it originally was. Jasco's like truly for the gamer. Like when you take and you look at the Evil Dead board game, right? The Evil Dead board game was dead on arrival, no pun intended, and Jasco swooped in and saved it and made people who love Evil Dead actually get to enjoy their board game.
I was gonna say, would you say that it was Dead by Dawn?
Dead by Dawn, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things that I've always actually just like kind of cringed at is we hear this phrase "by gamers for gamers" all the time, and I've actually refused to put that slogan on anything I've ever touched.
Oh, really?
It's so cliche, but it's such a real thing that I probably would say everyone in our industry actually believes that we really do make our games by gamers for gamers, not just Jasco games. I mean, like, probably nearly the entire industry, even your Fortune 500 companies, your Hasbro's, Mattels, these companies, yes, they're publicly traded, they're huge, but the people making the games are still passionate developers, game designers, inventors. And I would actually say inventors, because the toys and games that some of these inventors make that require real physical testing and patents and all that kind of stuff, some of these things are just awesome. I've seen some really cool, like, I mean, starting way back with like Mousetrap and then moving all the way up to your more modern games. There's some pretty sweet inventions out there, like Bakugan, like just really cool stuff that it's not just a game mechanic at that point. You've created like a whole new functioning machine or toy to play a game with, and these don't just come out because people are like, I need to hit the bottom line, so let me come up with something super creative. You have the right people in the right position, even at the biggest companies.
Yeah, I totally agree. But like the intimacy that Jasco has with its customers is like, yeah, I love it. It's one of my personal favorite parts.
What we do that's very different from all of our, I guess you'd call them competitors, is we have an open door policy, and we've talked about this a few days in a row. We have an open door policy where if something is bothering you about the way a game plays, the way we interact with you in customer service, or just anything. Or if you just want to chat with us and it's not a negative, you can give us compliments too. We love those. But anything we're doing in the community, we have an open door policy. And what I mean by that is for the last 21 years, you can actually directly reach me. I don't know if you're all aware of this. I say this all over the place, and my staff has always thought I'm nuts. But my cell phone number is on the back of every product that we have ever produced. It's on a lot of our website pages. It's directly my cell phone. That means you can text and call me anytime to talk about something that's awesome, ask a rules question, complain about something, whatever it is. And when I'm not answering, like for instance, if you call me right now, you should probably leave a message or a text because I can't get on the phone at the moment. And that's maybe the downfall to that is it doesn't like automatically forward, especially on the weekends, to another staff member. It goes through me first as the operator, which is very, I guess, unique in the game industry. And it's also really easy to get a hold of me personally by email. My email is jason@jascogames.com. Just like everyone else in the company, it's your name at jascogames.com, unless it's a very specific field where we're sharing things like sales or PR.
Yeah.
Community, for instance. And community is our big email. If you have you want to get something answered back very quickly and it's a Kickstarter question or something like that, you go to community and the whole team, literally our community talks about your community that way, so everyone can see it and you'll get the fastest possible response, which during COVID isn't as fast as it could be because we get way more emails than we're used to.
I'm sure
it's like over 200 a day, and so our team's constantly just grinding through these things to make sure that we take care of everybody. But I would agree that is probably the biggest difference in Jasco Games is our direct-to-community relationship, not just at conventions and at tournaments, but and by the way, at all of our tournaments and conventions, I'm also there. Yeah. So when we go to the big ones, now I don't go to smaller tournaments as often. I do try to make it to several for our own games. But if you go to a Nationals and Worlds, I should be there, or representatives of Jasco Games at least directly will be there. The UK is the one that I personally have never been able to make it to, the UK Nats. I would love to go to UK Nats personally. Hopefully, I can make that happen during the next tournament there. But if you go to a national,
I'm also looking, so maybe we could room together or something.
Hey, that's figure it out. I have a lot of people I want to visit in the UK that I only see at tournaments here. So it'd be great to go, grab a beer with some people or something. And some of that British beer that's not really my favorite, no offense, but I will try it for you.
maybe we'll find one we like.
Yeah, I hear Guinness is better in the UK than it is here. So, but that I believe that because most imported beers have a weird preservative in them. Then getting really derailed. So sorry about the beer talk, everyone. So the other thing Jasco Games does, is I think maybe not different, but it's what we strive for, is our quality of components. So when you look at our games, we want you to know that you're getting the best possible quality on the market at the time. So we look into all technologies before we develop a game. And this is our card games all the way through our miniatures games, as you've seen, our books, whatever it is. We have technology games coming out that are really cool in the future. And we're always trying to kind of push the envelope on what are we capable of quality-wise to give you guys not only a good game experience, but also like a wow factor on your tabletop. When someone comes into your game, in your house or at your store or wherever, they look at it and go, holy crap, that's cool. Like the cool factor, because of all the nostalgia that we work with, is super important to me. I'm a huge collector, as you can see. I love collectibles, always have. And I try to bring that over to Jasco Games. And I think everyone in our company feels the same way. We love the nerd and what would you call it? The nerd culture, the pop culture, the geek culture, whatever word you want to throw on there. Big comic book fans here too. Like I know our producer is a massive Spider-Man fan. It's just we're kind of just engulfed in it, and we like all things. We're not just all about Jasco Games. We like everything, and as you can see by our licensing, we try to incorporate everyone's things into our games.
So for anybody who's just joining us, they've never heard of Jasco before. You said all of these games, all these products. Do you want to give me a quick rundown, a quick rap sheet of everything Jasco's put their fingerprints on? I know that list might be a million miles long, but
I just
like
a real quick all over my shirt, so I was trying to drink and I missed my mouth. I can do that for sure. We have let me drop a beard here. Okay. So Jasco Games, let me give you a really quick history of what we do in licensing. So licensing, It's kind of the core, the backbone of what we do. That's one of the things that's a little different from several companies, because it is very hard for a lot of companies to pull this off. It's a lot of time and energy to get licensing approvals. We started in 2012 talking to SNK Playmore. It was not the first licensor we talked to, but it was the first license that we acquired. It was between the King of Fighters 13 at that time and Scott Pilgrim. And so we ended up going with the King of Fighters 13 and going with SNK Playmore over Universal for what, basically because of budget. It was just me, so I had to be able to afford it.
Yeah.
And so the King of Fighters 13 was our springboard. I had a dream, if you watch our first episode of Gen Con, about Mega Man, and that led into our Capcom relationship, which Capcom has a great relationship with SNK and SNK Playmore, and always has with their crossover games.
Yeah.
And since Capcom, we have added properties, and in Capcom, we've worked with Mega Man, Darkstalkers, and Street Fighter so far. And then moving forward, we worked with, and this is not in order anymore, Warner Brothers and NetherRealm Studios for Mortal Kombat. We've worked with Funimation and all of the Japanese licensors, Shueisha, Toho, Toei, Sunrise Animation, and a handful of others on Yu Yu Hakusho, a Dragon Ball Z game, board game that's coming out in December with IDW, My Hero Academia, Cowboy Bebop. Those are our big anime titles. Then we go into kind of horror. We have Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Angel, and Evil Dead 2. We had Top Gun from Paramount Pictures. Top Gun is like our kind of claim to fame party game. If you haven't played it, it's only $10.
It's super good.
Full retail. I'm sure you can get it cheaper because that's just how the internet works. But
yeah,
Top Gun is a blast. It's a great party game. It's kind of our addition into party games. We've worked with Zenescope Comics, and we've done some things with Zenescope on the what do they call them? The Grimm Fairy Tales. There we go.
Yes.
And a few of their other comics as well. That's kind of thrown in here in the Grimm Fairy Tales. We've worked with some industry partners. So Level 99 Games and ourselves have crossed over our own IPs. And I feel like I always miss like a big chunk of my licenses, so I'm gonna look around me and see what else we've got here.
Hey, no stress.
Bandai Namco. We have Soul Calibur 6. We work with Soul Calibur. There we go.
Yeah.
I can just look around and find. Let's see.
The guys from Level 99, yeah.
What was that?
The guys from Level 99 for.
Yeah, we mentioned that we worked with Indians and with Seventh Cross for them. Let's see. Let me look around my room. Yeah, anyway, as you can see, and these are just the things we've announced. There's a lot. There's probably more than I'll ever remember now.
For sure.
But yeah, so we work with a lot of nostalgic 80s, 90s, and now even modern pop culture that we all grew up with and we love, and we talk about licensing quite a bit. It was going to be a big section of the industry show yesterday, but it ended up being so much industry that we couldn't squeeze it in. So we'll probably do a Joffice on that later on.
I'd love that.
And the Joffice, but just another thing about our community outreach is every Friday, unless it's a holiday or we just can't make it, and we'll give you an announcement, our team will come together and either put together a pre-recorded news article kind of thing. Then we try to make them kind of fun and goofy with a lot of squirrels and stuff. We try to keep the squirrel in every episode of everything we do. And so we'll do a pre-recorded one, or we'll do a podcast sort of like this, like a video podcast. So join us on Fridays. We also do our specials and sales on Fridays. We'll talk about new releases. We try to hit on any news that we have for any of our games in their current development. And that's it. And we work game-wise in everything currently except for, like, I guess, RPGs when it comes to tabletop. We don't really touch RPGs yet. We might have some partners that kind of take that over for us, but it's not really our forte. We don't have a team for it. We have a person that's an expert, and that's not enough to make a good product, really.
Fair enough. So well, as we ramp up for our first big sale, big reminder, as you see at the bottom, for anybody just joining us, $20 for the Gen Con special. That's going to be lasting all day for the rest of the convention. It is the Street Fighter Puzzle Fighters, the 4 characters from the most recent UniVersus DLC, all on a mat. The mat looks stunning. It looks super, super good.
I love that mat. I saw it for the first time like yesterday, I think, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going to go in and see if I can add that mat to the looking glass real quick while we're talking. We have about 5 minutes till our first sale.
Yeah.
And
it's going to be a doozy. It's going to be a good one.
So So what else can we say about Jasco before we jump into the first sale here real quick?
I guess like the big thing is anybody who is a store owner looking to come in. I know we talked a lot about the players' interaction with Jasco, but anytime that I've ever heard a store owner talk about Jasco, it's been nothing but praise. It's been nothing but Jasco being there to help out with any sales or you guys have this crazy return policy or a swap policy that's like fantastic. Like that blows my mind still. Of like if you don't think if you can sell these boxes, you can trade them out for new ones. Like that's crazy. It just goes to show you how much like how much Jasco cares about the consumer. And yeah, I love it. I love hearing stuff like that.
So one of I mean, there's a reason for that. We were a retailer for 10 years, and that's something I guess we brushed past in this episode or show for today and day 3. But because we were a retailer for so long, we have a lot of retail-specific plans in our business strategy to make sure that the gaming industry moves forward. We always have events. We're always taking care of our retailers, and we're also extremely confident in our products. Yeah. Reason for that is that after 11 years of doing this and realizing that distribution, no matter how much they buy of our product, will sell out and you won't be able to get it eventually. We've realized that we can do a full trade-in for things confidently, and it's not going to hurt us in any way financially. So what we do is if you have a product as a retailer sitting on the shelf, I think it's after 90 days. So basically after its release period, and it's just still sitting there and it's sealed and it's collecting dust, you can just swap that into us or your distributor for any new product, any Jasco product at all. So, and we have a lot. We have a lot of products. We have over 200 SKUs because we don't put all of our products on SKUs. All of our accessories aren't usually on our SKU list because of so many playmats. There's literally thousands. Yeah. But yeah, you can go swap it out for new stuff, and we're confident that it will move, so you won't have to do that. But if your local area isn't playing a certain game, we can help you out. And that's just one of the many perks. Check out the Premier Store program, or if you're a retailer interested in all of our perks, email sales@jascogames.com, and Andrew will take care of you and give you everything you need to know. He'll even teach you or your manager or anyone else how to play our games, so you can properly demo.
Yeah, and that was something that I was going to bring up right here at the very 11th hour, was the fact that the Premier Store exists, right? That you've made an entire program all about helping stores be better at being stores. As somebody who at what you said 13 years old started your own game store.
I started being a premier stockist for Games Workshop when I was 13.
And so like for anybody who doesn't know, Jason knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, I will give you. We have
come to it.
A free advice on how to run a retail store anytime you want, if you believe what I say. Yeah. So, but it looks like it's about time, isn't it? I'm trying to get the specials up on the Looking Glass, but it says file must be less than 5 MB. So I guess the playmat will not show up because it's too big. So
and beautiful.
That's unfortunate.
All right. So our first sale of the day, the first special, first of many to come, is for $80. 80. You get all 3 of the Buffy the Vampire Slayer foil puzzles, including the limited edition 1 out of 99 foil framed puzzle. Jason, talk to me about the 3 puzzles and then the special puzzle.
Yeah, so I'm holding the special puzzle right here. It's got a certificate of authenticity. It's wherever my hand is. There we go. It's pre-assembled because it comes in its own frame. So as you can see here on the side, where's my camera? There we go. There are puzzle pieces, and then there's a frame. So when you're done assembling this, it goes straight onto your wall and sits perfectly without having to have glue for assembly. So that's a really cool thing. There's only 999 of those puzzles. And then we have next to me here, I have my little show and tell stack, the standard 500-piece puzzles for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. They're all foil. Every puzzle here is a foil puzzle. You can't really tell because they're in the shrink wrap and the lighting in this room isn't great.
Yeah.
But these are our Jasco Puzzles line. For Buffy the Vampire Slayer, they just released. They're actually shipping right now out to backers that were on the Kickstarter, as well as to distributors and stores. So now's your chance to get the puzzles, and that's a discount for sure. So this limited edition puzzle, and I've mentioned this a couple days in a row. This thing is $60 retail, and when the show started, when Gen Con started, there were about 300 something left. I don't know how many are left now. So now's your chance to get a hold of those. These are not as limited, but they are super cool and special. And if you're more into your standard style puzzle, there you go. That's how you do it. The frame puzzle we actually invented. So it was a patented invention to try it out because I thought it was cool. It's essentially the materials of two puzzles put together to be able to make that frame, and it was very complicated to make it work. The factory kind of hated me in that whole process. And it's probably going to be the only time we ever make a framed puzzle, at least for the foreseeable future, because it's about 2 inches too big for standard shipping, and it costs quite a bit to ship. So just be aware of that when you order it. The shipping price for that particular item might be like $5-10 more than you would expect because it's big. It's not broken apart like a standard puzzle. So I don't want you to have the shipping sticker shock, if at all possible.
Yeah, no stress. So with the whole Buffy the Vampire Slayer foil puzzle bundle, like the idea, when these sell like hotcakes, like we know they are there plans to do other IPs? You've got
so immediately
you went through the catalog, right?
Yeah, immediately after these, we did the Zenescope puzzles, and those are available on our website. There are 5 puzzles from Zenescope, the comic book company. So be sure to check those out if you're a puzzle fan or a Zenescope fan. Either way works for us. And then we have puzzle rights for most of our IPs. So we actually have approved puzzles. I can say that they're approved. Can't tell you when they're coming out or what the plan is for them. But we have. Did we lose everybody?
No, we're good.
Okay, so we have puzzles for Cowboy Bebop coming up at some point. We have puzzles for My Hero Academia coming up at some point. We have puzzles for Terminator 2 coming up for the 30th anniversary next year. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure and Bogus Journey coming up for that movie. And then I think Yu Yu Hakusho we have puzzle rights for. So we have a lot of puzzle rights. Now, that doesn't mean they're all coming out immediately because they kind of take a while to develop, and we have to release them staggered and all that kind of stuff.
For sure.
But it is really cool. And puzzles are kind of a new thing for us. So we're testing the waters there to see how puzzles do for Jasco Games.
For sure. So even my peeps at home, even if you just grab this puzzle for your mom for Christmas, right? Throughout Gen Con, we're having one heck of a deal. So pick these puzzles up now, wait for Christmas, give them to mom so that we can get these also My Hero Academia puzzles. Like, why would we not?
Exactly. And I think this deal is actually $60 off. So the puzzles by themselves are normally $40 a piece, and then $60 for the special puzzle because they're foiled and made in America. And so now's your chance to really get all of them at a discount before they go back up to full retail after the show.
For sure. So tell me about your relationship with Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
My relationship with Buffy. So this is an interesting one, and we've talked about it a few times on the show. Buffy the Vampire Slayer was an interesting license for us. We were working on doing anything with Fox, and we had a big Fox catalog before they were purchased by Disney. And so this is 20th Century Fox. We were looking at different properties, and Buffy was one of those that kind of stood out as a property that I knew was very popular, but I personally hadn't seen the show extensively. I knew about it. I've seen the movie, but I was not like a hardcore fan like I think most Buffy fans are. I mean, they have a pretty good hardcore community for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And the board game was kind of convinced to me that we should really do this by Thomas Gofton from Lynn Vander Studios. We had a couple designers before that were developing possible games for us, and we went with Lynn Vander Studios based off of their design. I felt like it really not only fit the brand, it was easy to comprehend. It's a great gateway game. Like, I really liked the game part of it. And then the potential for Buffy to like really hit this fan base that I wasn't really very familiar with, and kind of broaden our market reach, because it's not something we're really into. We do a lot of video games and anime, so we kind of tested the waters there with that and with Top Gun. And through the development of the game, I ended up learning a lot about Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I learned, lots about specific episodes, a lot about each character. Now, I'm still not a super fan where I've memorized everything at this point and know all the lines and all that kind of stuff. But I have seen through the series now. I understand that there's the comic series as well by Dark Horse. And so if you haven't seen that, check it out. There's actually official canon episodes coming up. And I know there's a new Buffy the Vampire Slayer coming out that Joss Whedon announced at Comic-Con 2 years ago. So it's gonna be a long-lived product, but it turned out to be our best-selling board game of all time. We've done 7 print runs. 7 print runs for us. We usually do about 10,000 games minimum for a print run for a board game. And so we have produced 70,000 Buffys. We've sold through over 60,000. It was sold through in Barnes & Noble, GameStop, Books A Million, Second and Charles. I can't remember how long ago. It might have been in Hastings when Hastings was still a store. And it's hit a lot of the like mid-tier market, as well as it does fantastic at our conventions. We've brought Nicholas Brendan on to sign a couple years at Gen Con, sign copies, and we've gone through pallets of these things at conventions. And I also think it's because the game is extremely good.
Yeah, you were telling me about it yesterday, the day before.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite games. Now, it's kind of like a light, the most common thing it's compared to is Arkham Horror, because the layout looks like Arkham Horror. It doesn't actually, the movement and play is actually very different from Arkham Horror, but it is a co-op game. It's completely cooperative. You can change the game very, very many ways to play. It has 6 different big bads in the game, so the game changes as you play. The plots that you have to do change every time you play. The different character combinations will change the way the game plays, and we have different modes built into the rulebook. So if the game is too hard or too easy, we have a thing in there that allows you to scale it automatically. And if you put all the hard items in at once, we call it God mode internally. And we've never beaten that mode internally. We've gotten really close. We've gotten I would say over 2/3 of the way through the game without dying, but we've never beaten it, and we've tried really hard. We're pretty good at the game at this point.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And then God mode's really hard. But it's one of the things I love about the game. And it's kind of a great middle. It's right after your mass market game, but right before your hardcore Arkham Horror style big game. So it's a great gateway game, is what I would call it, into harder core gaming. And it brings you a great property that's going to introduce a lot of people into that level of gaming without being too complex, but also without lacking somewhere. So I really love the game. It has some really unique, cool mechanics that I like. The way the Apocalypse track works is in my opinion, is genius. I was going to say level 99. Linvander, too many L companies. Linvander Studios came up with that cool mechanic where you have the wounds and the townies that you flip. And when townies die in the game, they're permanently dead and they ruin your Apocalypse track, and it brings the world closer to end. But when you get wounded, you can heal wounds. So wounds can be taken off the board. So it's a cool thing where you don't really want townies to die because it can really screw you over as a team.
Yeah.
Wounds you can sort of stack up for a while, and then you're like, oh crap, we got to heal. So it's a cool little balance there, and the game gets harder as you go. And it actually kind of goes in waves. It starts out kind of intimidating, and then you handle the problem, you feel really good about yourself, and then all of a sudden everything gets worse again. And it's going to do that to a bigger and bigger scale as you go through fighting the big bads. So you have 3 monsters of the week, and then a big bad is the way the game works. And we also have an expansion. Let me show you that expansion to Buffy. So this is the Friends and Frenemies expansion. Adds 6 new characters and makes the game a bigger game, and also, I would say, significantly harder. It's not like God mode, but it is definitely a harder game. It's a lot more to manage. And so if you're looking for that bigger, I guess with more hardcore game, these 2 games combined together make a very good big game, core tabletop game. So I guess to sum that question up, my history with Buffy is I learned a lot about Buffy in research, developing this game. I developed into a Buffy fan. I would say I was a Buffy onlooker before that. I wasn't I didn't have any side of the fence. and now I really appreciate Buffy and everything about the show and the writing and what they were trying to represent, the way that the characters in this show, the vampires all the bad guys represent different teen angst in some kind of form, and so it's like a subplot where they're fighting their own struggles as humans developing.
Yeah.
To the story of the vampire slaying, which is really cool.
Yeah, I am excited. I want to get some gameplay of it out on TCG University, but I just gotta find the time. There's too many other amazing Jasco sets coming out.
Yeah. Well, when you play our CCG, that's definitely a big time commitment.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Speaking of, Scott Sunman, our current world team champ, says Buffy for UniVersus ? We kind of touched on this on an earlier episode, but let people know now.
Yeah, we touched on it a little bit. So Buffy, I actually feel would be a great DLC pack in the future. I don't think it could be a full set. I guess it could be. I don't know how fitting it is. I think we'll let the fans decide what should be based on popularity. But trying things out in DLC is a great way to do that. So don't be surprised if you see maybe the Scooby Gang as a character pack at some point. Deciding who the evil symbol goes to could be interesting. Like it could be on anyone, because at some point in the show they all kind of turn evil, and they have to become not evil again at some point and throughout the plots. But if I had to guess out of let's see, in the Scooby Gang itself, I would probably give the evil symbol to Willow, strangely enough.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't really fit Xander, doesn't really fit Giles, and it doesn't fit Buffy nearly. It doesn't really fit Willow either, but she did turn super evil when she turned Willow. So she has that in her that she can actually be kind of the bad guy if she lets it happen. So
I love that actually.
That would probably be the DLC pack that would come into the UniVersus game if Buffy shows up. And we talked about the same thing for our other horror genre. So Evil Dead 2. Evil Dead 2 doesn't have as many main characters because it's really a show about Ash. This is like Evil Dead 2 is really the story about how Ash makes mistakes and then cleans them up himself. That is the whole, like, everything about Evil Dead is like, I'm going to go and not care because I'll solve the problem myself anyway. It doesn't matter what I do, the apocalypse, whatever. I'll fix it.
Oh, yeah.
It's Ash is like he just wants drama and he needs it in his life. He's fueled off of like, I just need some stress in my life.
I love that. Trying to look and see. I've got some questions lined up. So yesterday, and this kind of brings me back to puzzles just a bit, right? Jesse Cervini, one of our friends of the show. I have a follow-up question from yesterday. Will art being used for Street Fighter UTS possibly be available for playmats? And I'm adding for puzzles. I really want that, quote, for me it was a Tuesday art on a playmat and a puzzle.
Okay, I can answer to both of those. So the puzzle rights for Capcom, we do not have yet. I can say that we are looking at a negotiation for puzzles for the entire Capcom line. It just depends on if we feel like that's something we can do and afford, because it's kind of out of nowhere that we just basically were like, hey, what about puzzles? How much is this going to be? So depending on what that is, it would be a whole Capcom line puzzle potentially. But that's not guaranteed. When it comes to playmats are far more likely. I don't know. We'd have to get them each individually approved. The artwork itself is approved, but it's a different medium, so we have to get each piece approved. So once it gets approved as a playmat, it can kind of go up into our portfolio of playmats that you're able to order directly from us as a custom piece or a unique piece. Because since we print our mats in-house, either embroidered or non-embroidered, we can print on demand. So we don't have to print everything in a massive quantity, which is a huge advantage when you're making CCGs.
Yeah.
So I would say it's not off the table by any means. It's just going to take some time to get through the approvals process and go through the proper channels to make sure that it can be done legally, and then we'll make that available.
I think this actually sounds a little crazy, but I think like a cool puzzle like that would be like a fun case topper, right? You buy a case and you could like get even if it doesn't have to be like a 500-piece puzzle, even like a 100-piece puzzle, like something a little extra, a little fun. like from the Red Horizon set, right?
Yeah.
Having a big puzzle of like whatever the cool card art is.
Speaking of puzzles, one of my ideas that I thought was really cool, and I don't know how practical this is. It might be a little bit more practical now since we kind of understand what we're doing a little bit better.
Yeah.
Is doing for before releases as a sneak peek, giving our premier stores puzzles of cards, individual cards, and they have to put them together to see what the cards are as the sneak peek.
That sounds amazing, actually.
I would bring your community together and build these puzzles so that you can see what this card does.
I'd be super honestly, like that sounds really fun, because that means that the communities could then like live stream it and all like work on the puzzle together, you know? That's a really, really good idea, and I think you should do that for sure.
Like, sure. The only thing is if it were me, I'd be like, where's the bottom of this damn picture? It's like, I need that text box as soon as possible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that'd be the hard part, though, right? Because it's a bunch of words.
Yeah, you're like, okay, which word is, I mean, yeah, you got to guess what things say. It depends on how many pieces it is, too. If it's a big puzzle, then, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. But I know that we're looking into 1,000-piece puzzles. They weren't possible by our U.S. manufacturer. The press is so many tons of weight that they actually just can't produce them reliably.
Huh. Okay.
So 500 was the tops there, but we have another possible source to do 1,000-piece puzzles, except they wouldn't be foiled if they're that big. They would just be regular puzzles. But it's still cool. We have a cool prototype of a 120-piece puzzle of the Akuma's Raging Demon back in our kind of vault area in the back, and that thing's beautiful. It's really cool. But we can show that off later at some point, maybe on the Joffice. We did that one would probably close to fit on a case topper. I'm not really sure. It might be a little too big still, but if we take it apart, it would fit for sure.
For sure. I actually had a crazy question from Tim Smith. I love this from Facebook. How about a puzzle piece insert in a booster set that could be redeemed for something special when completed, collecting the different pieces via buying more boosters? Reminds me of the old X-Men figures.
You're talking about putting a puzzle piece in a booster pack?
Booster pack, booster set. I mean, that's what he's saying.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I love these ideas. Like, this is a great brainstorm session that I didn't mean to have. but putting puzzle pieces, we'd have to look into that. That sounds tricky with the booster pack idea, because if it could really throw off the synergy of the pack stacking and make it way likely to damage your cards. However, at the top of a booster box as like an additional box topper, that could be really cool. In fact, one of the ideas I really wanted to do that has not been possible by our manufacturer yet is actually puzzle booster packs, where you have little like 12 or 16-piece puzzles that are the size of a playing card that you just buy in booster packs that are already foiled out like a card, and then they come with maybe the card behind them as like little like fun mini puzzles that you can get and collect for like, you know, $1 or, you know, $3 or $4 at your checkout at your local like Walmart or grocery store or something. I thought that would be really cool.
That is really cool.
I mean, someone might just steal that idea right now since I said it out loud, but they are hard to manufacture, and I don't know if it's actually a good idea. So we'll see. What do you think in the chat? Would you guys want to collect mini puzzles that come in booster packs, or is that a terrible idea? That'd be good to know.
That would be good to know.
So
we are close to the 10 till mark. I want to go ahead and prep my producer for our trivia quiz that we're going to be asking for some furry stuff. Just so everybody knows, we do have a trivia section we do every 30 minutes where we get some awesome swag from Jasco. The questions go from easier to a little bit harder. And the questions can be answered in multiple ways. So he's going to toss the mechanics up on the screen. It's either yes or no, true or false, multiple choice, fill in the blanks, or
enumeration.
I was going to say a wide variety of things that we could do. And so the first one that we're going to be doing is a pretty easy one. This one's pretty easy. Our Buffy the Vampire Slayer foil posters were made in the USA.
Foil puzzles.
Good old USA. The foil puzzles, were they made here? Yes or no? Let us know. You can answer on all three of our social media platforms. Whenever we get some answers in, Tim is going to be selecting from all of those.
And what happens for the person that gets the correct answer?
That's a good question. One lucky winner from across our 3 platforms is going to receive a free limited edition foil poster of the Buffy the Vampire puzzle art.
So that's our like our exclusive that we had on Monday, or not Monday, Thursday.
Correct.
Of the week. So you can get a foil poster of the puzzle art to hang up on your wall if you're the lucky winner with the correct answer here. And I did answer this question for you 3 times now in the last 3 days.
Certainly did. And the big thing here is, like, if you did not lose out, but not quite make the cut, these should still be available over on Looking Glass, correct? We have 100 of them from our Gen Con promotion.
That is correct. So the easiest way to get there through the Looking Glass, which is funny to say, through the Looking Glass, you can click on our website link, and that'll bring you straight to our promotions page on our website. It's not our direct website. It's actually all the sales that we've been doing throughout Gen Con. So anything that's left in stock is still up there. And they're all limited quantities and on sale. Most things as discounted as 50% off. And if you are just on our website, you'll go to the product section at the very bottom. You'll see our sales tab for, I think it's like event sales or stream sales or something like that.
I love it.
So that's how you'll get to these to get your purchases in at a discounted price. So what, do we have a winner?
We do have a winner, but we got to get the answer first. The answer to this is, yeah, of course. Our Buffy the Vampire Slayers were made in the USA. Jason was talking about this all the time, all day, every day. Every time we talk about these posters, he's so proud they're made in the USA, and we all should be supporting our local
puzzles,
business.
The posters, the CCGs, most of our paper products made in America.
America. And our winner is Silex from Twitch. Congratulations. Make sure that you message Tim, our producer. He will be reaching out to you. Reach back, and we'll figure out how to get that to you. Anybody else who didn't quite make it in time? Once again, the $20, you get the whole thing, as well as there's gonna be more stuff happening.
Yep. So, and as I mentioned before, the previous sales that have happened on Thursday and Friday are still available if they're in stock. They all have limited quantities, somewhere between, maybe 1 of 3, maybe there's 5 available, there could be 10 available, 20, 25, and up to 100 of an item, based on essentially how many we have and how hard it is to pack out in this special bundle that we're doing. So we had to give our logistics team a little bit of a break. We couldn't just make infinite of some of these things, either due to stock reasons or complicated shipping, packing out. So get them while they're here, get them while they're hot. And today's exclusive, again, beautiful. We have that playmat.
Yeah.
Man, I think it's so cool. It's the chibi artwork for Street Fighter Puzzle Fighter. Man, it's so cool. I love it. And it's from the DLC pack.
Gonna be zooming off.
Cameron, have you played any of these characters in the DLC pack yet?
Actually, yes. I've actually played all of these characters. This past week, we had a campus championship on TCG University's YouTube page where we played every single one. We've got deck profiles on every single one, and I gotta say, Akuma's way better than I thought he was. I thought he was fine, but Akuma's really, really good.
Yeah. I mean, now we have more good Akumas. That's what everybody wanted.
For sure.
They were like, haven't had enough of Akuma. Let's put more good Akumas out there.
I think every single one of these characters is like really, really cool in their idea of how they want to express themselves in the game. I think it's really, really neat.
Yeah, I like Ibuki quite a bit out of these, and actually, I like Sea Viper's, like, I guess ultra rare, or her rare attack, or her foil attack that comes in the DLC pack. That thing is so cool.
It's a really good finisher.
Yeah,
just 16 damage by itself.
It is a lot of damage if you let that thing through. So check that out, DLC. If you play the UniVersus game and you haven't gotten the Street Fighter DLC pack, get them while they're still available. Now, those are also, all DLC is limited print run, so they're available. They release for a month, and then when they're out, they're out. So just keep that in mind.
You know what? Here's what I'm going to say. Let's go ahead. I'm going to pump it 5 minutes early. We're talking about DLC. Let's make it live. Let's just push it to the sale. The second special of the day is all 3 of the DLCs, the Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, and Soul Calibur DLC, all for $60.
Whew.
Like, Normally $90. There's only 20 of these available.
Mortal Kombat doesn't even release till next week.
Correct. So make sure that you go and you snag this. What a crazy deal. I want to talk a little bit about the DLC, and I want to talk about the characters inside the DLC. There is not a DLC character that I have seen that I have not enjoyed. Right, from even all the way back to the Grim fairy tale ones. I think all of those characters are really cool. We talk about we just talked about Street Fighter and how like Ibuki's the shotgun master. You just play a ton of attacks, not counting progressive, and then you just blast a shotgun at the end for 1,000,000 just out of nowhere. Inferno being able to just chuck his whole discard pile at you for a bunch of speed and damage. Shiva clogging up your card pool. I mean, Noob Saibot is going to define the meta next format. Like, if you don't have plans for Noob Saibot, that Sneaky Ninja is going to get you. These cards are must-haves, and this is a fantastic deal. This is super good.
Like what I love about this is that you can get Mortal Kombat just a little bit before some people if you happen to get I think there's 10 available?
20
available.
20.
20 lucky people or one lucky person that steals them from everybody. We'll get these a little bit before everyone else and get a chance to play around with the real cards in your hand. Now, obviously, we have our articles up on our website, so if you want the news on them, we've been talking about these cards for a while. So they're nothing completely surprising, but they are really cool and they're finally coming out. And so the physical cards, if you haven't seen them in person, all of our cards look beautiful in person compared to probably our online pictures because we have to watermark those. You don't see foil effects. They're just digital screen grabs. The real cards, we take a lot of pride in those things. They are super cool, super foily, especially the DLC packs. We've done kind of went above and beyond making custom artwork and doing the art, like whatever we can do to make DLC super awesome. I really like that we did the chibi artwork for Street Fighter. That was like kind of a cool little test that we might do more often in the future. See how people like chibi artwork. I know it's not everyone's thing, but I think it's pretty cool personally.
Yeah, I agree. I've got a question from the comment section. Anthony Smith from Facebook. Where do I get that, especially the Noob Saibot? If you have not seen the DLC before, talk to your local card shop about becoming a premier store so you can get in like some real contact with Jasco and start up some tournaments.
Yeah. Additionally, it is on the Jasco Games website. All the DLC products, actually all the products, are on our store. If you can't find it easily, we do have a new function, the search bar. You can just type in whatever you want in there, and it should just pop up for you. I will say, if you use the search bar, some of the images get blown up huge into big, giant pixelated things, so just click past it, and you'll get right to the product.
That's fair. In addition to that, what DLC packs, we've already talked a little bit about Buffy, right? What DLC packs, if you could snap your fingers and make right now, what are you thinking? Don't tip your hand too much. I know you can't say too much.
Look at that. So
hey, look at
I've got an open one, and these are the giant ones before they got small. I love the giant ones. They're so cool. Are you talking to me? Because I've answered this before. Like the very first one I would probably do is Ninja Turtles, if I had just all the Magic licensing available.
Yeah.
Huge Ninja Turtles fan. I think I would do, if I did Ninja Turtles, deciding which art style to do would be such a struggle for me because I love the 80s style. I love the comic book style. I like some of the movie styles. A lot of the more modern cartoons aren't really my thing. But I know that, so I mentioned this when we talked licensing. I've talked to probably everybody you've heard of before, at least in some sort of discussion. And when talking about Ninja Turtles to Nickelodeon, one of the discussions was we might actually be able to do our own version of the Ninja Turtles and create our own look for them.
Wow.
Which I think is a lot of pressure.
It is a ton of pressure.
Like the very first thing that popped into my head when I heard that was let's go with like the Ninja Turtles 3 samurai look where they are all wearing samurai armor. But I'm like, that's just because I'm not creative. Because I'm like, I saw the Star Wars samurai toys at one point, and I'm like, those are super cool, and so I'm gonna steal that. So like, that's probably not the right route. But having the possibility, even the fact that they just said it to me, I'm like, oh my goodness, I don't even know where to start. My own look for Ninja Turtles, like, because I love the kind of more evil, mature look that the Ninja Turtles have. Even if they're like all just the black headbands and stuff instead of their multicolors. I think it's really cool. The comic book look, the original comic look is awesome. Obviously, IDW has done fantastic with the comic turtles.
Yeah.
But Nickelodeon does have all the turtle rights, and they kind of like, break them up into different categories. The 80s turtles are so nostalgic to me. The cartoon, oh man, they're like so goofy, but like I still love it. Like, I know that WizKids did the Turtles expansion for HeroClix, and they did I think they chose the 80s Turtles as their main launch, and it was really cool.
Could you imagine Raphael versus Ken? Just two hotheads getting at it?
Oh man, I think Raphael's a little bit more wacky than Ken. Ken eventually had a family and settled down.
That's fair. That's fair. I kind of got a bit of a serious question from Anthony Smith, Facebook. Hey Jason, I have a lot of the really old UFS cards and don't know what to do about the true collectivity of cards, and I also don't know who to talk to about it. What should I do?
This is a good question. So I guess it depends on how old those cards are. The answer is going to be different. If they're from 2006 to 2009 and they don't say Jasco games on them anywhere, there's not a whole lot in the current promoted meta by Jasco Games, not the official sanctioned meta, that we're going to be able to do for those probably anytime soon. Maybe one day it'll come back. We don't know. There's a chance that one day we'll just have all of the old licenses again and just say, hey, screw it, everything's back. But the odds of that aren't super likely. That's a lot of licensing at once. If it's from 2010 and after, from Jasco Games era, we have just introduced the retro format, and we're making all those cards viable again. So some cards are still on a ban list or whatever, but our ban list is actually heavily rotating. So even if a card is banned, it doesn't mean it's going to stay banned. So hang on to those cards. That's actually a new development from Jasco Games. The retro format, we just tested it out digitally a few weeks ago, and Cameron Cardwell actually was the host for that whole tournament. So if you have a chance to go back and watch it on Twitch, I had a blast watching the tournament, and I actually thought it went over very well. I think that the meta was barely touched at the surface of what's actually powerful out there. Like not even kidding. There's if you're playing in the next retro tournament, just as some insider information, there are at least 3 people that have messaged me saying they're now playing Vespera. So there are going to be Vesperas in the next tournament. Someone is going to stick with that plan. So
let's actually keep that thread up, right? So if you want to, this is a little non-Gen Con. Let's talk real UniVersus. The next retro event is happening at the end of, I can say it, this month. So make sure you go out, you download Tabletop Simulator. If you don't know how, there's a good video out on YouTube at TCG University. And give me your thoughts. Give me your impressions on. You said the meta was barely scratched. We scratched the surface. We got rid of the crazy powerhouse that was Whitzel 1 stacking Whitzel 2. Separate, they're fine. Together, they're a monstrosity. What else do you think could exist? What do you think is going to come out? And realize we do have all the DLC coming back in. So the Mortal Kombat stuff is going to be in there.
Oh boy. Yeah. Well, what about promos? We're bringing back promos too, right? Like
we're bringing back like 99% of the promos. Things like Summer Heat and Ryu 2 are still going to be gone. And there's a whole list on Jasco's website that you can find if you look up the retro format.
Boy, howdy. Like guessing what this format's going to be like right now is going to be tough, because I would have to go see all these possible like thousands of cards. I will say, like I mentioned, Vespera not showing was crazy, because she's like she's an obvious, like she was so oppressive back in the day as just a control character that will wreck you on reversals or not. She can choose to reversal you or just kill you with a whole hand of attacks, and there's nothing you can do about it. So her not showing up was obviously a big deal. I mentioned in the chat live a couple characters that I thought probably should have showed up. Did Iori 2 show up?
Iori 2 did not show up. He was talked about quite a bit in all of these scuttlebutt before the event started.
It's crazy that like some of these superpower houses, was Kim banned for some reason, or did he just?
Kim was not banned. He did not show up.
Yeah, so there are some big powerful characters that weren't in that tournament, and don't get me wrong. So it's a digital tournament. Jasco Games is still promoting safe play as long as we need to. So any official Jasco sanctioned tournaments, even at the local level, we're not encouraging people to physically gather quite yet.
Yeah.
So we're promoting Tabletop Simulator. That's, I guess, the format of choice by our players, and there are other formats to play the game digitally. But we're using Tabletop Simulator for our tournaments right now and testing out this new retro meta. So this is kind of a long-winded question to our commenter, but yeah, your older cards are going to start seeing secondary market value. You can see we do try to do occasional reprints of legacy cards that weren't produced by Jasco Games and bring them back into the meta. You can see that with Kazuyu Repa from I think it was a promo card for the,
yes, it was for the Legendary Wolf tournaments.
That card is one of my all-time favorites from back in the day, and I believe it got a little bit of a rework, but man, that card's good.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. And to dovetail off of what you said, you could also, there's plenty of Facebook groups, there's tons of Discord groups, and there are plenty of people you're going to see later today. There are people that still associate with the game from all eras of the game, right? And so if you have if you've got these really old, awesome cards that you want to talk about, I'm positive that some of these old heads would love to sit down and walk down nostalgia lane with you.
Yeah, the collectors for sure. Like, I mean, even myself, I'll collect old cards to finish out parts of my old collection at times. I think I have just about everything in Legacy now. I'm not 100% sure. I know I have all the never released cards, which is kind of cool. Those were really hard to get, as you can imagine. But I like to keep my sealed Penny Arcade decks available. Just cool nostalgia like that. Like the very first set ever released, it's cool to have it in the box, right? Like you have never open these little deck boxes. And then Street Fighter Set 1, I actually don't have booster boxes or starter boxes from most of the Legacy sets anymore. So if people have sealed product of really old stuff, I'd probably be pretty interested in talking trades or whatever else. It's a company policy not to sell our collections, but we can trade some stuff. So
yeah,
that's really interesting too. The value never just goes away because there's so much history to these cards, and they do come back. So I guess that would be my answer to those. But I would say in the first 3 years of production, you're not going to find a Power 9 equivalent you would in Magic. In our game, our really powerful cards are after that, and the ones that are still legal. Pretty much anything 2010 and after is going to retain some kind of value for your second, anyway.
I agree. Tim Smith says, have you reached out to Penny Arcade to doing a new set, maybe?
I haven't lately, no. It's something that's always kind of possible. I would think if we did that, it would probably be just like it was when it launched, some kind of PAX exclusive. For the convention, and obviously that's not happening right now. It hasn't been something that's been at the front of my radar, just honestly speaking, because there's so much stuff going on that it's hard to think of everything.
For sure.
I will say that there's been some rumblings. A lot of people want SNK stuff back in the game. Mm-hmm. I don't know how many SNK fans are out there. You can comment below. If Fatal Fury or King of Fighters or Samurai Showdown, Metal Slug, any of those cool SNK games from back in the day that are now all revamping, if there's something SNK you guys like and you really think that I'm missing the boat here by not licensing that again, you can feel free to comment. I know a lot of people do on a weekly basis to me, just to make sure. Don't forget that SNK is a property.
To name drop Miles Tyler. That is all right.
So, actually, Miles Tyler is not the one that's constantly bugging. I just know subconsciously that Miles Tyler's doing it. He doesn't even have to say it anymore. But we do have a lot of people that literally every time we do a Facebook post, doesn't even matter what we say. It's like, oh, how about that SNK? Yeah. You know that meme. So
well, we are certainly seeing people in the chat loving it. So yeah, maybe
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a huge SNK fan as well. Fatal Fury specifically is my favorite. Metal Slug's probably right after that, and then we'll get into the KOF games and stuff. But Fatal Fury, because I was introduced to the entire property by the anime before the video games, I was familiar with Neo Geo, and I knew I had played the games before, but I didn't really know what I was playing until I watched the animes. Yeah. And the Fatal Fury anime was really cool. Not gonna lie, it was a little risque for my age to be watching it, so probably also kept it in my memory because Mai Shiranui is just Mai Shiranui. So it was definitely a little inappropriate for a Blockbuster rental. Yeah. But either way, I remember it pretty in detail. All the big fights and stuff at the end with Terry and Andy. fighting against what's his name, the big boss.
Geese.
Yeah, it was Geese. Yeah, and at least I think it was the second movie they fought Geese. But yeah, they might have fought him in all of them. Now that there were 3 anime movies, and they kind of run together for me now. But anyway, that's kind of my introduction to it, and it's been years since I've actually watched those two. But since UFS, I've become way more familiar with everything SNK. I think I know every character in SNK now to some extent. And it's really through the card game more than the video game, to be honest.
I mean, that's where I found SNK was through UniVersus, and that's like kind of the cool part about like playing this game with so many IPs, with so many properties brought in. I know that you said Mortal Kombat was your favorite fighting game, which you can get all the DLC right now. $60, be pretty hype. But like I knew pretty much nothing about Mortal Kombat. I was a Street Fighter nerd. I played Ken Masters and tried to, shuriken everybody to death. And so like I went back and watched the MK10 story to understand the cards, and then it made me want to go and pick up MK11.
Yeah, and I think this is something that our licensors don't realize. For our products particularly, we create new fans for their brands. Like, I mean, it happened to me. It happened to me multiple times when I was playing as a player. I found out so much more about each of these properties, including Street Fighter. Like, I knew Street Fighter basically from Street Fighter 2, the arcade game. And I played a little bit of Street Fighter 4 at, like, college parties and stuff because I was just like, I guess I'll just be Zangief and spin you around and hope I win. But... and Street Fighter 4 was interesting because it dropped like right after they dropped the game. I think is what happened. It was like right there at the same era, or they weren't promoting Street Fighter 4 under Sabretooth and Fantasy Flight. But I learned so much more about the properties from the card game for all of these things, with the exception of maybe Soul Calibur at the time because I was playing quite a bit of Soul Calibur, so I knew Soul Calibur really well.
That's fair.
Mortal Kombat obviously didn't drop until way later when we had it. And I would say if you haven't played Mortal Kombat or looked into like the movie, it's one of the best video game movies of all time. It's so good, bad. It's like incredible. And they actually just did such a good job for its time. Like it's the first video game movie that didn't just completely deviate from the story of the game ever. And so like if you compare that to like the Mario Brothers original movie, you're like, what is this movie? But yeah, I mean, you really get into the brands this way. And when you're buying like a T-shirt, you're usually already a fan. If you license like apparel rights, and I buy a Mortal Kombat shirt, I was already a Mortal Kombat fan. I didn't buy that shirt to learn about Mortal Kombat. So that is kind of the big difference between our product and most other licensed products out there. Like if I'm going to get a pair of shoes or something with something on it, I probably know what I'm buying because I wouldn't buy it if I didn't. So I want to represent the things I already like. Whereas in the card game, we kind of like learn to love certain things because of the mechanics, and we base our mechanics off of the original characters. So you play the mechanics, and you're like, I wonder why it's like this. Why does he say come here? What's get over here? What is this stuff? What's this takedown, flame war, or whatever? And so then you go look at the video game, you're like, oh, okay, well that's actually really cool how they made this work together. And then you just kind of learn. It's like, ooh, fatalities are sweet.
Yeah, it's like Get Over Here is like a great example, right? And like the mechanics that you guys, the care and love that you put into UniVersus, into from the game, like Get Over Here makes your next attack easier, like it does in the game. Hey, get over here. I'm bringing you closer so I can smack you in the face.
Yeah, like I mean the traditional. If you don't know what you're doing in the game, your go-to move, at least back in the day, was just uppercut. It was like get over here, uppercut, come here, uppercut. Later on, you learn that you can combo and do way more damage if you don't just uppercut. But uppercut was like a signature move for 3 of the Mortal Kombats. It became a little less relevant as a core move later on as the games were developed and cooler combos were made, and time was kind of a thing. But yeah, I mean, we really hit on all the eras of Mortal Kombat, and I'm really excited for our future products that focus a little bit more on classic or MK11 coming up, and that's gonna be fun stuff.
I am just as excited because, like I said, picking up MK11, I had to know what was happening next. Super cool, super cool.
Yeah, we also have
Um,
a minis game, and that minis game is just as ridiculously large as the Street Fighter game. So if we hit all of our stretch goals and everything on there, that's another massive character select of cool statues you can collect. And these things are so badass. I can't wait.
the UTS game that's available right now for demo over on tabletop.
That is correct. Same system, new property. So the next property would be Mortal Kombat.
And so if you guys are interested in that and you want to go out and learn how to play UTS in preparation for the Mortal Kombat set, make sure that you go to, it's on the Looking Glass, correct?
Yeah, so if you go to our booth on the Looking Glass, so you have to go to gencon.com, go to GenCon Online, click on the Looking Glass. The very bottom of the nebula is the orange Jasco Games logo. It's orange and blue. Click on that. At the bottom of our description is the link to the tabletop simulator. I'm sure
Sounds good.
on social media and maybe on our website as well. But if you want to go through the whole Gen Con process, that's how you would do it.
For sure. I got a question from Twitch. I'm gonna totally mess this up. It's Dullen X. Do you take any ideas from other TCGs/CCGs? This is from Twitch. Now, you don't got to name drop anybody you don't want to, obviously.
So I'm going to say that's just a renowned yes. I've played so many card games. It would actually be just a discredit to them if I didn't say I gave credit to some of their marketing strategies, some of their organized play. We try to take what I would consider the best or the most fun of anyone that's already out there, because why wouldn't we learn from other people that come before us, or even the companies that come after us? Like the Dragon Ball Super game's done some things extremely right that we like to take from them and really improve our organized play or improve our design. And I will say that it's because I've played so many games, there should be some pretty obvious throwbacks to cards from other games and how we would use them in our game mechanics. One of those that always comes to mind as the one that I really wanted to bring over to our game because I thought it was such a cool mechanic was Shiranui no Mai. I bring this one up pretty often. Yeah. Shiranui no Mai is literally my interpretation into our mechanics of Cyber Jar from Yu-Gi-Oh! So from back in I think it was set 1 or 2, Cyber Jar.
Yeah, I want to say it was set 1. I believe it came in a starter deck.
Yeah, so
Kaiba's starter deck. How rude.
The card's really cool, and obviously in the Yu-Gi-Oh game it clears your board and does all kinds of cool stuff. You draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
In UFS, when we put it onto Shiranui no Mai, her ultra rare attack, it has multiple abilities. It actually does other stuff too. But part of the thing is it clears your card pool and you both draw those cards equal to your card pool. So I treated the card pool kind of like the Yu-Gi-Oh zones. And did the same card draw mechanic, but we also have that pitch of momentum ability thrown in there. And she has another ability on Shiranui no Mai that was really good. The 5th card that's played, I think it ignores progressive.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I was playing it in my Quetzal deck for retro with Hellfire Impalement. Pretty mean.
It's
pretty
a fun
mean
card. That ended up being a lot of people's favorite attack at the time because it was super fun and it was clearly powerful enough to do cool stuff. Yeah. But again, that's not an original idea. Now this happens some of our ideas are original or they're based directly off of a fighting game or something the character's supposed to be doing, and we're just trying to interpret that move. So just coming up with the word original is a little bit misleading, I guess, because we do have influence no matter what when we're doing our design. So there's never just a point where I'm I want this card out of the clouds that has nothing to do with anything, and I want this to be a thing. That's very rare that would happen because it's not attached to it's not attached to a game or a license. It's not attached to a previous game design idea from a CCG. There's usually a lot of influence that comes into play in game design.
Other games kind of make you more well-rounded as well, honestly. Even if it's I don't want this in my game. Right? Being able
There's
to look
a lot of that. There's actually more of that than what I do want in my game. There's a lot of I don't want this in my game. A lot of it has to do with the community. A lot of it has to do with exclusivity. I really don't want exclusive niches of people that win and they win to keep winning. The win to keep winning mentality where I can only get certain promos by being in the tops, and then I can keep being in the tops because these cards keep me there. Yeah. I hate that. The best thing you're going to get, the most similar is you're going to get a PTC exclusive. But those aren't exclusive. They go up on redemption. We created redemption to solve this problem, And so just save your booster wrappers. Your trash is recycled by us, and you get cards in exchange. So be sure to don't make a big mess at your game store after a draft. Keep those packs. They're actually worth something. Our commons and uncommons are also good. So if you don't want them, if you have plenty of them, give them to a new player, and they can actually start a deck out of nowhere.
True. Very, very true. We got about 10 minutes until the next section. So I want to remind everybody about the sale that's happening as we gear up for our trivia question. $60 gets you all three of these Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Soul Calibur DLCs, as well as $20 for the Gen Con exclusive playmat, as well as any other deal that we've had throughout not just today, but the rest of the Gen Con experience here. If it's up on drive-through, or excuse me, a drive-through, we just talked about it, up on looking through the Looking Glass, right?
Well, I would just say, you can go to the link. It's just the website link on the Looking Glass on Gen Con Online.
The Looking Glass.
Or you just go to our website, and it's under the products at the very bottom, drop down.
All of those, if it's up there, it's available for you. Huge, crazy, amazing deals happening.
Yep. So does the chat have any more DLC-related questions? What do you guys want to know about DLC? We've talked about where it comes from, that it stands for deck loadable content. We're very video game oriented here. So the DLC, the downloadable content, this is our translation of that into the CCG world. That's how we add new costumes, new characters, new looks, new strategies into the game without having a full set coming out every month. Except for right now, during COVID time, it's slowed down a bit. But typically every month, you get these cool new DLCs that are limited releases for that month only, and you can get them and add new cards to your deck. Nothing random. You get all the stuff that you see there. It's not like a booster pack, and hopefully it adds to the meta. It increases the intense or the need to learn and build new decks and intensity of the format. So that's DLC. If you have questions about DLC, throw them into the chats. We'd love to
as
see
you guys
anything
queue those questions up. Let's go ahead and jump to our trivia question. That is, the DLC pack set to release right after Mortal Kombat will be Cowboy Bebop. Once again, the DLC set to release right after the Mortal Kombat will be Cowboy Bebop. You just got to tell me true or false. True or false? We haven't talked about this one today. We haven't talked about what's coming up. We've just talked about the amazing deals and the fact that Mortal Kombat is super, super rad. So if you've been paying attention on all of our other social medias, you would know this question very, very easily. If you're not following us on social media, make sure you check out Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, all of them. Get them all covered. Follow, subscribe, support. Do what you got to do.
We would love for you to follow us on Facebook. We have all of our news on there all the time, every day. So that's a good place to do that. I like that the graphic has this like little floating disc right over one of these DLC packs. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that disc is supposed to represent. Clearly, you have like what appears to be maybe a D20 up there. So the disc must be some kind of chip from the games. This is one of our standard templates for our gaming templates for our trivia game. So not sure what that's supposed to be. Maybe a coin, but either way.
For sure.
Let's see if we get one. This is a pretty easy one. The first two questions every day are the easy category. The next two will be medium, and the final two are what we consider the hard questions.
While we wait for a winner there, I've got a couple more questions for you.
Yeah, for sure.
Ben Stevens says, are there a plan to increase the number of character cards in the DLC?
Currently, we keep it at 4 because it rounds out our symbols. We try to keep all 12 symbols represented, usually.
Mm-hmm.
Not always the case, but some of them will have more character cards. Oh, you're talking about how many copies of the character card. Yeah, I think we do actually plan on having 2 copies of character cards moving forward, so that when you get 2 of these, you're just set to go, especially for stackers.
I think that's the best plan.
Yeah, we didn't mean to intentionally make people have to get 4 copies for stackers. It was just how these things were planned out in over the course of the years. It's not like we're maliciously trying to force people to have to get more character cards. So that was a discussion internally where we want to have at least 2 characters in a pack, if it's for at least for the stacker characters, if not for all of them. We're gonna look into adjusting that for, I think, DLC round 2.
I love it.
gets adjusted.
It looks like we have found our winner, so we can find our answer graphic. The answer to the Mortal Kombat DLC right after, or excuse me, Cowboy Bebop after Mortal Kombat was true. It's true. Yeah, of course. There's a lot of really awesome characters coming in there, like Win and
Andy.
Who's Andy? Yes, I'm trying to think of who's the long-haired person.
The long
Gren. It's Win and Gren, and they keep getting me confused. Win and Gren,
yeah.
and most importantly, Julia.
If you were wondering why Julia wasn't in the core set, here's where she is.
My girlfriend's name is Julia, and so I'm gonna have every version of that character made ever.
It was Spike and Vicious's girlfriend's name.
Yeah.
I say both because it was a little complicated there in that show. So I'm gonna go update our Looking Glass with the newest specials. What did they win? What did our lucky winner get for this one?
We won one of the free Mortal Kombat DLC packs for the Universal Fighting System game for UniVersus. So congrats to Jose Alberto Santiago Ramos from Facebook. Thank you so much.
So what is our next sale of the day? Just so I can cue it up here in the Looking Glass.
Oh, for sure.
Or if you give me a hint, I can put it up, and we don't have to tell everyone.
I'm sorry?
I said you can give me a hint, and maybe I'll figure it out based off of the images I have available. If we want to make people wait an extra 3 minutes.
It's got the most expensive card in the game in it.
You got I think I guessed right. We'll see.
We will see.
I don't follow the secondary market super well. So if you're in the Looking Glass, you might see something that's happening later.
These cards are really, really cool. It's got a 0 diff attack.
Okay. Well, I think I got it.
All right. Cool. I have one more quick question about DLC. When it comes to Rochester CCG asked about Mega Man DLC over on Twitch. Tim Smith has asked about Cowboy Bebop movie DLC. What's your thought? I know we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but people are asking today. What's your thought on DLC as a whole? Like, what's the point? What's the purpose of it?
So I love DLC. It gives us the ability to add 48 characters to the standard environment each year when we're doing our full rotation and we don't have a pandemic. But it gives us the chance to not only put things into the core sets and the big releases of booster sets and starter sets, but also introduce characters that are currently licensed that either are about to rotate out, haven't seen love in a while. We can give those characters back into the standard format on a monthly basis. So I can tell you the question or the requests were Mega Man and Cowboy Bebop the movie, correct? Mega Man, we definitely have had plans internally for, and we've made new frames for and all kinds of cool stuff. I believe we are hoping to release new Mega Man demo decks out shortly. But I don't know when that's going to be. There's so many cards in the docket right now. It's just going to be eventually. Just wait for it. And then in terms of Cowboy Bebop, we actually don't have the rights to the movie. We only have the rights to the series, if I remember correctly. So the movie rights are a whole different license. And that is not something that we currently have the rights to.
I will give the patented anything is possible.
Anything is possible. And that one's more possible than others because we're already working with Sunrise on the product.
Yeah.
I will say that that's like one of my favorite movies and like really like nailed me into just always loving anime because the graphics in that thing, especially for the time, my God, like that 7-Eleven scene, it wasn't, I don't think they're an official 7-Eleven, but they're in the gas station and you have the bounties suddenly in the gas station with them and that gunfight where every individual soda can was drawn and like bullet holes are shooting soda out of them and stuff. I was like, how did they do this? It's like
a lot of time.
How long did this one scene take to animate? Because they put so much effort into that thing, and it looked like almost real to me. I was like, how are they doing this? So, the Cowboy Bebop movie, it holds a really dear place in my heart for anime in general. It kind of nailed me in as a permanent anime fan. And I was already watching anime, but that one, man, beautiful movie. Beautiful movie. Good story, too.
Agreed.
So,
We're going to go ahead and move
Google,
on.
If you Google best anime of all time, at least in the last 4 years, Cowboy Bebop is always the number one result.
Really?
Yeah. Try it right now. Google best anime of all time and see if it's still Cowboy Bebop in the first result that you see in those pictures there.
As chat is Googling, I'm going to tell them about the third special we got of the day. We have our Mortal Kombat X bundle. Mortal Kombat booster display and a two-player turbo box. There are 10 of these available for $75. Normally it's like $120. $120. But nah,
Yep.
Never mind that. $75. Get you a box, get you a two-player turbo box. This is enough if you are brand new to the game to make a high-level competitive deck.
Yeah.
This is all you need.
Easily. At least one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were saying, so I did guess correctly. You were saying that there's a really expensive card in here. What card are we talking about?
We have Nutcracker in here over on Rochester. It's like a $65 card. Fatalities are about $50. There's some big hitters. A lot of good staple cards in this.
Players, why is Nutcracker the funniest sounding card of all time? Why is that so valuable? What makes Nutcracker a signature move in our game?
Nutcracker is one of those cards that is good anywhere that it exists in the board, right? On the field, it draws you an extra card. It hits extra hard if your opponent is a male because of, as the name suggests. It's fantastic in hand because it's got a solid 2 mid block with Breaker 2 because after getting Nutcrackered, you kind of slow your roll a bit. And it checks a 3. It's a 4/3 2 mid block. It's a low attack. It's off zone. This card does everything you possibly want it to. This card's fantastic.
This is one of those thematic things I was telling you about. It's a Breaker 2. Can you guess why it's a Breaker 2? Unless you're Lance Armstrong.
That's
yeah, it's funny. It's funny stuff. So the card's really good. It has fun game mechanics, fun design, and what happens if you're a robot character and you don't have nuts? I guess we'll say.
Inside of the game, the way it works currently is if you don't have a describer, if we're missing I don't know the best way to put this. If you don't have the gender symbol that Nutcracker is looking for, you still get the +4 damage. You still get smacked up.
Yep. It turns out it hurts robots too, and whatever else. And then in the future, that symbol is actually removed from the future character cards because there's a new frame, and it was kind of just clogging the card. Even in the cards we have right now, it's kind of an old school idea to have the gender male female symbols, like the classic symbols, or just GF or G gender M is how they used to do it. Obviously it's not only not PC anymore, but it's also just kind of clunky on the card. It just floats there in the artwork, so it never had a good place to fit. So the new frames just got rid of that, and it was also a mechanic that really rarely came up until we had Nutcracker. How often do you need to reference a character's gender in a game? Pretty much you don't. So
it's not really that important, honestly.
It is not. So we're just gonna
now when we're throwing hands
that anymore.
Let me check if chat has any more questions. I would love to facilitate those. Kind of talking a little bit about Mortal Kombat. This was a little while back, but I haven't really had a chance to do it. Jonathan Lohman says, will you be able to cross-play the Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter UTS games?
Yes, you will. That is actually the purpose of the system. So here's how it works. It's unlike in UFS where all the cards are intermixable. You still have to play with your character's fighter deck. So that fighter deck stays with your character. However, you can play, once it comes out, Mortal Kombat versus Street Fighter. And you will have a few unique mechanics between the two properties too. So there are some things in Street Fighter you can do that Mortal Kombat can't, and vice versa. For instance, I believe the finisher moves are like one of the big ones that Angry Joe is really testing out right now to make sure that those work properly, because finisher moves in card games, but games in general that aren't a video game are kind of weird because you're doing something after you've already beaten your opponent.
Yeah.
So the translation of the finisher moves is going to be a little bit different in the tabletop game, and they're still pitching different ideas on how to do, you know, all of them. For like currently on the table, it starts with everything in design, and it might shrink down. So it's like fatalities, animalities, friendships, harikaris, babalities. I don't. If you're Mortal Kombat fans, you know all these crazy finishers you can do, and there's usually multiple fatalities that you can do in the video game. Well, since graphics aren't going to be really necessary for this, that's not necessarily how this is going to work for the tabletop game. You'll probably just have your finisher that's part of your character.
Makes sense. Makes sense. We have a question from Joey Estranda that says, "Any plans on a set before My Hero?" This is from Facebook.
Yeah, so we were kind of talking about that. Was that pre-show?
That was in the pre-show, yeah.
In the pre-show. So tomorrow we're talking about My Hero Academia extensively. We have talked to our printer this week actually about trying to slot in a set right before My Hero, and yeah, we'll get into details. I'm not sure how much I can talk about that, but which property it's going to be, when it's coming out. Tomorrow it'll be a little bit more clear because I want to kind of give My Hero the limelight for a little bit. But that is definitely in the discussion, is to try to squeeze in maybe a set right before My Hero Academia.
I love that. We got another question, speaking of My Hero, from Aldry. Any character hints regarding the My Hero roster? I'm going to answer that. Tune in tomorrow. All the My Hero stuff is going to be happening tomorrow, including, once again, from Scott Summan, what gave you the idea of public play testing? That's from YouTube. We'll talk about that tomorrow. I'm excited. I'm excited to really dive in and really just listen, just to hear what Jason has to say about this.
I can definitely tell you where the idea came from. We've talked about it for like ever with especially with Ryan Pham, talking about design and stuff and public playtesting and just expanding playtesting. But the idea that like what really solidified it for me was the Discord involvement on the Street Fighter miniatures game and the Mega Man board game remake with Brad. Seeing how effective it was with Discord and then just putting things up on Tabletop Simulator gave me the confidence to know that it was doable in a reasonable manner, and making sure that we know that the play test means we're not inviting the community to create cards. We're inviting the community to test the cards we've created. Yeah. When we allow the community to think that they're making all the mechanics in the game, it's shown in the past to really hurt feelings when it doesn't get done with the ideas that people thought were the best ideas because it was their idea. Sure. As veteran game designers, we are fine throwing away our ideas constantly and knowing that we can make bad stuff. And so our feelings, the more you do this, the more you just don't get attached. You don't get attached to what you'd probably consider your baby or your creation. And so that can't be part of the public playtest, but the public playtest will be able to tell us is something overpowered or underpowered before it goes into the official meta. And I'll explain how we're doing that and why we're doing it the way we're doing tomorrow.
I would love that. Make sure you tune in. Make sure if you haven't followed on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, you do so. I can say it's really tough with, like, I'm trying to make my own fan set for a different IP, an IP that Jasco does not have for sure. And it's really hard to throw your ideas away. It's tough. It's tough to look at a piece of paper of like hours of work that you've had and be like, no, thank you, and then just like toss it over your shoulder and be like, done with it. It's really hard.
It used to be hard for me, and then I was like, whatever. I can expect to design any character plus any card at least 20 times. At least. And sometimes they don't even make it to the paper before I'm like, nope, scratch it. So it's just kind of the process. And some of the ideas I think are fantastic ideas. They just aren't fitting, or they're just not good for the game, or they're not good for the release, or they're not good for the whole plan of the set. And you just got to. And I actually stopped storing my ideas for later use too, because I realized I just don't use them. Anything that's a previous design, I'm like, this would be great later. I could just come back and stick it on someone else. That's never been the case. I've never actually been able to go and say, oh, this perfectly fits this character, because it never does. Like, I feel like I owe that character the justice of building them personally instead of going back and saying this mechanic works. So
I get that.
I'm too much of a perfectionist probably. So, and so when I do my own design, it's this is just how it goes. I will say I design very quickly, and I have design amnesia, and I forget everything I design immediately, which is actually great because I just keep going.
Yeah.
And I never hang up on my old ideas. I'm just like, and here we go. Oh, that didn't work. Here's another one up. Here's another one up. And I just pass it. And I can actually give our playtesters, 5, 10, 15, 20 versions very quickly of a possible character. And then if there's a big problem and I do want to fix the problem, because I go, we could make that work. It's just worded wrong. I'm going to try to make it work first and then test it and then go, stretch it. So
I love it. We've had some questions about Red Horizon, Jasco's individual or their property for all of their games, including things we've talked about. Jacob Massier says possible in UTS. We answered this a little bit yesterday, and the answer was maybe. Depends on what Angry Joe says. Correct?
Yeah.
Maybe a level 99 property or license. Because of how UTS is working, it's very much a 50-50 partnership with Jasco and Angry Joe. And so if both people don't give it the big thumbs up, then it's probably not going to happen. So if Jacob, you want to go and convince Angry Joe to toss level 99 into UTS, I'm sure Jason wouldn't mind.
Yeah, I mean, I won't mind. I can tell you it's probably not going to happen. But it's worth a shot, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Joe definitely kind of has his ideas planned out on where he wants this thing to go. Mm-hmm. And so I would say he really wants his childhood nostalgic IPs for sure before anything else.
Yeah.
And so that's where I would expect the things to go. And we at a time we were really excited to have Dragon Ball Z, for instance, in there, and then that just for licensing reasons didn't work out. We did have the license and everything was good to go, but it got really muddy watered with how many licenses were in our category for Dragon Ball Z at the time. So hopefully that'll come back up later, but that's for right now. That got a little messy.
Our big question is when's Superman coming in? I know he loves Superman.
He is a huge Superman fan, which means we'd probably be bringing in DC if that were the case. But I can't tell you. So obviously, if we had it, it'd probably be first because it's Joe.
For sure.
So it'll be one of those things that's going to constantly be in discussion.
John Stone from Facebook says, a question for Jason: when will the new Red Horizon UniVersus set be expected? Do you have a time frame that you're thinking?
Yes. So it's in our current 8-set upcoming rotation. It's possibly one of the runners for the set that could squeeze in before My Hero Academia, but there are a couple of choices there. I would personally like it to be that set, but there's one hang-up that could keep that from going. So we're gonna have some internal discussions on what that might be, if we can even squeeze that set in before the My Hero Academia official release. So there's your answer. It's definitely gonna be here. We want it in the meta at all times. Since it's our own brand and everything else. And we have been working, as you can see, towards a lot of Red Horizon development. We have the Natali statue that you saw yesterday. It's beautiful.
Oh, it's so stunning.
I really hope that our fans go and back that thing so we can keep doing those. That's really going to be our trial. We really need to hit that funding goal and hopefully exceed it to keep making this big collage that I want to make out of these characters, big giant battle scenes and stuff. I'm really excited for that. And they're all going to fit in this massive base for good guys versus bad guys and stuff. So if that works out, I'm really excited. But we are also working on storyline development, the comic book, getting it finalized. It's a 300-plus page graphic novel that needs a lot of work to finish up. And so, and obviously the design on the set and the character roster and all that stuff. So just stay tuned. Red Horizon is always really, really close to our heart. It's gotten pushed to the back burner a few times for licensing because of costs for licensing and the obligations to our licensing agreements. But it will ideally always be in our meta.
Man, thank you so much. You guys give me a ton of questions. I don't have to fake my way through it and be a terrible host. A question that I had, as well as Ben Stevens from Facebook: when is the Kickstarter starting for the statue? Do you have some sort of timeline for that?
So it's actually with the factory right now being quoted for final production quote.
Okay.
The STL files have been delivered. The only thing I have to do right now is provide our sculptor his agreement that signs the rights away for that property, because obviously it belongs to us. And as soon as that is signed, which should probably be Monday or Tuesday, then we'll have the quote and we can plan the Kickstarter out. It probably won't get a huge marketing push like some of our board games and stuff. We're not going to build it out for months because our core fan base is pretty available for that property. So I imagine you can probably see it going live in the next few weeks. And to speak to that product, we are looking into doing some accessory items with it. We're looking into possibly doing a metal card of Natalie that can be used as your starting character to go along with it as a collectible. I don't know how doable that is yet. We have to get that all taken care of with the factory. And if there's anything else you guys think that would be a really cool product to go along with it that's manufacturable, things like card sleeves are probably too much. They require really big minimum print runs. But if there's something that would go along with your statue that you'd like to see as to really add to that collectability, we are looking at doing 2 alternate posed heads for Natalie, one where she's in the pose that you've seen and one where her is cocked back laughing and pointing at you.
Ooh.
So you can swap heads on her is one of the plans. It might end up being a stretch goal because that head I don't believe has been finished. The concept has been talked about, and we have to make sure that it works, that it snaps in properly and doesn't look funny.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because the other thing about her head is she has the soul eye clear effect that's very thin, but since the statue's so big, it's actually not as small as it looks. But that thing has to also make sense when she's doing the alternate head pose. So, we freeze? We're still good?
I saw a freeze on my end, so it might have been me. My apologies.
Gotcha. Okay. But yeah, that was a good question. I think it's coming up here fairly soon. I would say, like I said, next probably 2 weeks, we could easily get that thing up and going. It doesn't require
amazing.
Approval, so that's beautiful. That's one of the things that speeds that process up. But yeah, in the chat, if there's anything you'd like to see with that Natalie statue that adds to the collectability and the beauty of being able to put that up on your shelf, that's something we can actually do, please comment, because I'd love to see what our fans want out of this. In addition to just having a cool piece to represent, I really hope people get into representing Red Horizon so we can do more and more and more with it, because I think it's a beautiful property. And these statues, one of the coolest things about them is they're going to be used as the style guide moving forward for the characters. So
I love that.
These characters have our T poses saved, so anytime an artist comes in, now they have a full reference of the character. So if I can keep doing this, it's actually going to just make the whole property look better and more consistent. That's
really, really smart. That's super smart.
Well, thank you.
Look at that.
Every once a year, I have a really smart idea.
We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna jump into our trivia. It's almost that time, and so Tim has transitioned us over. My question is one of the medium questions: which Mortal Kombat character from the UFS/UVS collectible card game has the resource symbols air, death, and fire? Is it Liu Kang, Striker, Kung Jin, or Scorpion? Who has air, death, and fire? Remember, it is the first person to answer on any of our social medias. You can type in the entire name or you can type in the letter. It's totally your choice.
What does our lucky winner win if they get this correctly?
They win one of the Mortal Kombat DLC packs that we have.
Look at that. You can get a free DLC pack that releases next week.
Yeah.
And then the other option is if you don't want to go all the way to our website, and you don't win this challenge, it is also available on the Gen Con store. It's one of the few products, I believe, that's available on the Gen Con store. I think
that's exciting.
It's at least one of the DLC packs, but I'm pretty sure it's this one. Evil Dead 2, the Evil Dead 2 expansion, and I believe this DLC pack is up on the Gen Con store because they only want new releases. So I'm assuming we're going to get a winner pretty quick on this one.
We are.
A lot of our players have these symbols memorized, so.
All right, so it looks like we have our winner. But first, I want to go ahead and get the... Oh, can we get the answer, Tim? Oh,
We are the answer.
we
It
are
was
the
us.
answer.
It was us the whole time.
I have the air, death, and fire symbol. No, the answer is Striker. It's Striker. That should be pretty easy because Striker is one of those cool characters from the DLC pack that you could be picking up right now, which is why Halexia555 from Twitch is our winner. Congratulations, Halexia. Make sure you get.
I thought this one might be a bit of a trick question since the players may not have memorized the DLC characters' symbols yet. And I also heard from Tim that people think that Stryker is my favorite Mortal Kombat character, which is absolutely false.
Yeah. It's interesting you guys spelled Scorpion with a K. Is it just because of Mortal Kombat spelled everything with a K?
It's probably because I can't spell and I wrote these, so my bad.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Hey, that's okay. We're gonna go ahead.
It's also the wrong answer, so maybe I was just giving you a clue. Huh?
Oh,
Huh?
oh.
No, I just felt bad.
Scorpion with a K is not even a character. Silly. We got about 10 minutes. We're gonna fill it with some more questions because you guys get some crazy good ones. I want to talk about Christopher Rines, one of the Omaha locals. He says, I want UniVersus to spread to more countries so I can play. Jason, you do a ton of work inside the U.S. We've branched out to a couple of countries. What's the future of the game look like taking over globally, worldwide? I believe Chris is over in Japan.
Yeah, our first goal, like obviously I know Chris is in Japan. And that's super fun, by the way, that he got to go over there. I think he's stationed there right now. But we are doing our best right now to first get to all of the English-speaking territories and with a foothold. I know that Australia has been on and off, Australia and New Zealand. And so getting that kind of like taken care of, we have to kind of go step by step. We can't just go globally or we're certain to fail. Yeah. So getting the UK with a good foothold, it's got players, but we really wanted to really grow there and shine. Australia, New Zealand, US and Canada. Canada is one that I think actually will explode as soon as our events start for My Hero Academia because we have a big marketing push for Canada.
Yeah.
And Canada is probably like our first step because it's close. And then all the other English-speaking territories. As well as the next countries we would probably hit would be France because it has a really good existing player base in some of their stores. Chile again because Chile has also had nationals and has a pretty good player base. And then moving into South America and the rest of Europe would be next. Getting into Asia is actually the trickiest, Japan specifically, because a lot of our licensing agreements do not allow us to sell to Japan because that's where they are located. And so they want Japanese companies to be the only companies that are selling these IPs there. The only workaround there is to get through a major Japanese distributor that wants to take over the running of the game in those countries, which is doable. So we could break into the Japanese market at some point, but I will say it's definitely down the road and requires approval from our licensors to allow us to do that. And most likely, and I can't quote this other company on this, but most likely, if it were to happen, it would be distributed through Bandai.
Okay.
Who's the leading toy and game distributor in Japan.
That's really interesting. Kind of backside information on how first Canada, then the world. You know?
Yeah, the first additional languages that I expect the game to be in would be Spanish, French, and German. And then we will get into more languages from that point. I would love the game in Japanese, and I would love the game to be in Japan because I actually think it would be a smash hit there. But again, it's the licensing on this because it's so many different countries. They all have their own companies, and they all have their own requirements for these brands. It is a little muddy water compared to other CCGs. The advantage to this, though, we have a lot of hurdles to jump when we're working with multiple companies that have their own rules. But the huge advantage to UFS and UniVersus is that our trend never dies. It's part of our business model that was taken through Sabretooth is that because we can always hop on the trend bandwagon anytime we want, we aren't going to suffer from what a lot of anime games and one-off video games and TV show games suffer from, especially in the CCG market, where they just don't have either any more artwork, or they don't have the drive that they had when their show launched, or whatever it might be. And then those end up killing these really good games. Some of them are great mechanics. I've loved a lot of the dead card games out there. They call them dead card games, quote unquote.
Yeah.
They're clearly not dead. I kind of hate the way that that's said, but the games that don't have releases coming out anymore.
Correct.
Our game can't have that problem because we have infinite IP to add into it, and even if it's not licensed, Red Horizon can last forever as well, and then Grim and Wonderland as our other IP, and we
even got a comment on Facebook that says just change UFS to the Red Horizon trading card game for Japan. So yeah.
It could, and I actually think that the look and the feel of that IP is strong enough for its own brand as well.
I agree.
I didn't know going into it that it would be as popular as it was, but it actually turns out to be one of the best received properties that we have, including our official IPs, which is awesome. It's great to hear. I don't think it's a My Hero Academia by any means.
No,
but I do think it holds its ground with a lot of our video game IPs and our anime IPs, which is awesome.
Just looking at the Hunt for Spiders and Dragons art, you're just like, oh man, look at how sick this looks. So yeah, for sure, easy to see.
Yeah, I think we did a good job getting great artists on there. Not everything is gold, obviously. You can't always have perfect artwork and stuff that I think is like the best thing there. Sometimes we suffer to our deadlines for quality. Usually not. When we get ahead enough, it's not a problem. But either way, I think it did get around the look that I was going for. It's a little bit more sexually risque than I probably personally wanted, and we had other people helping with the design of it. And Genzomon from the get-go, the artist, he actually got to create his own character in EVA as part of his gift for doing the entire first Red Horizon artwork set. So EVA's like way more 18 plus or 17 plus than any of the other characters, and we have Succubi in the game, so that gives you kind of an idea of where that character lies. Especially for being a minor, she is not. I mean, she's like a 16-year-old high school kid, at least at the beginning of the story. Eventually, she's more like a Lady Gaga, I guess is what they call her. But
yes.
But that character is probably going to get a costume rework later down the road, just so you're all aware.
That'd be fun. I think that's not a bad call. Just to like, even as like the game expands and explores and adapts into like the new world, like that is. I mean, everybody gets costume upgrades. Everybody.
Yeah, and before we get into our next special, on the same note, directing the artwork for Heidi was actually very interesting. It was a character that I really wanted a strong female character in the game. Mm-hmm. In the universe, and the artists kept making, like, I specifically was like, I don't want like massive boobs on this character. Yeah. It's a weird thing to talk about in art direction because we do end up having to talk about anatomy, and crotches and stuff like that. But I was like, I just want like this militaristic genius mechanic and engineer in the game, and she happens to be a German female engineer. And I was like, I kind of like this costume and this look, and I went through like 2 or 3 iterations of, can you please reduce her breast size? Can you please reduce her breast size? And what we have now is the breast size after like 3 reductions, and it still seems like it's like unrealistically large. And it just, due to time constraints, I couldn't even get it reeled in any more than that. And I'm like, it's pretty unfortunate, but that's how she is now. And I guess if you're a fan of that look, then hey, there you go.
There you go.
But it's unfortunately, I think an overwhelming percentage of our characters in that brand. So hopefully we can get some more like realistic proportions on future looks and kind of upgrade the clothing as well. For some of them now, I don't think the Succubi are going to look any more covered up moving forward. Yeah. But I think we're going to look into some special costume additions to some of our characters, especially Zoe. I think Zoe has a really cool possible rework that we've done with Nicole Cepeda. Internally, and we're just going to kind of reapproach some of these costumes to make them look a little bit more fancy, give them a little bit more character, not necessarily just covering up the risque stuff, but just giving them a little bit more personality to their look.
Not to mention, it'd be fun, just like with the Cammy alternate art, to like sprinkle in some alternate costumes for these these cards. I think that'd be really neat.
Yeah, I do love the idea of doing like holiday costumes. I've always liked those. Like holiday stuff is fun. Yeah, you have holiday cheer where there's a funny story behind that card I can talk about later of just like what's actually happening in that scene. But then we have like Nicholas the Saint in Cole 45 from like a throwback to the old UFS, and
we're gonna talk about him.
Yeah, there's some fun like holiday cards out there for sure. So it's 11 o'clock Pacific now, which means it's time for our fourth special of the day, and this looks like it's a huge one.
This one's massive, and people are gonna have to get it. Like they have to.
Well, yeah, because there's only 3 available.
there certainly are. We are going to be talking about. This is a big one. It seems like a big cost. $250 for one copy of each rare and ultra rare from all of 7th Cross. Now, you are saying, Tam, $250, that's a ton. But what I have to tell you guys is there are so many staples inside of these rares and ultra rares. If you are not picking up Dragon Tongues right now, Combat Ash is going to murder you. He's going to sit back and he's going to laugh behind his wall of assets. Dragon Tongue is going to be so crazy important. Cassandra and Ash, arm in arm, are going to laugh. Not to mention, people are still sleeping on the Bastion Stance Power Flip Wombo combo that exists that rips your staging area apart. People are sleeping on all these 7th Cross cards because they only work with Gauge. 7th Cross is on set. That is incorrect. That's wrong. You're wrong. Take it from a professional. I do this every single week. This is a fantastic deal.
You should explain your last name and how it relates to what you do professionally.
I was bred for this. My last name is legitimately Cardwell. Superman plays cards good. I play cards well. Man, I do this every single week, and I gotta say, I keep coming back to these important staples from the rares and ultra rares from the 7th Cross set to just sprinkle in. And they're such beautiful, amazing tech choices. And just having the option of all of them, it's super good. And it's first come, first serve. We've only got 3.
Yeah, 3 available. It's one of everything, rares and ultra rares. So instead of having to go and buy at least 4 booster boxes to get all that stuff and getting lucky and pulling exactly what you need, there you go. You just get it. I don't know what the singles value is of this because I don't buy singles, but it's probably somewhere more than $250, I would imagine.
I can tell you, if James, my partner for TCGU, was not at work, I would be texting him right now to buy all 3 of these, and just snipe you guys.
So there you go, everyone. I'm not sure how long these are going to be for sale because, like I said, there's only 3. But there they are. And I told you we'd have a lot of UniVersus stuff today leading into our topic. So we do have a lot of our sales. As you can see, so far, 3 out of 4 of our sales are UniVersus related today, leading into this big topic. Not entirely sure what our 5th one is off the top of my head, but I'm sure we'll get there relatively soon.
Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
And this is also going to be entering into our second medium trivia question when we get to the end of this 30-minute segment. So get ready for the questions to become a little bit harder. I might not have answered them in the show, essentially. The easy ones are like a 50-50 guess, and I probably told you the answer if you listened.
True.
The medium ones, I definitely didn't tell you the answer, but if you follow us and you're a fan, you might just know them. The hard ones, you'll probably have to look something up. I imagine you'll need to go use that internet of yours, unless you're just, in tune with everything Jasco. And I don't expect everyone to be. There's a lot of stuff going on here. I don't even know all the stuff that's going on half the time. And I'm the one that's supposed to do that. That's my job. So there's a lot going on. So with these 7th Cross cards coming up, what are some things that our fans, our commenters out there would like to know about 7th Cross? Because that set I mentioned previously was one of the more terrifying sets to bring out into the meta. From a designer point of view, we introduced the gauge mechanic and took a well-loved mechanic of stacking versions of characters, and took it to the next level in this set. And I got to tell you, the entire time I was having some anxiety about how this could break the entire game. Luckily, it didn't. We tested it very carefully, and some of the stuff's super good. Don't get me wrong. I mean, some of these characters are pretty nuts, but it doesn't seem to have really broken the game entirely, which is good. At least not yet.
I completely agree. I think the big thing about Seventh Cross is that, and the gauge mechanic as a whole, is that it's still here. I was really, really nervous when I saw Gauge. I loved it. I absolutely loved it, and I was really nervous that it was going to fall off. But like Amy being in the game, Suzaku from the Yu Yu Hakusho set being in the game, it's like it's really, really fun seeing this mechanic, even for the DLC, right? We've got Noob Saibot that has Gauge. I believe Wen is going to have some Gauge.
I apologize. That's one of those things with Noob Saibot. This is before we, came to the decision that we probably need 2 copies of our characters in there. You unfortunately do need probably 4 DLC packs to play that character properly. I mean, you don't have to, but, it's a thing. So keep that in mind. We're going to solve that problem later. But with this DLC coming up, releasing next week and currently on sale here in a couple different formats, he's a Gauge character. And Noob Saibot's one of my favorites because I like all the ninjas. Yeah.
I got a question from Twitch for Halexia555, one of our winners today. Who is your favorite Seventh Cross character? That's easy.
My favorite?
Yeah.
Oh, man. From game design, I think I like... I like a lot of them. Dijonette is one of my favorites, and Selinka. They're both really cool. Selinka had like a couple of different alternate designs that could have been really awesome, but we didn't go that way. We were going to go a little bit more thematic in the design at first, and use like phrasing that told a story in the game mechanics themselves, and using like the transformations and stuff. It ended up being something we decided just probably is too complicated to explain. They do that type of mechanic in Force of Will, I believe, is the way that they word some of their cards, if I remember correctly. It might have been that game. But yeah, those would probably be 2 of my favorite current characters. And then I never remember the guy's name, but the guy that uses the trains, planes, and automobiles is like, obviously super hype. He's expected to possibly come out in a DLC in the future. Always forget his name, and I apologize to Brad every time because I'm just like, I don't remember this guy's name.
Tim says Minato. Tim, our producer.
Yeah, Minato. Yeah, he's on our wall in our playtest room. Literally, we have artwork of him because he's that cool, and he wasn't even in the set. So, he's a really sweet character, and I can't wait to see what kind of designs we come up with for him when he releases, because that's such a he was originally going to be one of the possible Red Horizon characters that Brad wanted to help us design into Red Horizon, and I thought it was too off the wall. And then now I love it when it's not in our world, so I'm like, man, maybe I passed the buck on that one a little too soon.
Yeah, I dig it. That's really cool. So when it comes to Red Horizon and the gauge mechanic, what made you like the word gauge? That's a mechanic from Exceed, correct?
I believe it is. Yeah, I believe that's the word that they used.
And so when it comes to introducing a new mechanic into the game, like a big one, like the ones that I've had in my lifetime were tech, which is just a keyword attribute as opposed to an effect. EX, I was there just for EX.
EX was a new one, yeah.
And now Gauge is the newest mechanic that I've had. How does Jasco internally, design-wise, go about, hey, let's try to introduce a new keyword?
There's usually a very huge debate on whether or not we should add keywords or remove keywords from the game pretty much every set. There's a kind of a split in our designers of more keywords are good and fewer keywords are good. And I'm on the more keywords band camp. Because I think it really allows you to focus characters into a specific strategy without worrying about the greater meta as much. So you can really kind of like explore powerful abilities that aren't going to get broken as fast.
Yeah.
And I really like that. I mean, a lot of card games have, in our game we call it keyword spaghetti, where there's keywords all over one card. But there are other games that have like infinite keywords, and like Magic the Gathering, for instance, when it's around that long and they add keywords every single set, and a lot of them do the exact same thing as previous keywords with a different name. You just have to get to the point where you have to memorize too much. And so we don't want to be quite to that point where there's so many keywords that you have to memorize everything. And keyword abilities are really where that comes in, because at least in our game, keywords and keyword abilities are two different things. Keywords don't have a mechanic attached to them.
Yeah.
They're also not italicized. That's the easiest way to tell if you're looking at the card itself. If it's a keyword ability, it's italicized. If it's a keyword, it's not.
And in the new UniVersus set, the cards actually have keywords versus keyword abilities actually have different colors.
Yes, that is correct. In fact, we color code now anything that is an enhance is a certain color, and that includes the keyword enhances. Mm-hmm. Anything that's a response is a certain color, and so it's the response enhanced, or responses, I guess, response keyword abilities.
Yep.
Like reversal. And then you have your form color. So yeah, there's the colors are now coded to the type of ability.
I'm trying to think what UniVersus card we had that's a form.
Probably none. We've been kind of keeping away from form abilities lately.
I think that's true. I know. Let's see if I can test my memory. I want to say enhances are orange. Responses are green?
I believe green. We have green, blue, and orange right now, so its forms are probably the blue ones.
Yeah. And I want to say the keyword ability, or keyword traits, excuse me.
When you say orange, it's actually red fading into orange, so it's kind of like a red-orange. I'm
sure you've looked at it way more than I have.
Well, the new ones have I don't know if the old ones have this, but the new cards have a range of color. So.
Okay.
Which makes it way complicated to lay out. Unfortunately, my designers hate that I did that. But.
You know who has a form? Win from the Street Fighter, or excuse me, the Cowboy Bebop DLC coming out after the Mortal Kombat.
So it's not like forms are gone. What we've decided is forms are, when you're a new player, it's actually really hard to explain what a form is.
Yeah.
And there's not like a better word for it either, like, because you can't call it an action because that's a card. So you're taking a move, essentially, is what a form is. And but it doesn't have to be a card to be played from your hand, and that's what confuses people. So the form abilities are literally like taking the place of what you would usually play a card in that time frame for. And so because they're a little confusing when you're learning the game, we've shied away from them on especially things like inset, but like DLC is a little bit more acceptable, promos are a little bit more acceptable, because once you've played the game and you're to that level, form won't be confusing anymore, or hopefully won't be. I personally, it took me months to figure out like why form worked the way it did. I know I played the game wrong for like the first 3 weeks that I played the game.
I'm sure we all did.
But I also had to learn it from the like legal document that Sabretooth Games released to me with no YouTube help or anybody to tell me how to play. So I was doing a lot of stuff wrong for a while.
Yeah.
Mostly because that first rule book was written pretty poorly. No offense to whoever wrote that, but it was a little rough to follow. So eventually I got it, and I had to ask a lot of questions on the forums back then.
For sure. Let's talk about your interactions with Level 99, Exceed, and the World of Endines, right? Or BattleCon as a whole.
I have a World of Endines box right up here. Next to my Tides of Vengeance booster box that's sealed. Box that's sealed.
Are there any big plans to do some more cross-promotion collaboration? You guys seem to have a really great partnership with lending out and borrowing more IPs. Could we see another DLC or something in the future?
Yeah, we're in the middle of a product right now. It's not a DLC, but we're in the middle of the Mega Man remake for Mega Man the board game. Originally, it started as a remake. It's probably going to end up being a new game entirely because it just works out better that way, potentially, depending on which version of the game we're working with.
Sure.
But we're making a new Mega Man game, nevertheless, and that's going to be a collaboration with us and Level 99 Games with Capcom. And then I believe we do have a 7th Cross DLC planned at some point. I don't remember when, which is where Minato is going to come in. I believe is his name. That I now know again.
What about the Firefly lady in the jumpsuit? She's got Firefly Gunner. She's the coolest looking character in the whole set. IMO.
I can't remember who the 4 characters are in the DLC, to be honest, except for Minato.
Lucia is what my producer is saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm into it.
She does look super cool.
She does. She turns into a big fireball. She's cool. I got a question in the chat. Which anybody, if you've got any good questions, I'm trying to write them all down. You guys are blowing me up today, and I love it. KS Natari says, Jason, what set got you into UFS? Signed 2006.
So it actually wasn't a set. It was the very first demo decks of, I think it was like Chun-Li, the Chun-Li demo deck.
Mm-hmm.
Set like 1, I think it was. So I played the demo decks, and since I was a stockist for Sabretooth games, they actually sent me demos and promos and stuff for all of their card games constantly in boxes because we sold a lot of their product.
Yeah.
And so we got back then we got it was I actually still have the box, strangely enough, with exactly what they mailed me. It came with the Chun-Li starter deck and whatever the other starter deck was that came with that, and then it came with a whole bunch of Warhammer 40K promo packs and booster packs. And for the card game that's no longer a game, and it came with a little bit of Warcry stuff from the Warhammer Fantasy card game, and I cracked that open and learned to play right out of that. So it wasn't actually a real set that I learned from, but it was like at the very beginning, and then I didn't start playing actually competitively until the very beginning of probably 2009, which was a rough meta, if you guys remember.
I'm sure we'll get into that in a bit.
Yeah, it was like right when the 3-point stars were rotating into 4-point mixed stars and then rotating only into 4-point shurikens. And we had like major bans and then a big rotation throughout that whole time when I was playing competitively, going to regionals and stuff. But I knew the game for quite a while before that. I got super serious in it just about that time. Like end of 2008, beginning of 2009. I can't remember exactly when. I started playing in tournaments and traveling and really fine-tuning a deck to not just know how to play and sell it in my store, but to actually like be good at it. And I got really hooked on it, obviously.
Yeah.
The more I played, the more I wanted to play. It started out pretty. It was a pretty big learning curve at the beginning, and I think we've done a good job, like getting that curve to flatten out a little bit. With the way that the cards look and the way that we lay out the rule books and everything else. And obviously we have YouTube now, which is very helpful. A lot of people, like I saw a cool 6-hour learn to play UFS yesterday from some reviewers, and I wanted to watch the whole thing, but I didn't have 6 hours. But it was really fun watching them just like go through the steps of learning.
Team Covenant, I think.
Yeah, so you saw it too. It probably shows up on all of our UFS player streams.
Yeah, for sure.
or feeds. I mean, if you're on Facebook and you play UFS, it probably just automatically showed up. I know they had like 1,000 views almost immediately, so that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, that's kind of when I got into it. But it's my history of the game actually goes back, I would say, to the Warcry mechanics, which is where I learned the core of the game in the enhanced step and back then called the combat phase. And the combat step, like not combat phase, but the combat tactics is what you would play, which are the equivalent of an enhance. And a war cry would be the equivalent of a first E. So I was really used to the back and forth play, which I loved about war cry. And war cry added a positioning of your cards being important because you had a front line and a back line, and what your cards, where they were and what they were doing was really important to how you played that game. And then coming over to UFS, learning that about, I'd say 30% of the mechanics were straight up the same, like the check system compared to the roll system and the enhanced step compared to the combat tactics being just straight up exactly the same mechanics was really helpful for me to get into it and kind of helped me with that learning curve. And then learning the massive difference of how the game plays after that, which is leaps and bounds more than Warcry at that point, because you're not controlling units. You have your character, and then kind of getting it behind that whole idea. That's where I had to take some adjusting to get to the game. But I would say the mechanics, the core mechanics, I was kind of prepped for since like 2001 or 2, whenever Warcry came out.
That's fair. I'm gonna hit you with a couple rapid fire questions.
Let's do it.
That's what I'm thinking. Sniper Claw 52 from Twitch says, have you ever been approached by the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger titles for licensing for UFS?
Yes, we have. So before it was purchased by Hasbro, I was talking to a guy named Jason that was running their licensing division for, I think it was Saban. Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we were pretty close to getting them the Power Rangers license before Hasbro got it. And now
Dang.
Hasbro owns the Power Rangers, so that's probably off the table now.
Dang.
I know
One day.
Renegade did get the miniatures right, so it could still be a thing. But I feel like they were kind of doing the same thing we were. They probably got the rights while it was in transition, and so it was just kind of a carryover. But I'm not 100% positive on that.
Jesse Allen says, "Who's your favorite character?"
In what?
That's a good question. Let's stick with Red Horizon because it'll jump on to
Red Horizon. My favorite character in Red Horizon, in the story is probably Super Skullman 33. I just love. He's hilarious, man. Like, designing everything about his story was such a blast. Like, you just laugh the whole time because he's a big comic book fan that thinks he's a comic book character incarnate. And it's like none of the actual things that he thinks are true, and that's the best part about it. Like, it's beautiful. So he would be my favorite story-wise character for sure. He just like adds this great lighthearted like craziness, and he always is in the right place at the right time, but doing the wrong thing, promoting the wrong side as the good guy. He always thinks the wrong thing is the right thing. And he's really gung ho about Vincent Gray in America and all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you're a little off, buddy, but you don't know anything. You're just a high schooler or whatever. He's really cool. To play the game, Lily has a really close place in my heart mechanics-wise. I loved playing Lily, even though she would get wiped out when I played against good decks from Red Horizon 1. I thought I could play her really well. And then Caden as well for game mechanics. I loved playing Caden. He's really simple, and he does probably have like a competitive ceiling, but he can get close to, like, he can definitely top. And he hits like a truck, and I love his story too. He's blind, which is one of the things that happens. You can notice that Eva also has a mechanical blindfold on. When you're one of these experimental super soldiers, part of the side effects is your eyes explode in the process. So what he's done to adapt for his blindness is he has supersonic hearing and uses these 1,500 pound or 2,000 pound bells for sonar and just smacks people with them too.
Man, that's really cool. I had no idea what the bells are for.
Yeah, so like if you look at some of the words on things, you'll see like sonar type. There's always the ripple effect from the bells, and that's how he can see where the opponent is at. He clings these bells and just beats the crap out of people with them, and it's awesome. If you can imagine someone lifting these probably copper iron bells or whatever they're made out of, that are in the thousands of pounds, just one-armed, and then throwing them at people, that would kill the normal human being for sure.
Yeah. Speaking of Caden, Ben Stevenson says, is there any news on the theoretical Reese versus Caden starters mentioned a few weeks back? This is from Facebook.
Yeah, so those are designed and done. They just need to be put into new frames and then uploaded, and that's just something that our team is trying to get into the priority.
Okay, I love it. Jesse Allen from YouTube says, with the SNK cards being legal in retro, is there going to be a new SNK license? We touched on that a little bit. And if there was another license, would we get cards from the older sets coming back?
So I can't speak to that yet because I don't know. Even if we talk to SNK, I have no idea if they promote KOF 13. SNK is actually owned by a new company. They're based out of China now. I still think most of their operations are out of Japan. But SNK Playmore no longer exists. So I don't know what they have the rights to be honest. I'm not sure if they just have everything from the past or if they're only promoting their new stuff based off of the old stuff. I have no idea. So sometimes I just don't know, I guess, is the answer.
My last big question, and then I think I'm going to hijack the whole last section because I think people actually are eating this stuff up. When is the graphic novel coming out for Red Horizon?
As soon as it's ready. There's not going to be a date on it until it's ready to go. And I have a lot of approvals and checks and balances on that whole thing. So not only is it art direction that I'm kind of in part taking in because it's my property. Mm-hmm. So we have an art director, but then there's also me as like another art director. So it's almost like a whole approvals process in the time frame. The writing is very, very important to me, and I've rejected the writing like infinite times at this point to make sure that the story is perfect. So once it's perfect, it will be ready to go, but I'm not going to put it out there until it's ready. So it's a kind of a big project. The graphic novels, I think it's 320 pages for just the first story introduction.
Wow.
which is the equivalent of like 10 comics, I think.
Yeah, that's a ton. That's a ton. We're going to go ahead and we're going to push it to our, thank you for the rapid fire questions, for our trivia question for you all there, the good people.
Hang on.
This one's awesome.
Before we get into the trivia question,
Yes.
Tim, our producer, how many of those 3 rares and ultra rare kits are left? So just in case people are watching and want to get a hold of those, because that is our special of the 30 minutes right now. Do we still have any? We have all 3. Hey, there you go. So if you want them, now's your chance to get them. I imagine that those will not be there very long. So just keep an eye on those. If you can get them, now's the chance. I know that it's like 11:25 a.m. and people are at work. So this will be restreamed, and then at that point, I imagine they'll just be gone. So.
The fact that people are sleeping on Dragon Tongue is a travesty. It is I think the tech attack that will define the next meta.
All right, so let's get into our trivia.
Yeah, speaking of 7th Cross, our question is, what was the company that created the world and IP for the 7th Cross? You got to let us know. You have to fill in the blank. Let us know across all 3 platforms. And the fun part about this is we've got 5 lucky winners today that will receive a free booster pack from the 7th Cross set.
Awesome. So 5 people could get this right. So
yeah.
I guess you could copy someone and hope that you're copying the right cheat sheet.
For sure.
But ideally, like, we'll probably pick from each platform first and then see who's a straggler.
I agree.
I imagine. I can't put words in our producer's mouth, but I'm imagining that's what I would do.
Looking at Zolt reminds me of just like how fun that character is.
Yeah. So have you built all the characters from 7th Cross? Have you tried out?
Funny enough, I think I've actually built every single character that's in standard currently.
Wow, that's some dedication right there.
Yeah.
Is this just coincidence, or is this something you kind of like do for your homework on purpose?
So this is something that I do. I mean, I run a YouTube channel, and I want to educate the good people. Out on the YouTube channel, our goal is to have a deck match and profile for every single character under all 3 symbols. Right. And so we all take turns building every single deck. And so I want to say the most recent version of Zolt that I made was a chaos version that played a ton of multiples. You can play what is that card? Ancestral Quiver that says anytime that my opponent plays a card, they burn an additional damage. And so all of my multiples ping you for 1. If you block them, they ping you. Shell of a Proud Man says response commit after you don't block my attack. I hit you for another 2. And so now all my multiples are doing 3 damage instead of 2. And it just whittles you down.
That's fantastic. So have you found that there are characters that are under the radar right now because you've been playing all of them that are actually really, really good that haven't seen competitive play?
Ooh, I think it's really interesting because of you guys cleaning up the meta with the ban of both Downward Spiral and Shadow Slice. Back when that card was legal, Shadow Slice, I thought Morrigan was like a secret A, possibly S tier character. I thought Morrigan was insane. Looking at my UFS Ultra list, I think Astaroth is insane. I think Sophidia is crazy.
She is actually also annoying to play against. Like,
she's so annoying. She's just getting your whole board just committed for free. Her on reversal is crazy. Giving away some of James Stevens, one of my teammates' tech. Her playing Kurama's Ultra Rare. Why can't I think of it? It's got Rose Thorn something. Rose Whiplash.
Yeah, there you go.
Rose Whiplash. That card is insane in her. Just like block reversal. The new Raphael reversal from Raphael 2. The DLC that you guys can get from the Soul Calibur DLC right now, Raptor Rush. That card's insane in her. It's like a 5 speed that if you partial block, that you commit 2 extra cards. If you block at all, you commit an extra. Like it's actually not fair. I think that Twinkle Murdoch is actually very, very good. Twinkle Murdoch 2. Is one of my favorite characters.
Yeah, I was wondering what happened with Twinkle Murdoch because it's a hard deck to stop.
It certainly is, and with Crescendo from Tira's kit. Like, it's so easy. I was building. We just had a Distraction Destruction Crescendo deck that happened in our most recent campus championship. It should be live this upcoming week, I believe. That was just like dumpstering people because Evil Bad Checks is such a fun deck. Yeah.
So tell the people that aren't versed in UniVersus UFS what is unique about Twinkle Murdoch? Why are we talking about this character? Why is this a surprise?
Oh, so Twinkle Murdoch was a character that when she initially came out, she was a little over tweaked. She was just tuned a little too high. She had a once per turn negate in her hand, which, as everybody knows, negates can be played around, but can be a little unfun. And so we tweaked her back just a little bit, or Jasko did. I didn't do anything, whatever. We tweaked her back just a little bit and turned it into a once per game. And then people just were like, they crossed their arms and threw a fit and were like, it's not every turn. I'm not going to play her. Who cares? But when it matters, just hey, reveal my hand. Don't do that. I've killed you. Super, super good. Super, super good.
What's her win strategy?
Her win strategy? I think her win strategy right now is the Crescendo deck. Or Concerto, excuse me. But the win strategy that she has is a card called Distraction Destruction. It's printed inside of her kit that says, if my opponent has 8 momentum, which for anybody who doesn't know is like an additional resource that you get after smacking my opponent. She, as in her kit, gives you this additional special bar. But if you overload on it, if you get too much hubris and you keep all this momentum, she just has a win condition that says enhance, win the game.
Yep, that's pretty cool. People should know better when they're playing against her to not keep that stuff sitting there. But sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes you're like, oh crap, my power.
For sure. Oh. It looks like we have our winners, but we got to answer that question first. The question was the company that created who was the company that created Seventh Cross? And the answer is Level 99 Games. So our 5 winners from their separate platforms are: we have KS and Natari from Twitch. We've got the Lisa Studios, Tylea Studios. I'm losing it. Tylea Studios. We've got Arlognia. This Alabama schooling is coming in. Arlon Enigma. Man, 3 days, huh? From Twitch, thank you very much. Nick Reagan, thank you for the regular name. And Ben Stevens, thank you for the regular name. Woo! If I read out your name or some terrible version of your name, Tim will hit you up and will get you your prize of your bags. Thank you guys so much for working with me.
Yeah, congratulations to you 5.
As we jump into our third fifth deal of the day, excuse me. Wowzers, what a good one. We have got the Yu Hakusho booster display for $50. Take that half off. We've already had this one before. We've got 10 left. Thank you, Jasko, for putting up 10 more of these. These are crazy good.
No problemo.
This is one heck of a box. I think you got to buy this box. This has Spirit Shotgun. This has Toguro Brothers. This has Ice Dragon Siryu. This has Boulder Gimbu. There's so many amazing ultra rares inside of this kit. Every single one of these characters is super, super playable. I think every single one of these characters could easily go and win at a regional PTC level event. I believe that.
Yeah, probably.
Even the characters that like people think are slept on, like Byakko. I totally think you can go run with Byakko.
What was the box topper in this set? What was that?
The box topper was an action card called The Dark Tournament Looms.
Has anyone played that one yet? Because that's interesting. I haven't seen it as far as I'm aware.
I think it's really good in like good Earth throw decks. It also is just like a random draw one replace itself because you add the momentum, then you draw an extra card, if I remember correctly. So it's kind of like from my retro days, it's kind of like Surveyor, but kind of on steroids.
Yeah. Surveyor was a very popular card. A lot of people, I remember specifically Daniel Schussler playing the crap out of that card in the Snake Man.
Yeah.
the crap out of it. So Tim, I think he also loves that Surveyor. Is what he's showing us.
Yeah, Survey is great. Survey is super, super good.
So
I want to actually hijack this section, and
sure.
I want to talk actually about Red Horizon. We've got every time that we bring up the big old RH, the chat goes wild asking questions, and so I would love for you to give me just like a little bit of like a lore lesson. What is happening inside of like we could imagine this is the preview for the comic, right?
For sure. Absolutely.
There's so many like who's Baelcor? Baelcor is like one of my favorite characters in the entire game, and I get the fact that he doesn't like Vespera or Mei Lin. Like I get that for the Hunt for Spiders and Dragons. I get it, but what's his deal, right?
Okay,
Any of
so
these yeah, go ahead.
I can go through any of these characters and give you a rundown. So Baelcor is the general of Hell's army, or the Abyss in this case. We call it the Abyss.
Sure.
And so he kind of is like second, or I would say maybe third in command in the Abyss under Natali. So he was sent in to basically start this whole conflict in the first place years and years and years ago, sometime in the mythical past. So Mei Lian is the guardian of Earth. She's essentially Gaia, and she has these magical orbs, look kind of like Dragon Balls that float around her. She was entrusted to be Earth's guardian by her predecessor, and she was in a conversation where the Abyss and the Ether realm are able to come and interact with Earth, but they have a lot of restrictions on what they're able to do. They can't use their true forms typically in the Earth realm, and it's not called the Earth realm. That's the very Mortal Kombat sounding, but on Earth. And so what happened was she came down to negotiate with Mei Lian about a possible presence on the planet, and some things that they would want to do, because in this storyline the Ether and the Abyss obviously have this long lasting conflict against each other, and they interact in minor ways, but for the most part they don't like each other. When it's time, can wreak tons and tons of military style havoc, but they couldn't interact until this all happened. And this is like a pre everything situation. And what happened was this sort of ignited the emergence of all of these soulbound at once. So in the Red Horizon history, typically you have one great hero in any lifetime. One great hero that's selected, and usually selected by Mei Lian, to be the Earth's representative and hero and like guardian, whatever you want to call it. And they have special powers. It's part of their bloodline. And throughout their bloodline, once a great hero is born, multiple heroes can be born through this bloodline. And then they get the mentor of their previous heroes with them as a soulbound. And it's really cool. So with the conflict right now, typically there would be one soulbound at a time. And in this case, I believe the real soulbound was Vincent Gray. I think he was supposed to be the true soulbound of this time. And then we also have a new hero that came along later with Super Skullman 33, who is actually an original hero, which hasn't happened in thousands of years. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so Baelcor, that's his kind of role. He is Hell's or the general of the Abyss, as you can see by the cards.
Yeah.
And so he comes in and he's on that side of the fence. And Vespera is in this. So no one from the Abyss nor the Ether like Vespera. Vespera is kind of like a traitor for both sides. Nobody likes her. She was the princess of the Abyss at one point, highest ranking you can be before you become Queen of the Abyss. She was a Dark Angel succubus, just like like Natali, and Natali has always been this like great political advisor. What happened was Vespera had an affair with one of the Ether Angels during a political engagement where they were having a negotiation behind the scenes, and it was discovered, and so she was punished, and she got the ultimate punishment for the Abyss, which is to have her wings ripped off and replaced with spider legs, because she's now considered like a bottom feeder. She's no longer can fly. Instead, she's stuck to the ground. So she's kind of like a slave now. So even though she grew up as royalty and was going to be, a great ruler, now she's under Natali, and she's under everybody, and kind of just like, can be stepped on and treated however they want. And the other character that from the Ether side, he was executed.
Okay. What is up with Sebastian and Sasha being homies?
Yeah, so these are kind of our Russian characters, our Russian soulbound from that end of the world. Um, and so what's happened with them is they started out as kind of typical thugs and gangsters,
Mm-hmm.
running around just wreaking havoc, and then found out eventually that they had these like pretty miraculous powers. And so they became kind of unstoppable to the point where it got to the point where Sebastian started just getting bored doing this stuff. He was like, why are we still robbing banks and going on all these world adventures for no reason when it's like it's not a challenge anymore? Where Sasha's kind of the opposite of that. She loves this thrill, even with her powers and the fact that most people can't even challenge her. So they're currently in the story. They haven't had their big push in where they're really going in the direction of the storyline, and they won't have that for probably the fourth or fifth season. And the same thing happens kind of like Zoe's just in I think it was Blood Omen starts getting her real purpose in the story, even though she's kind of been sitting around in New Zealand. But so they're kind of just like going around keeping Sebastian wants to do something more with his life, and they haven't really decided like a side because they don't really know what's going on so much yet. And Sasha is just kind of wreaking havoc all over the place. So what's happening there is they're going to have a big impact later down in the story, but that's what they're doing right now is just kind of causing problems for the normal folk and stealing things and going on adventures.
I love it. I love it. Well, we actually it looks like we're running just a smidge late on time. I love just the idea of all these characters coming together in this really world. Makes me really excited for the graphic novel. Like really, really, really. But we do have one more trivia question to do before we jump into our seminar. And my trivia question is, oh, I lost it. These four characters from the Yu Yu Hakusho booster set for the UFS, UniVersus, CCG have either the Chaos or Orders resource symbols. Who has it? I need four unique characters. First person with four unique named characters. Who has the Order or Chaos resource symbols? Balance and Chaos.
Balance.
Order and Chaos. Who has these four resource symbols? The first person on any of the social media platforms that we have, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, to give me the answer of all four proper names wins the prize. And the prize is a free UFS booster box. A whole booster box of Yu Yu Hakusho. That's pretty hype.
It's pretty good. Pretty good for all you have to do is know a thing.
Yeah. You could even go look on UFS Ultra right now. Like you could. It's probably too late at this point, but you could have.
The internet is a thing. So if you don't just know these things, got that internet, that backup.
True.
All right, producer, do we have a winner? Our beloved Tim Freely, do we have a winner there?
Perfect. So it looks like our winner. First off, let's have the answer. The answer are Botan, Hiei, Rando, and Suzaku. Man, what fun characters. I love all four of these characters. Suzaku stacking extra dudes, Rando stealing your stuff, Hiei looking at his own momentum, Botan the random discard. Such unique characters, even though they all share at least two symbols.
Yep. They like the cool. I love symbols and how they have their symbol identity, but how it can be tweaked and changed, and the different symbols change the way they play. It's really cool. It's one of my favorite parts of the design of these, all the games and sets in UFS and UniVersus.
So before we go to our commercial break, I want to say our winner from Twitch is KS Natari. Thank you very much, you guys, for playing. We're going to hit a small commercial break. As you are watching the commercial, make sure you go out to the Looking Glass and check out all the deals that you have seen, whether you are here just now or you are joining us from the very beginning. Any deal that is out there or on Jasco's page is live and available for you, especially those 7th Cross rares and ultra rares. Wowzers, that's such a good product. So make sure that you guys you check out everything, and please we'll see you on the other half for the seminar. Catch you guys next time.
Thank you all.
This is the one we've been waiting for. Let's get started. Fight! We're in for an incredible fight. Will you be the last warrior standing?
Legend has it that it was written by the Dark Ones, Necronomicon Ex Mortis, roughly translated, the Book of the Dead. The book served as a passageway to the evil world beyond. It was written long ago, when the seas ran red with blood. It was this blood that was used to ink the book. In the year 1300 AD, the book disappeared.
You know how it is. You get together with your friends and decide to have a nice weekend in the woods. Maybe head up to the cabin, go for a walk in the woods. No city, no distractions. Just some time with your mates and your girl, Groovy. And then some evil darkness decides to crash your party, possessing people. And before you know it, the dead start rising from the ground, looking for this magic book, or perhaps just a tasty snack. The only hope to stop them is to find that book ourselves and seal the portal near the cabin. But be careful, cause the evil can get in you and turn you bad. And evil has its own plan for the portal, wanting to open it up and release deadites on the world. It's down to us to save the world.
There we go.
Thanks for joining us, Hector.
Hey everyone.
Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So tell us a little bit about this statue. This Natalie statue, and then I'll kind of give my feedback in and what the overall goal is for this thing.
Well, basically, I got a bunch of the official art from you guys for this figure. I have my own kind of basic human bodies, male and female, and of several different styles. So I looked for the art style based body that was the closest that I could turn into a version of what I see in the cards. I could have taken my Street Fighter base, but I took a different base character for her. And basically, I started kind of building the outfit on her, and then throwing on the hair. And I have my methods for building things like the wings and stuff like that. So all of this is basically kind of starting with the basic body, and then just kind of turning everything into the outfit that needs to go on top. So every piece of the character kind of gets built individually, and it can be kind of extracted from the body. So you have things like the little buckle here, and this gets made kind of as close as possible to what we see in the cards. And then this gets turned into the T-pose character, which in some projects with some clients, they have to approve the T-pose so that then it can move into posing. There are sculptors out there that work in pose, and they start basically with a mannequin, and they pose that, and they start building the outfit on top of it. Since I come from a background of working in video games, I'm kind of used to working with a T-pose, so I start building things from that. And like with her, there's still a lot of work to do. For example, like there's a lot of detail that's going to come into her horns. Her outfit has a bit of these Giger-esque sort of details going on. So there's going to be a lot of those little ridges and grooves that happen on the outfit. Yeah, we already have a few cards that we've looked at for the potential pose. So I'm gonna see if I can mix that and either take one main reference and pose that exactly, or do a bit of a mix of a couple of cards. And yeah, from there we keep tweaking. Over here, for example, we have her scythe. Yeah, the scythe was interesting to build because it's got like very organic detail, like the bones here, and then it has a bit more kind of hard surface, we call it, type of structure on the golden parts, and then it has these very kind of, again, I call them Giger-esque. I would guess that is one of the influences on her design. And so yeah, it's kind of doing a lot of these ridges and stuff like that, and then yeah, I'm gonna get that into pose and try to turn this into a cool statue. One of the benefits of having worked on Street Fighter is that I learned a lot about making effect into supports for the characters. Yeah. So we're gonna see what we can do for her, and as far as having her flying, but also having some supports and maybe some sort of energy effects going on. And yeah, I mean, I've worked on a few large statues before. I do a lot of statue work for THQ, for example, and so yeah, this will not be one of my first statues, but it's gonna be my first statue for you guys, for Jasco.
Yeah, we're really excited, and then even now we have some challenges with this character just because she has like a floating clear effect on her head, and we have to figure out how do we make that thing look normal because it's floating.
Yeah.
And then the ultimate goal here, and I mentioned this on our stream last week, is we want to make these models to where their bases and their poses can come eventually connect together into a big diorama. And so since she's the start, and she may even be like the center, I don't even know. We don't know where she is in the diorama yet. We haven't even gotten that far. So on our job next, once we kind of finalize this T-pose, is to storyboard what this diorama is even going to look like. So we'll have to sketch it out and say this character is going to be slashing over the top of this character, so when they connect together they work perfectly. And it's kind of hopefully a really like long-term project depending on the popularity from our fans. So I'm really hoping our fans really get behind this because we haven't done statues before. We've strictly done games and puzzles and some accessories. So this is going to be kind of a new territory for us, but it's not that we're not experienced in the medium. It's just a new product line. So
Celebrate over 30 years of the greatest fighting game franchise by playing in a whole new way. Welcome to Street Fighter, the miniatures game. Select your favorite fighter as you battle 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, and even in up to 6-player free-for-alls on stages inspired directly from the video games. Using beautifully detailed collector-sized miniatures, you vie to outmaneuver your opponents by knocking them into 3D terrain. outsmarting them by predicting their attacks, outplaying them by building combos for maximum damage, and filling your meter gauge for powerful super and ultra combos to end the match in victory. But the fun doesn't stop there. The boss modes adds this franchise's iconic villains, as 3 players team up to take on one overpowered boss player who will stop at nothing to crush all opposition. Through this exclusive Kickstarter's add-ons and unlockable free stretch goals, help us celebrate this long franchise's history with additional fighters from Super Street Fighter 2, Street Fighter Alpha, Street Fighter 3, Street Fighter 4, and Street Fighter 5. So what are you waiting for? Ready, pledge, fight!
The end has come. Challenge accepted. Fight! Excellent. There is a new king. Finish him. Flawless victory.
How are those commercials, huh?
I know, I love them. I was singing that Street Fighter song in my head. I just mentioned that.
So here's what's going to happen, everybody at home. We have gathered a bunch of special guests, well-known names throughout the UFS UniVersus years, to come and have a bit of a powwow, a talk, a remembrance. Starting with the OGs, all the way back from the legacy games, legacy time of the game, and talking about their experiences and how the game looked and how it has evolved into how it is looking at now. From there, we're going to move up the timeline into a more Jasco-centric, retro-formatted, the champs and the players that were really focused in there, all the way up to pushing to all the young pups, the new kids, myself included, for what standard looks like now. And so, without further ado, Tim, are you ready? No, he's not ready. I guess my first question would be, Jason, before we jump in and we've got 1,000 voices ready, how do you feel about the legacy of the game? And realize I'm going to cut you off whenever I feel like it.
Yeah, so to talk real fast, every era of the game has it's really memorable nostalgic moments. There's not a format for me particularly that I hate. There's just different things that I like and don't like about each one. as a player. I would say as like a leader for the company, there's certain formats that I definitely don't think I would want to bring back because of just the health of the game and where the direction of like a fighting game feels like it should be. But you'll get a lot of that with this first era, the legacy of the game, and there's some really interesting things here, like how offense and defense changes throughout the years in this game is really interesting, and even how the game is played, how many blocks are available. Did people even block with block cards at certain points? Because I remember when I started the game, like blocks were like, I don't need to block. I'll just use all these cancellation things and get rid of the attack entirely. Like there was points where I like, oh yeah, you can block attacks. So the game's definitely changed in the way you play it. How many foundations are out? How good attacks are? Everything has changed year to year to year. And the strategies, like discard was really powerful for a while. Evil was like God for a long time. Yeah. And the symbols you'll see kind of rotate in power level throughout the years based on what they do. But it looks like we might be ready for our first guest. We're still not.
No. Yeah, the thing about the legacy format is I've heard a ton of stories, a ton of ideas of like building up foundations is the way to go, and having 4 attack decks, which seem kind of crazy by today's standards, to the point where like the lowest attack count in a deck that I've seen has been 8, and that was the most recent
I can definitely chime in on that. The very first format, I don't think was 4 to 8 attack decks. The very, very first format was like, we called it orange card, blue card, orange card, blue card. That was like, especially when Absurd Strength came out. Like so there's eras of when certain cards were out. But I will definitely say the attack count went down and down and down, leading into the 4-point Shuriken format. And we can maybe explain, like we'll let the players explain what that is. The very first sets didn't have like watermarks or set identifiers for rotation. I think they actually intended it never to rotate at a certain point. And then they introduced the Shuriken system. And then we changed that system when we came in to a single set in, single set out rotation, which I feel is way more palpable.
So original UFS didn't have rotation at all?
Obviously not. There weren't enough sets to rotate.
Okay.
And then they started introducing what they called the Shuriken. So they put in the watermark behind the text box. They had a 3-point Shuriken was the very first introduction of this whole idea. And then what they were going to do is when there was enough sets made with 3-point Shurikens, they were going to get rid of all the cards without Shurikens. And they did kind of a weird transition for some period of time. Both were legal, and then they would get rid of one, and then it'd be 3 points only, and then it was 3 and 4, and then they'd get rid of 4, and it was 4-point only, and then they even went up to 5-point Shurikens. And so that's kind of how rotation worked, where a big block of your collection would actually just rotate out, which I didn't like as a player, and it's one of the reasons why we changed to a 10 sets total rotation, where it's like when one comes in, the last one goes out. You get to play with every set for this many years. Because what happened was the sets kind of at the end of a rotation didn't get to see a whole lot of play because they were going to rotate first, and that just felt bad to me personally, and I'm sure the community probably agrees with that. Since I was seeing it from the view totally as a player at the time, it's one of the reasons for the new rotation rules, and then changing the formats. And even back then, like they did promote a legacy format for a while under Fantasy Flight and Sabretooth, but it wasn't a major event. You could win like a retro game system that might have been used or something like that. There's nothing like prestigious like character cards and stuff like that. So the game definitely has changed throughout the years in a lot of different ways. And you're going to see that here as we start talking to our guests whenever they're ready to come on. It looks like we're still getting some guests to join. I think we got our first entire lineup set up, according to what I see behind the scenes. So that's awesome.
So I guess my question for you, Jason, and once again, I'm gonna cut you off when I feel like it. What was the main deck that you were well known for? Like when I first jumped in the scene, I was a Dr. Wily player. Like that was what I was known for. What about you? What did you gravitate towards?
I don't think I was well known for anything, to be honest. I think people didn't really know me. I just showed up and played. I commented quite a bit on the forums for a while under my orc avatar for Jasco Games.
That's right.
But realistically, like my decks that I liked to play were pretty gimmicky for a while. I played Rock Howard pretty competitively. My very first competitive deck was Valdo Mill, the same style that Omar Chavez was playing. And that I loved that deck, and it's really kind of shows how my play style is just awful for games because I like mill and control. So I have to design very differently than my actual personal play style. So, but I think Valdo is probably where I got really competitive and started playing a Valdo mill deck, and really liked that quite a bit. But that was like way after the sets had already come out, so that was years into it at that point. I think it was like 2008.
For sure.
Head.
I'm trying to think of what other questions I could possibly ask you, because for the most part, you're gonna be, you're gonna kind of be out of this.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you that I was not a big name in the game, so it was probably came to a shock for a lot of our players when I'm like, yeah, Jasco Games is taking over the game. This random dude that showed up to a couple regional events and then like 2009 Worlds, and then the game was essentially at that point like kind of saw a big downturn because of the super early rotation that happened in 2009. It was quite the strange event to be at for sure, and kind of the start of why we don't do our big tournaments at Gen Con anymore. Instead, we do different types of promotions at Gen Con, because it was starting to, it's just the beginning of starting to show that Gen Con was a very expensive trip for our players to go just play card games and pay for this massive convention that they weren't actually going to see. They were staying for all 4 days of UFS.
Yeah.
Which I felt was pretty unfair to the players. So we moved the events out of there for the big tournaments and moved in more like demo kind of stuff, or like box prizes, that kind of what Magic does. Similar stuff. Like it's not a good idea to do like a pro tour or a Worlds or Nationals at a convention when you're paying all this money to be at a convention.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, that you brought up the fact of Gen Con. Like, I've heard so many stories from these old players. Keenan Meadows, who I believe is going to be on later today, Dave Wagner, Matthew Piglet Turner, talking about like their Gen Con days and how awesome and exciting that was. And as I said on this program earlier, Thursday was my first Gen Con day. So I have a very, very different
as far as
understanding of Gen
I
Con.
don't think Piglet actually was able to make it on the show, unless that changed.
No, Piglet's not going to be here today, but I've talked with him because of, like, as we said previously on the show, again, the community is one big community. There's not a bunch of little it feels like everybody's got their own region, but as a whole, we're all a community. It's really, really cool.
What I really liked about early days UFS is East Coast versus West Coast was like a big talk, and East Coast typically dominated West Coast for a long time, but West Coast was considered the aggro coast, and West Coast was aggro, East Coast was like the control territory, but control like consistently won back then. But you kind of saw like the West Coast influence, especially with newer UFS. They called it New UFS for a while under us, and under James Hotta's newer design, started to move kind of more in that aggro. Being rewarded for attacking, being rewarded for playing more attacks in your deck, and being kind of punished for not running attacks in your deck in a fighting game. So,
well, let's get their opinion on it. Let's introduce our first three guests. We have Mike Lowe, Danny Fung, and Dave Wagner. Fellas, unmute yourselves and say hello.
Hi guys. I think I'm already unmuted.
Hey guys.
So give me the goal for this. We're 10 minutes behind what it is that we're doing. So I'm gonna give you your full time, right? Try not to talk over each other, but tell me, as somebody who's never played inside of the old format, what was the format like? Dave, we'll start with you.
Yeah, we'll start in order and just go around the table.
Well, I mean, I guess it kind of depends on where you draw that line. But if you're talking like pretty much anywhere within the Sabretooth to Fantasy Flight era, heavy control usually was like super, super good. And characters themselves were independently really strong, but like the set power levels were just all over the place, right? You could have sets that had like, say it's like a 99 card set, right? You'd have sets that had like 6 relevant cards. And then you'd have other sets that had like 45 to 50 like staples, basically. And it just kind of went all over the place.
Danny, how did that affect deck building for tournaments back then, with like sets being so, I guess, volatile with power levels?
It was actually kind of crazy back then. Like foundations were much stronger than they are right now, and attacks were a lot worse. So that generally meant like much more longer games and slower play. I remember seeing on the forums once that people were saying that Shadow Banishment wasn't that good because you couldn't play it on turn 2, but back then you weren't attacking turn 2. You were completely turn behind if you attacked turn 2.
I attacked turn 2.
That's kind of crazy.
So, yeah.
There were ways to do it, but yeah. So.
Yeah, attacking definitely was not common for the first several sets.
So, how because of how defensive these games were, did a ton of games go to time? Mike, what was the aggro defense ideas?
So rounds were 50 minutes, as opposed to an hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's that. You had 10 minutes less every round. So yeah, like every round will go to time. But usually it would only be like people would either try and win one game or go for a draw in game 3, or not too dissimilar to now, but a lot of win one game, stall out the next. Right? It wasn't too hard to do that.
Okay. And that's like a strategy you can have now, but not something that's like really.
Yeah. I've never liked control very much, so I always tried to play aggressive, and like you could do it, but you always had to push through a lot. Things like Yoga Mastery was not fun.
It depends on which side of it you're on.
Explain Yoga Mastery to our newer players. This card's nuts.
Yoga Mastery was a response. It was a 2/6, 4/6. It was a 4/6, I believe. Foundation.
4/6.
Yeah.
It said response after opponent plays an enhanced ability, negate add the top card of your deck to your card pool face down, negate it.
Wow.
So wow. You just had that infinitely.
Yeah.
We have that in standard currently with Yoga Inferno, correct?
This was a foundation though.
Yeah.
This was a non-unique foundation.
Yeah.
And then it commit.
Check the 6.
Yeah.
Like as a life player, I had to fight through that, and that was not fun.
So, Dave, what was your favorite part about playing back then when it comes to how the format worked?
I actually liked for more recent players, like there was no deadlock in old UFS. That's a pretty recent UFS concept. So you could get board states that were like 20 to 30 foundations deep sometimes, like if games went super long. And I really enjoyed having to navigate that, like that defensive minefield that you'd run into, and just kind of like finding little ways to pick that sort of giant amount of defense apart. You could play aggro in old UFS. You just had to do it in very specific ways. And a lot of your pieces weren't like aggro pieces that you'd see now. They were just control pieces that would be wall breaking pieces.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it just the game was just fundamentally different, right? Like was mentioned earlier, a lot of the strengths was in foundations and assets. Attack quality was way lower than it is now. But the exceptions to that attack quality rule were the things that everyone played, right? So yeah, it was just a lot different. So
Danny, same question. What was your like favorite part about playing back then?
Honestly, it was all the people I met back then. Meeting Dave for the first time, that was great. Like for the longest time, I always said like the community was the best part of the game. So yeah, that's my answer. But the game itself, kind of like what Dave was saying, like trying to find your solution to like the big problem that's presented to you of like 20 foundations, all of them doing their own thing, all of them like in a certain ways, like you just do the wrong move and you're just trapped for the turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was interesting. I definitely can't do that stuff today though.
Mike,
actually,
what's your thoughts?
That's what I was thinking before we get into Mike. That's how I was used to playing the game for so long. Going back to that ridiculous chess game is so hard right now for me.
I still love doing it, man.
It's fun. It's fun, but it's hard.
Yeah. So.
Well, yeah. So it was a lot of fun to try and fight through, like Danny was saying, and the community was the only reason we all stuck around. But the game itself was fun. It hit a point where you had the Grey Wars, which was block 3, which is right before FFG cut everything off. But they were very much pushing the idea of, maybe not intentionally, but they were pushing the idea of like build as much defense as you can and just kind of poke. When Paul Bittner won, when I won against Paul Bittner, he was running four attack Akuma, right? And Akuma had hack checks, and his attacks were Tiger Upcut or something like that, and it was a Sagat card. They ended up having their errata that's Sagat only, and then Worlds came up, and Paul had built Zime, and that was just four attack Zime.
Yeah.
Right? Because the entire idea is just wall up. In game 2 of the finals, when I won, game 2 was an hour and a half on its own. And I was playing Chun-Li. I was playing the most aggressive deck I could play in the format.
Man.
That Chun-Li deck is super good. There's like 9 of them, or 8 of them or something in one tournament where they didn't have diversity for some reason in Canada.
Yeah, the character was broken as hell.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's besides the point, right? The whole point was just how, like, even with an aggressive deck, if I didn't have the answer right then, I was just done. Right? Like, if it got past turn 3 or 4, I just couldn't win. Not against that kind of deck.
I love that.
I actually played in that tournament where Paul Bittner won, and I'm pretty positive my deck couldn't have stood up to him. I was playing Felicia aggro. I had like a 13 attack deck, and just trying to wipe you out by turn 2 or 3, so before you could get that wall up. And then I did have late game answers and stuff, but his deck was polished to the most defensive tee I've ever seen. It was a fun game to watch Phil Hill and him.
Yeah, it was actually his first match in top 8, and I did not beat that deck. I was playing Hill back then.
Oh yeah, I definitely played him in singles in rounds, and I was his only non-win because we drew, but it wasn't like an idea. We went to game 3, and I was playing Fio, and I was confident that if I played him in top cuts, I would win, but I can't do math, and thought I had less luck than I did when I lost in the final round and scooped to John Hare when I had a single life left. He had no cards in hand, no cards on board. Good times.
So those are lessons learned as a card player for sure.
Oh yeah.
What skills did you, having played in that old format, have translated to newer UFS UniVersus formats? What have you learned from, like, you guys are obviously here. I recognize all of you. Why are you still playing the game at such a high caliber?
Who we
Dave.
start? Dave.
Okay. I think probably you, like, again, that giant board state thing that only comes up occasionally in current UFS. That's just a skill set a lot of more like modern UFS players that have come in like let's say like the post Bebop era, right? They just don't have that, right? Or it's something that comes up in one every like 20 or 30 games for them, so they just don't have the practice.
Yeah.
And for some of the more old head players, some of that stuff is just muscle memory, right? Card analysis too, just because we've been around for so long, right? It's a lot easier to just kind of take a snapshot of a set and say, okay, this is really strong. This is probably on the weaker side. And you can kind of cut out the chaff easier, I guess. And defense, just like, and defense is the hardest skill to learn in UFS anyway. And just getting reps and reps and reps and reps and reps of having to like grind out defensive matches. That skill hasn't really changed super drastically, even from that era. It looks different, but like the fundamentals of it are pretty much the same. So yeah.
Daniel, what do you think?
I am completely living off of muscle memory at this point. I was like, my last tournament is I just looked at a character, I wanted to play it, and then Quan Chi did it better, so we just made that deck, and that's how we just went with that. And I just grinded out some games because we actually have a local now. It's been popping up again in the GTA area, so I was able to play there for a couple months and got all the kinks out, and that was pretty good.
That's awesome.
Now, I've definitely made some mistakes since then because, like, like running actions back then was very weird. Like anything over 8 and I start feeling a little weird. Like I just don't feel like confident about it. So it's like struggling, like I'm transitioning a little weird, but it's fine.
Mike, how about you, buddy?
Yeah, the idea of not being scared to just throw attacks is something like that's new to UFS. So figuring out when to attack is different than it used to be significantly. But the fact that we were able to see all the crazy defense before, the defense now is different. It's not that it's worse by any means, but it's different, right? You have a lot more single-use things, so you know you can. You're like, all right, let's see. I've got 3 attacks in my hand. I'm gonna take out these 3 cards, right? Yes, I might not get any attacks this turn, but I will sacrifice these attacks to do it. And that's something that you would do before, because you need to get rid of Yoga Masteries. You need to get rid of Lost Memories. Lost Memories was a response that said after your opponent did something.
Plays a foundation ability, you cancel it and blow the foundation up.
Yeah, so. it was Throw Brothers on a foundation.
Yeah. Gross. Ew, yuck.
Yeah. So you would have stuff like that, and because I didn't play those symbols, I didn't play the control symbols, you'd have to look at these things and be like, all right, how do I get through this? And if you can get through that, the defenses now are nothing. Like, not like in a bad way, but you're like, all right, you have one that Karma card, Dark Side of Karma, right? I don't have to. That's a one-time use. Hell yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Right? You can negate my shock. I don't care. Right. Whereas before it would be like, okay, you have a Yoga Mastery. I don't get to do anything. Let's go.
There was definitely a lot of build a little bit and pass back then.
Yeah. Right. You'd build a couple cards. You might throw an attack here and there. Depending on your deck. If you had throws, you'd throw those. But a lot of people played, like I said, the four counterattacks or 10 counterattacks, and it's definitely not as painful as it used to be.
Yeah. What about the characters? Dave said that the characters were really strong. Did the characters make the deck, or did the deck make the characters shine?
Who are we starting with on this one?
We'll start with Dave again.
Okay. So the short answer is it depends. There were certain eras where, like, little mini blocks within Legacy UFS, if you want to call it that, where like certain symbols just had such a deep well of ridiculous tools that you could say, all right, I'm going to throw all the Busted Evil cards into one deck, and there's like 6 or 7 characters I can put in front of it, and it's going to function, and it's going to be fine. There were points where you could do the same thing with All and with Order, and Void too, for sure. The other symbols, a little iffier in that department, but character strength spiked so much at the top end. Characters like 8-hand size Nakaruru, who could just shut off your opponent's opposing character and had a free enhance that was just commit anything on every single attack that got played. Dalsum, who was an 8-hander that could just discard your opponent's hand. Promo Ukyo, who was a 7-hander that discarded your opponent's cards, and you wound up with like a 15-card hand size on your kill shot turns. Like, so most of the time it was, I'm going to say like 50-50 symbol derived versus character derived, but it really just depends on the era. Some of the like character specific stuff was really nuts though. So yeah.
Danny, it sounds like high hand size was the way to go, right?
Oh yeah, 6-hand size wasn't even playable until Shadow War, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. With the exception of characters like Alex or Talbane, or characters that gave you more hand size that said they had different.
Yeah. Alex is a 9-hand size. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he was.
But kind of to go on what Dave was saying, like characters back then, if you were to compare them to characters today, like 90% of them are trash.
Yeah.
8% are okay, but they're completely, like, they're underwhelming now. Like they've completely been power crept. That 2% though, that 2%. Like 8-hand side Elsum with downward spiral today would be unbeatable.
Oh my god, that would be disgusting.
Like, it would just be 20 damage turn 2 all the time. Ibuki was like a 723 that every time you committed something, she got to commit or ready anything. Like
Wow.
it was just too insane back then.
Yeah.
And
she
there
had a
was
broken attack,
also
too.
she had broken everything.
Yeah.
But it depends on the era. Like Block 2, I feel like it was very all in evil centric, and as long as your character had those symbols, you could try and make something work. Block 3, I feel like, was very character specific. Like Block 3 was you're playing Akuma, you're playing Hild, you're playing Chun-Li. You're not necessarily playing like an air deck type thing. Be top tier.
Mike, because of that, do you think that the format was really swingy that way? That like things were rotating and changing all the time?
No, because things wouldn't change. Things just wouldn't change, right? Like because it was on a block rotation, you would have a card from the beginning of the block, and you'd have that thing for years. Widowmaker was around for I think like 6 years.
Wow.
And like at one point, I think they printed a promo of it, so it was just like, all right, I guess we have that. It was it was a revoke, except revoke is actually a utility card. This was just, I mean, it was its own utility card, but this was just an attack. It was a throw that revealed your opponent's hand, and you picked a block zone, and they discarded all cards of that block zone. Like it's insane. And that card was around for years, so you didn't have a lot of swing. You had a lot of, all right, this is the big character. These are big 3-4 characters. This block, and that's it. And they'd release some new characters out the way, and sometimes they'd jump in, but you'd have cards that were around for years.
I think you saw more swing from bans than you saw from set releases.
Oh, absolutely. They
Yes.
relied on bans for every event, just but like, all right, this card's too broken, gone. And it would be one big character ban. It would be one big, like Ruler of Southtown ban. Ruler of Southtown said your opponent doesn't get to play cards. Or like there was like a month where this card Happy Holidays was legal. Happy Holidays literally says all players play with their hands revealed. No one can play attacks until the beginning of your next turn. It's crazy, right? So so bans were where you saw the swing. It's not too dissimilar to now, where you see bans make a big deal, but you have more decks now that are playable, more decks that are significantly more viable than before.
As we come to the close of the section, any last final thoughts you have about, honestly, this is your chance, anything UFS UniVersus? Dave, we'll start with you.
If you get a chance to play in a Legacy Cube draft, I will crush you. No, but seriously,
He's not lying.
It's really cool to, if you do get a chance to do that, one, do a little research beforehand, because trying to parse through a ton of old cards if you've never seen them before is rough, because a lot of them are walls of text. That's just kind of how the design philosophy was back then. But it's pretty cool to get a snapshot of what the game used to be and how it's kind of evolved in similar but different directions since that point in time. What you'll notice too is if you do a Legacy Cube draft, your best attacks will be more recent attacks, and your best foundations will be old ones. So that's pretty fun.
Yep, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. I won one of the last Legacy tournaments with a deck that was 100% like current for that point standard attacks and a bunch of old Legacy broken foundations. And an 8-hand size character on top of it, or a 7-hand size character on top of it. So,
Danny, how you feel? Closing thoughts.
I think if you have a chance to play Legacy, don't. The game's much better right now. That's pretty much it. Like, you'd have to go through so many cards, and there's so much just bad with like the occasional just completely, utterly broken in there that honestly the game's in a much better spot now than it was back then.
That's fair. Mike, close us out.
So just because I have to be contrarian to Danny, no, play Legacy. It's fun. Honestly, though, some of my favorite memories are playing Legacy. I remember, like Dave knows.
I still have. You still have that.
I still have that score chart. Yeah, I still have that score chart.
You're welcome for that, by the way.
But really, it's not a bad format if you are expecting to go in on crazy. Like, go in, have a really good time with it. Understand that you're probably going to lose, and you're probably going to be like, wow, this is a really, like, depressing. But at the same time, the fact that you get to see all these cards and learn from these cards is really fun. Like I said earlier, trying to find those holes in those defenses, trying to, like, Getting to play cards that look like they're top tier broken in the current game, but they're just middle tier in old Legacy, is really fun, right? You get to really mess around with more stuff.
With that said, everybody go on UFS Ultra. Go learn your history. You can find there's everything out there, right?
Yeah.
You may not know why they're good or bad if you're looking at it from today's perspective, but some of them are obvious. I would say a lot of assets and foundations are extremely obvious.
Yeah, go look at Seal of Cessation. There
you go.
Go look at the Defender of the Empire.
All right, you guys. Thank you so much for being on the show. We greatly appreciate you joining us for Gen Con. And we'll see you guys across the table the next time that we can.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
All right, our next guests, we have Iari Melchior and Mike Hardiman, two old school players in their own right. How's it going, fellas?
Hi there.
Iari, looks like you're still muted.
No, I'm not.
Hey, there we go.
How's it going, guys?
Really well, thanks.
Good, good to hear.
Mike,
so we're also talking about Legacy, correct? You guys been playing since the beginning?
Yeah, well, from like the second year, but other than that, yeah.
That's totally fine. I'm really interested in what UFS looks like from across the pond, Mike. I want to know what does the format look like in the early days of UK UFS?
Well, I was very poor. I was a poor student back then. I was about 14. So for me, it was commons and uncommons. For everybody else, it was devastating defense, 4 attack decks. You can't do anything. Everything's negated, and you lose on turn 15.
And you decided to go ahead and play through that, huh?
Well, I liked the people. All of my school friends played it, so we were all bad together, and it was a lot of fun at the time.
They didn't lend you any of the cards?
I owned pretty much no rares or ultras until about 2008.
Wow, oh, man. Just taking the licks.
Pretty much. But
you know,
I did...
Go ahead.
I did play with a pretty strong group back then, so it was quite fortunate for me that though I did lose a lot, I was losing to some really good players, so I was still able to compete a little bit every now and again.
Iari, how about you, buddy? What did your opening inside of UFS look like?
Well, firstly, hello, and it's been a while since I've seen everybody, so it's great to see some friendly, familiar faces.
Agreed.
I got in on Street Fighter Dark Path. I kept passing when I was playing a lot of D&D back then, and UFS was really my first and only collectible competitive card game that I've ever played and gotten into. And I kept passing the Dark Ryu and Chun-Li starter decks. And finally, I told one of my friends, I said, I'm just buying this, and we're going to sit down and we're going to learn it.
I love it.
And there's no resources back then, and so we're learning off of the rule sheet that comes with the starter deck. And yeah, you see Jason shaking his head, because nothing made sense, right? So for those of you, I mean, everyone who's tuning in, you know that powerful 3, right? That means that for every momentum that you discard, you get, it's +3 damage. I thought that powerful 3 meant you could only discard up to 3 momentum, and that was only +1 damage to each, right?
Yeah.
And that also tells you that, back then, like probably about 95% of the people who just jump into this game, I was a baddie. I was terrible at this game. I lost way more than I won. Another feature that was really bad with the rule book was it wasn't very clear about how the enhance step worked. So my buddies, you just do all your enhances and then I'll take mine. It wasn't a back and forth thing, right? And so I felt my attack to like, holy hell, right? And he just debuff everything. He'd reset it to 0. I'm like, well, this just feels bad. This can't possibly be right. and this is what actually led me to find an actual play group rather than just playing with me and my buddy. I mean, we loved it, but I was really into the game. And so I found a play group, was shown everything I was doing wrong. It was like, whoa, okay, this makes way more sense. I love the game even more. And that's when I actually stopped playing D&D, and that's when I really started playing UFS and slogged through all the broken cards. The Grey Wars were terrible. Because the thing that was attractive and is still attractive to me about UniVersus or UFS is not only do you get to kind of have as your avatar represent you in the game, right? You have your favorite characters from these great licenses, but you get to design their kung fu.
Yep.
You know? And I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. And so that was always the creative thing that was most fun for me, was envisioning that when I sat down to next one, it's like, my kung fu is stronger than yours, you know? And then, and what kind of kung fu is it? Is Ryu like really, is he like a judoka master? Is he just gonna throw you to pieces? Is he gonna play like he does in the video game? Or, you know, what have you? And so to me, that was always the most fun thing. And then back then, like Grey Wars, like it's 4 attack decks and just a mountain of foundations. And it's like no one wanted to attack anybody, because if you did it at the wrong time, you just didn't get punished for it. The game was over. That was it. Game over. Because, and so to me, that was less like how a video game played. And you know, for me coming from a video game background, I'm like, dude, UFS is like, it is a card game, but it's got that high-paced, fun factor of where you're trading blows with each other. And so the Grey Wars was not to dominate, but yeah, that was that. And you know what's so funny is you play through it because you love the game, and then when was it Sabretooth or FFG hit the ultimate reset on it, right? And you started playing with nothing but attacks, you're going, oh my God, it's like getting out of an abusive relationship. You didn't realize you had Stockholm syndrome, but you did. You know,
that was my next question, Mike. What does it feel like having the game go from, it was Fantasy Flight to Sabretooth, or was it Sabretooth to Fantasy Flight? You tell me.
It was Sabretooth to Fantasy Flight. For me, I didn't really notice. I just started going on what was the Sabretooth Games forums about 2 weeks before it was announced, and then everything changed, and I was like, oh, okay, does this do anything? As a naive 14, 15-year-old, I'm like, this doesn't, I'm not worried about this, I don't really know, I'm just going to play with these cards and see what happens.
That's fair. Yari, same question to you, buddy. You were starting to get into it, but...
Yeah. You just kind of played, I mean, you played the hand that was dealt, right? You played with the cards that you had. You made the best of it. You know, I think my favorite deck from that era was Bomber Jacket Terry Bogard, where he just gained a crap ton of life. You know, I remember going into like, I helped organize, and we threw like a 40-person, it was almost like a PTC, but back then they were called, I forgot what they were called. It was the Silicon Valley Battle for the Bay. That's what we entitled it. And I thought, and this is how bad I was. Like, I threw this deck together specifically to be able to kill with Ryu's Shoryuken, Shin Shoryuken. It was like a powerful 4 attack. It was crazy. And I thought I was going to win on turn 2. And it took me about 2 rounds of winning to go, nope, I'm going to be winning on like turn 8 to turn 10. And I was actually voted, because we had like special just prizes for like players who had the most kills or most knockouts or whatever. I won the award for the slowest win rate. I mean, I won, but it took me the longest out of everybody. And it was just... And that's what it was. And who was it? Was it not Astrid? What was it? It was a Hildy deck. Hildy with like ridiculous. We're gonna modify speed.
Yeah, that's all the
speed and damage with this one card. It was just so ridiculously nuts. But you know, again, that too was almost like a 4 or 8 attack deck. You know. And it was just a chess piece up until then. It was nuts.
So, Mike, I've asked this to the other three Legacy guys. What's your favorite mechanic, your favorite idea, your favorite expression in this old Legacy UFS? Why? I mean, you stuck around, right?
There's not one thing that really kept me around. I just loved the game. Like, I never played it for licenses or anything like that. It was
interesting,
purely based off of the mechanics of the game from the very start. So I love everything. Progressive, foundations. I like that you draw up to your hand size every turn. Coming from like a Yu-Gi-Oh background where I get to draw one card a turn, it's just so much more interesting to get a fresh hand every time.
I tell people the game wants you to play the game, and that's like my biggest selling point.
Yeah, on the point of that rule book, I do want to point out to all you new viewers that haven't played UniVersus or UFS, we did not write that rule book. That was an old rule book from 2 other companies ago, and I imagine you should be able to figure out how to play the game pretty easily now. It's a lot clearer.
For sure. Yeah, how about you, buddy? What was your like favorite mechanics of old school Legacy UFS?
It was, I don't think it was any particular mechanic. I think what I loved was that this game really caters to play style, and it allows you to develop your own. And so, and I did like the fact, because I played for a while. Well, one of my first jobs was I worked at like Golfland, and so part of our paycheck was we'd get like a ton of tokens for free, right? So yeah. I would save those up and I'd enter all the Street Fighter 2 arcade tournaments before it moved all console. Like this was at the arcade. So I mean, I am a fanboy. I mean, Fei Long is definitely my favorite Street Fighter character. And so, interestingly enough, I feel like as a player, I didn't really find my stride until Jasco. And one of the sets that you released was it was Soul Calibur 6, and so one of the decks that we put together, a buddy of mine, was a Playful Slice.
Hello there.
Deck.
I should be the stream.
And so I like throwing out like 9 or 10 or 11 attacks at a time.
Yeah,
because
it's fun to throw orange cards.
Yeah, absolutely. And so anything that allows me to throw a ton of attacks, and ironically enough, Reese 1 was another character that I was a fan of, partly because it was a fan submission that Jason was kind enough to take and make into Reese.
I give a lot of people credit for the Red Horizon helping me design that, and Reese was definitely ERA, and I give him credit for that all the time. You did a lot of work on that before we kind of modified some of the stuff, but yeah, I know that when that came out, I think it really helped also just your passion continue to keep playing into the game and running that character. And then I have one question for Mike. You were a scout for a long time, were you not, in the UK area?
No, I've never been a scout.
I know that your name is a big deal in the UK community. Why is that? Like, what exactly is it? Is it just because you've been around playing for so long, or?
I didn't know that, but thank you. No, I just care about the game, so I just want to make sure that the UK, like over here, people are able to enjoy it, and they get to do things, and just unofficially try and do anything I can for the game to help it. However,
did you ever play test back in the day for Sabretooth or Fantasy Flight?
Never for Sabretooth or Fantasy Flight, but I did play test for you guys back in the day.
And you will soon. Find out more tomorrow. Yeah, I'm so interested when it comes to you, Mike, because like I've never been over to the UK. I always see your guys' meta and how it develops. You guys have started from over in the UK making some content, but you guys have like almost just as much cardboard that I'm going to use the word hog over there with your nationals and your teams events. What is it like having those events so big with everybody so close?
Well, you don't really. That's the only time we really see like obviously the UK is a lot smaller, but the only time we ever really see like anyone from anywhere else is those events. It's just like a big homecoming. Okay. So we don't have like you know, we don't really have much in the way of like other events other than nationals at the moment. So like that kind of point in the year is you know, sort of like the best time, because you're able to spend time with like people you only get to see once, maybe twice a year if you're lucky.
For sure.
And just that it's more about the people than the game at that point. Well, for me anyway.
That's fair. That's fair. What are your guys' final closing thoughts as Legacy as a whole and as it moves into the future into Jasco? We're gonna jump into the Jasco era next. We'll start with Yari.
You know what's funny is I never was a fan of Legacy. I always wanted to just play the current standard meta because I always felt the game was progressing and getting better. And I felt like really old school Legacy UFS really only catered to like 3 or 4 archetypes, which made it kind of common in my eyes, because a lot like Yu-Gi-Oh is like that.
Yeah.
Vanguard's like that. Magic is like that, where during a season you'll have maybe 2, 3, or 4 decks, and if you're not running those decks, you're kind of just playing for second place, or you're trying to come up with the answer to that deck, and that's not a guaranteed thing. So Legacy for me kind of represents that, and so I never was interested in playing it. Whenever I went to a major event and they offered that, I just used that to do something else. I'd rather save my energy, you know, focusing on like standard teams or standard singles.
That's pretty big praise, Jason.
I agree. I mean, I'm a player too, and I kind of saw the same issues I think everyone else saw with the game, and we do our best to move in the right direction. Sometimes we take a few steps back before we go forward, but I appreciate it. I'm, you know, hopefully the game keeps getting better, and the community helps us drastically, and I don't think the general public knows how much the community is involved in making the game good.
How about you, Mike? Go ahead, Yuri.
The community is absolutely everything. This is the best group of players, the best group of people who play competitively, and just the respect and the friendship and the camaraderie and just the willingness. I call it collaboration, because I think whenever you're in a game with somebody, it is a collaborative event. You're trying to make it a really good game. So I think this is like the best community that I've played with. So anyway, thank you.
I agree.
It does make you feel really sad whenever somebody decides that they announce a retirement from playing the game. That is for sure, because of how much people love the community and seeing everybody play at every event possible. No pointing fingers, though. Mike, how about you, man? Closing thoughts.
I'm actually the opposite. I loved Legacy. I loved trying to outthink my opponents and play around everything they had. I was one of those people who would play like a 15 attack deck, so I was playing aggro. But no, I still love where the game is now, apart from when I get turn 2'd, because I like to sit down with my opponents for a while, not 5 minutes. But
that's fair.
You know, that doesn't happen all the time, so I'm still here. I'll still play. But overall, the game is a lot healthier, and you actually get to play some cool orange cards and not just play all the grey ones and hope that you can negate everything.
Agreed. Well, thank you guys for coming out. We greatly appreciate it. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guests.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks.
Thank you both. And we're entering into the what we call the retro format now.
Yes. Look at these 3 handsome gentlemen. We've got Garrett Brett, Kevin Broberg, and Sean O'Brien hanging out with us today for the next 20 minutes. Retro. I know about this much about retro. I knew even less about Legacy, but I feel like I get to actually have a real conversation with you fellas about retro. But I want to talk more about what was it like when Jasco first appeared, right?
That's gonna be a fun story. Garrett, you are muted, just so you know.
We'll start with Sean. Sean, what were your first thoughts when Jasco showed up?
So I remember when Fantasy Flight decided they didn't want to make no card games anymore, and this guy came on the forums and said, "Hey, my name's Jason. And I just bought the game." I'm like, who the heck is this guy? And
so that's universal thought on the whole process.
And so, I ended up meeting Jason. I think it was back in 2010. Kevin and I just randomly said, "Hey, let's go to Gen Con. Why not?"
Yeah.
So like a week before Gen Con, we piled in my car and left, and we met Jason. We got those first 5 promos. Was it Natali, Divine Harvester, Law of the Land, Unexpected Consequence, and Rising Typhoon.
Great memory. That's awesome.
And the design seemed really cool, and Red Horizon came out about a year later, and there was not a single fire card in it. Because, before that, you were playing the Universal Fire System, it seemed like, because that's the only symbol James Hotta knew how to design. And it was nice to be able to have another strategy besides.
That's actually a really fun fact, Sean. I completely forgot that we literally made 0 fire cards because in the design process, we did the math on the symbols, and the fire card had 40 more cards than the next most common symbol in the game.
Yeah, in terms of the history of the game, that's an interesting period because there was a gap from sort of like the legacy playstyle to Fantasy Flight brought James Hotta in, and he kind of rebooted the game. Really, he said, "We're going to restart the design. The combos are too much, the control pieces are too much. We're just going to rotate every single card from these sets before Shadow War and Soul Calibur 4, and we're going to have a mini standard." And then it ended up having 4 sets before they dropped it. Plus a few promos here and there. Yeah. And so then that's really where the fire system came from.
Yeah, I mean, 2-set standard is smaller than Turbo, if you want to think the meta at that point.
Wow.
Yeah,
Brett, how about you, buddy?
Good idea, but in execution, it didn't work at all.
Yeah. I think the entire community would have rather had just like a massive ban list for a short period of time than what actually happened.
I think so, too. Yeah.
Yeah. I met Garrett at that first Worlds, too, in 2009.
Yes, that was my second Worlds. I had been playing for a year there. That's a good time.
So, as you guys, like all 3 of you are active members in the community now, what is the standout like memory you have of retro King of Fighters, Red Horizon? What is that when you think back? What do you first think of? We'll start with Garrett this time.
Okay.
Oh my God. When I think back to that retro format, I think to me that whole era is defined by Red Horizon because it kind of kicked it off its own IP, and it wasn't a reboot in and of itself because it didn't change any of the formats or anything, but it came out with a really well-rounded set that could interact with what existed as well as open the doors to a bunch of new things. And Sean mentioned Natali and some cool things with that. There's also some very attractive characters like her and others that really were exciting for the game. And there were some really marquee attacks in that set. And I think such as, Piercing Howl, Concussion Blast, things like that everyone wanted to play and build decks around. And it really was neat. They're like, oh, so attacks are going to be good again. And also, they're now interesting. They're not all the fire symbol like Kevin just said. They're on different things and they're doing different effects. Flash in and of itself is kind of what I think about in that set, and that was cool. So
that's awesome. Sean, what do you think, buddy?
Really the defining moment for me in retro was the King of Fighters block. I, like Mike Hardiman, loved the old school legacy, and all of a sudden Jason was making me attack people, and I was mad. And I couldn't play Mill anymore. And then Jason made Ruler of Time, where we had the team thing going on, and he gave me like 40 Mill cards in Team Elizabeth. And I, anytime I was just feeling like I wanted to do something different, I always went back to Duel Long because I liked removing everybody's deck from the game. That was something I did back in like 2008. And, with the team style thing, Jason gave me a ton of cards for my own strategy. I think the King of Fighters block really gave each person, each strategy, a huge amount of cards that were super centric because you get like 40 or so cards doing about the same thing. And I think that was one of my favorite things about retro.
Yeah, I definitely I love the team's mechanic, like Sean just said, having synergistic like characters that synergize with each other, but then give different looks on the same sort of broad theme. I think that's really great. But really, for me, I think it's kind of just a parade of individual decks that I really loved through that period, like K-Dash or Athena or Slice Kicks.
Broken stuff.
Oh, slice kicks. Oh, you reminded me.
Well, see, it's not even like that. It's not that they had to be broken. It's that they did something, and like you could kind of feel like you understood what was happening once you grasped the deck, and you could sit down, and you could know where you were at, and and have that framework to know what was going on. I think.
I'm going to chime in here too because I have a very specific memory. There's one card, and it's Garrett's Fault that I think of for the entire retro format, and that's when the moon comes over the mountain.
Oh God, right.
Yes, I mean I would have mentioned that, but that would be, tooting my own horn if I had brought that up as my favorite part of that.
Not like it's ever going to be legal.
Ever.
It was so meta defining for a very long time. And it was a cool card. I actually think you did a great job on the design. It was just maybe a little too powerful for a champion card, but it was good.
It's an extremely
I have
clever
mixed feelings
card.
about it too. It was great for many reasons and horrible for lots of other reasons. So
It kind of raised the IQ minimum for the game, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. It was a thinking man's card. It did everything I wanted it to, which is both a good and bad thing.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Champion cards in general. You guys all are on champion cards, are you not?
Oh yeah.
Multiple.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Garrett, you have enough for a handful of people, but
I mean, we get to kind of get into the champ discussion. I don't know personally what your guys' rap sheet looks like from Legacy, but from Retro and in Standard, I recognize your faces, right? In the Retro format online next week, I'm building Garrett Stacker. I'm building Kevin Broberg Stacker. I am not going to get reversaled by Vespera. I'm playing Rochester CCG in my deck. My big question is like, how do you feel inside of that was the time that you guys like really shined? Not saying you're not sparkling now, but that was the time that you guys were like, you could be considered the GOATs, right? How does that feel whenever you explore the game then versus now? We'll start with Kevin.
Is the question, how did we feel then compared to how we feel now?
So how do you feel then? How do you feel now being at literally the top of the game at that point? Like if
well, it felt pretty good.
Yeah, winning is swell. Like really positive experience for everyone.
But it certainly felt good. Yeah, I mean the feeling of able to win a champ card and put your impression on the game, like Jason just mentioned, one of my cards had a very big impression on the game. It's a good feeling as long as it's doing positive things. When it's doing negative things, in the sense of availability and things like that, it feels horrible.
Yeah.
So it's certainly not all good all the time. And now that I'm not winning as much, I don't have to worry about certain things like that. So it's great. The bad parts are gone. So, yeah, it's great. And that's what UFS offers as a unique game experience was the champ card. And that's not what attracted me to the game, but it's certainly one of the things that had me hold on to the community more, because now I'm a little bit more ingrained in it. Everyone might know who I am because they've seen me on a card. That really helps form bonds even before they exist.
For sure.
That's the biggest thing I would say from being on top at that time. It helped a lot in that sense.
Yeah, I agree with that totally. And I think I sort of got a little bit of a taste, I think, like last year, especially with Kevin Broberg 2 Dot, which was much more viable, more sort of central to the, not even central to the metagame, but like you could actually build it with some self-respect in a way that the first batch were to a lesser extent, especially, as a character card, it gets a lot of people get a lot more invested in building around that rather than, a random 1/5 foundation you stick in your deck. And I really loved when people would say, yeah, hey, Kevin, I had this cool idea. Here's my deck for you. That was really something I hadn't experienced before. And it was really amazing to be part of the community in that way.
Yeah, that's really fun.
And so that's sort of like, not so much from being on top of it's like a year or two after you were on top of the metagame, you get that payoff for that achievement.
Yeah, but you get the fun of it, of designing the character for the year leading up to it too. And that's still a lot of interaction with friends. And they're like, yeah, here, I have an idea for your card or something like that.
Yeah, I definitely had a lot of that.
Sean, when did you start your store?
So I started my store back in 2012. couple years after Jason took over, I had talked on the retail seminar the other day. I was taking my binder around Gen Con, and I'm like, hey, I could make some real money with this, like if I was a real business. So that's why I came on board. And so I get to win both ways. You know, I've won champ cards. I put my store name on a champ card, and then I get to win selling amazing product every single day. So pretty good.
So I'm sure you didn't sell Legacy because of like lack of the idea. You didn't have the binder yet, right? But when you jump into Legacy and you've kept with it up until now, there's got to be something. There's got to be something there that mattered then versus now, right? What the spark besides just the money, right?
Well, the spark for me was always the licenses. I mean, I said during the retail seminar, like the licenses sell UFS. Back when I first started, I started playing because they had Samurai Showdown. And I was like probably the only person who really liked Samurai Showdown, but my local game store had a Neo Geo, and I was able to play the game, spent many quarters there. And, you know, I've started playing Yoshi Tora 5-hand size, Assets or Foundations. And I've, you know, since then, except under the Universal Fire system, I always had a character or a license that I really gravitated to. And the licenses are what keep me here now. I mean, I'm super excited for My Hero, and when they announced Yu Yu Hakusho, I about died. That's like the nostalgia trip for me, back to the 90s.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
the
awesome.
licenses is what sells for sure. But once you get here, you realize the game itself and the people are what keep you, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of heard Sean's idea, and if you want to expand on it, you can. What was your favorite part of mechanically for retro? We talked about crazy big wall defense in Legacy. When it came to this middle of the pack or middle of the timeline retro, what was like your favorite part, the thing that like sticks out and defines you?
If I had to pick one iconic card, and this is going to be a perhaps polarizing or just straight up no one likes it opinion, but I would pick Ever Hopeful actually.
Boo.
So it was a foundation that you kind of shape the flow of the game by choosing, you know, denying some of your opponent's interactions and their problematic cards in play. But especially it was so intricately tied with the momentum mechanic, which I've said for a long time is I think one of the killer mechanics or killer apps, sort of, so to speak, of like one of the really bright sparks in the core of the game design of how you attack. If you can bluff an attack through or switch up attack zones or just be unpredictable to your opponent, you can get some damage through and then have that momentum resource that is the only way to pay for so many effects. And it really had a really cool push and pull mechanic, especially, you know, if you were in a game where you were behind but you still had to be attacking to get that Ever Hopeful rolling, to try to just steal a little bit of enough of an edge to prolong that game and keep it going.
I can tell you as a publisher, that card was a pain in the ass.
Okay, so I'm not going to tell you about a love-hate card because I don't really have any of those. I just have hate cards and love cards. But the format mechanic itself that has always gravitated me towards UFS is the risk and reward mechanics of the cards and choosing if you're going to take a risk or a reward. And like counting the probability of your deck and figuring out, is there a good chance I'm passing this and what can I do with my turn overall? Now, when you compare it to Legacy, and I only played a little bit of Legacy because I was around for 08 and 09, or at least what you guys are calling Legacy, before I played the Legacy format. Legacy, there wasn't nearly as much risk and reward except for when you put 1-checks in your deck. Because you could just build a big wall and then guarantee that you're going to pass everything all of a sudden. So it didn't matter. Whereas once you got to the retro format, which we're talking, you know, Shadow War through Jazzco, through King of Fighters, etc., there was a lot more situations in the game where you really couldn't rely on just building forever. You didn't have the blocks to do it. So you had to make more risk and reward decisions earlier on in the game and throughout the game. Whereas in Legacy, you'd really only have to do it for the first couple turns and then nothing would matter because the effects were so strong and the blocks were so strong. And, you know, I'm blocking with a 0. I'm definitely passing this. You know, that type of stuff. So that's my favorite part of retro, is how it kind of even made my favorite part of UFS in general, the risk reward, more relevant to the whole game, not just parts of it.
Yeah, it's true.
See, for me, Garrett, I liked, you know, when in the retro, you had so many more options to mitigate your risk and reward through the reversal keyword. which I think you will agree during our time at the top, reversal was king. And, you know, I think Jasko made a lot of really good reversals that made it so you didn't just have to attack and just had to block, that you could really surprise your opponent and set them behind if they took a risk at the wrong time.
Yeah. And I think reversal has always been my favorite keyword, because even when I played in the Legacy, some of the early characters I gravitated towards was like Lilith, that drew 2 extra cards from your discard pile to block and reversal with and things like that. And yeah, Retro had continuing good reversals. Yeah.
For sure.
What are some of those reversals that stick out to you guys? Because I know what you're going to say, but what would you tell the fans?
Well, in Retro, in Legacy, there was Darkness Blade and, whatever.
The Line Spike.
Obviously, the Retro one we're talking about is Navase. And probably Paralyzing Touch. But
yeah, those two stand out for sure to me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, reversals and even Kevin's pet card, Ever Hopeful, I thought those things were so good. I designed my second champ card to say, no, thank you, none of those for me.
Yeah. Yeah, you can usually get some insight into what champions hate by looking at what they design, just as much as you can find out what they love.
For sure.
The safe keyword definitely became a thing because reversals are really good.
Yeah. And UFS is so rich that you could have, like, not everyone hates the one bannable thing or whatever. People will love and hate different things because it's so deep a game. And when I say different things, I mean wildly different things.
It is true. There's not like a bandwagon where I think everyone hates or loves any one card. That's for sure.
Or even mechanic. Like me and Sean just said, we really love reversal. There's some players who will never play with reversal, and they just love stun, or something like that.
I do think it's the most powerful keyword still to this day.
Yeah, I've always I kind of had an epiphany moment way back when we were playing Vespera a lot, which was that the reversal keyword in Vespera especially kind of says once per turn, form, ready your staging area, draw to your hand size. Your opponent gets a little bit of choice when you play this.
Yeah, I remember you posting something like that on the forum, Kevin, and when you outlined it like that, I mean, I already knew why I really liked the keyword, but when you put it like that and had the whole reading, you're basically playing something on your opponent's turn, and then you get to ready all your cards at the beginning of your turn. So you get to invest all your resources twice in a row. Once on their turn with the reversal at the end of their turn or whatever they're doing if they don't kill you, and then you get to ready up and do your whole turn yourself.
Yeah, it's always conditional on surviving, which is an important part of the
conditional on surviving.
But
for sure.
That makes it a lot harder these days.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Any final thoughts on the retro format before we jump to our next guests?
I think it's the defining format of UFS, but it's also the springboard into bigger and better things. So it's my personal. Well, actually, I like all the formats.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, we're gonna go ahead and we're going to bounce. Thank you guys so much for coming out.
Yeah, it was a pleasure being here, and glad to be part of Gen Con again this year.
For sure.
God,
thanks for having me.
All right, we're gonna move on to our next guest. We've got Miles, the legendary Wolf Tyler, and Keenan. I can't have too much coffee, Meadows. How are you guys?
Doing good. How's it going, Tam?
It's been quite a good 3 days. It's been a whirlwind for sure. It's good to see you back, Miles, from the retail conference on Thursday.
Yes, very much so. I am interested to talk about one of my favorite periods of UFS/Jasko history today.
Let's jump in it.
We all know why.
Let's jump in it. So you said in the conference that this is when you jumped back in, right?
Yes.
I mean, it was exclusively because of Terry Bogard, obviously.
As a King of Fighters as a whole. And
sure, go ahead.
No, you're the man in charge, bro. Go ahead. You ask the questions. I'll be responsive. That was what I learned to play this game the right way again.
Well, that's fair. What does retro mean to you? Because you played 1,000 years ago, right? And then you took a break, you came back, and you fell back in love with the game. What does that feeling of love feel like?
Well, me and Danielle were terrible at this game. So when I played 1,000 years ago, like we didn't know what we were doing. We showed up to a game store after playing by ourselves and completely got destroyed by Yoga. All of Dulcime's set from Street Fighter 1 and 2. I could tell you horror stories about being like,
that's
yeah.
not the deck itself, but it had stuff in it that's just like unbeatable still.
Yes. And then we stopped playing when the game shifted hands twice and they stopped doing licensed fighting games. And then I got out of the military and walked into a store in Omaha and saw Terry doing the Power Wave. And I was like, oh, snap, they got old King of Fighters UFS cards. I'm going to have to check this out. And then I realized that was King of Fighters 13. So I turned to the guy at the counter, like very brazenly, and I'm like, what the F is that? And he's like, it's this new card game that we're picking up. And I was like, no, I don't think you understand the question. What the F is that? So he takes me around the counter. His name was Dave. They had some Mega Man playmats. And then they had the Team Fatal Fury playmat. And I was like, I need that. I'm going to buy it right now. What does it cost? He was like, that's actually a prize for one of our first events. And I was like, sick. It was the Buster Cannon mat with Mega Man on it. And I bought it. I came home. I was like, Danny, oh my God, UFS is back. So we pulled out all of our cards and then quickly found out that they were all useless. And then like the following Monday or Tuesday, I called Jason. And this was back in like 2013, 2014. And that was when we first met. And I called him and I remember him sitting on the other side of the phone. And I could tell he was doing his business thing. He was just like, yep, right? Yep, I know, this game, blah, blah, blah. And I just kept going and going about being a scout and loving it and blah, blah, blah. And then here we are, 7 years later, global pandemic, running one of the biggest online retail stores in the world based off of that completely random exchange.
It all started from a Mega Man mat.
Yes.
So Keenan, tell me your love for retro.
Oh, I mean, my love for UFS started back in 2006 and 7. Like, my backstory is very similar to Mike, so this was really just kind of a continuation on a theme after FFG died and sold the game. I mean, like many people, I felt betrayed, and I was like, this is terrible. We're never going to see Jasco again, or we're never going to see UFS again. And then Jason picks it up, and I was like, all right, let's see how this goes. And then he releases his first set. And then I win Worlds, and that's a pretty good way to start off a partnership with a new game company. It's like, oh, okay, we just got Worlds.
Tell me about that winning Worlds. That was a very special Worlds.
That was correctly. It was so good because we were running like 48 hours without sleep. We literally drove through the night to Gen Con after like a full day of going to Georgia State right before that. And so I'm like dead on the inside playing my finals match against Matt Coles in Legacy. And I beat him, and he's the first world champion ever, which is just super incredible. And then I stand up and realize that all of the other decks that I built for this tournament are gone. They've been stolen by someone sitting at some table, because I left my backpack like tables away at Gen Con. I was just completely out of it. And then what I did, because I knew my deck card for card, was borrow cards from the community until I assembled all of the cards I needed to rebuild it. And then I won on my 21st birthday. Like, it was absolutely incredible. There was nothing like it. So
what
like
a perfect storm.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Right there. He built a deck from borrowed cards, a 60+ card deck, playing Eva, and won on his birthday at Gen Con. Nuts.
Yeah.
Speaking of Gen Con, it's Gen Con, the anniversary of that event right now.
It is. God,
That's
it's so
super
beautiful.
cool. So Miles, I want to talk about what it looks like inside the Jasco format of creating and making a play group. You have the biggest play group in the country.
So it's been a very difficult whirlwind. We started out at the store, Underground Gaming, which isn't here in Omaha anymore. That's where I walked in and found the King of Fighters poster I told you guys about. And that's actually where we started cultivating the community. There were a lot of ups and downs, but Jasco had some distribution issues, and we didn't have some sets for a little while. And Jason's talked about that, and all that stuff's been remedied. Thank goodness.
Yeah, for sure.
but we went from having like, a handful of us, 6 or 7, to like 40 people. So I showed up to the Michigan PTC in 2014 with this like Team Fatal Fury theme deck, and got 9th place in my first event. Only got 9th because they added an extra round. And everybody was like, Chris Nixon, who you guys all know is a national champion, told me who Phil Birch was and who Garrett Brett were and who Keenan was and who AJ was. And I was like, all that sounds great. I just want to Buster Wolf people in the face. I don't give a shit about who any of these people are. So I show up to this event and I beat a couple of people we're talking about with this theme deck. And then they were like, who are you and where'd you come from? And I'm like, yep, I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. We've got like 40 players. And then I see this guy turn to me and look at it. He's like, you have 40 people playing this game? And I was like, yeah. And then we all started traveling and playing it competitively. So during the lull with the product issues, the community died off. And then we ran into issues keeping it at stores like, most communities do, which was part of the driving force in which we opened Legendary Wolf Games, because
for sure,
essentially I got tired of trying to help game stores make money and just decided to make it myself. So I opened up LWG in 2017, and it's the home for UFS in the Midwest, and everything else is history. Most of you guys already know that. So cultivating the community has been a lot of making sure to teaching the players the right way of playing the game. Of course, you can be like, oh yeah, Scorch Wheel's the best card in the game. You should play it. It draws cards. But champions like Garrett Brett, he ain't winning no World's 20XX with a Scorch Wheel deck because it's flash in the pan. Phil Birch could do it with Jiffany because drawing 8 cards on top of drawing 19 cards is super busted. But like, I always had this mentality about teaching players how to play the game the way that they want to, letting them experiment. And then the cool part about it is in that process, they would show me things that even I missed or give me different ways of seeing the game. So I think that that's the biggest part. And, a lot of the pluses to the game, like we talk about the pack wrappers and things during the conversation we had on Thursday, that's like another huge draw. So when you just talk game mechanics, this game sucked people in so fast.
For sure.
So like, teaching has been the biggest thing, and that's what we do at the store every day. If a player has a question,
Miles, you pointed into something. I think the Omaha community is currently so good because not only do you guys encourage your creativity and deck building and everything else, but I actually think you guys communicate regularly on a more regular basis than probably any play group in the world on your ideas as like a hive mind.
Yeah.
And advances the game so much faster in Omaha than it probably does anywhere else. Like for an individual or a smaller play group to come up with all the same ideas and get the reps that you guys get, it would be a lot more work. And you guys definitely see the benefits of growing that community and working together. You guys are pretty good at just like working together on advancing play.
The goal is to make that like not just the Omaha thing. We had a show planned this year called Livewire, which is a play on more King of Fighters, Terry Bogard stuff that we were going to talk about. So, when we did this kind of stuff, we got to give it to the rest of the world, because I don't want anybody to feel like what we do is just based on us being the best, because yeah, that's great, but it also limits the playing field to some degree. When you have the same people dominating tournaments constantly, it looks good, but at the same time, it kind of looks bad.
Yeah.
Keenan, you're another community leader. You've done a great job growing the game down in Atlanta. And
I wish that was the case. I could do such a much better job. Like,
you don't have a game store, and you actually you created a world champion as well. Tell me about that.
For sure. So I mean,
isn't he dating one of those too?
Well, that was Ash was like, Ash didn't even really want to like learn the game when we first talked about it. She was like, look, this is something I want you to teach it to me so that I understand it, so that when you guys are talking about it, because like whenever like me and Dave and Piglet get together and we just go all in on the UFS theory, she just like felt so left out and so lost. She was like, I need to understand this. And so I showed her the game and she's like, okay, this is fun, whatever. And I'm going to tell this story. She's not here, but I'm going to tell it because she's told it before and I get my chance. So we decided to have a nice weekend up in Helen. It's a nice little tourist destination, about 2 hours north of where we're at in Atlanta. It's like in the mountains. It's very nice, very romantic, etc. And she was like, you know what? Bring along some UFS decks. Let's make this interesting. And I was like, really? And she was like, yeah, I think we could probably do strip UFS. We're just going to have to figure out some rules. And so we balanced it. And that actually got her in the game more than anything else. Literally anything else.
Oh
And
my God, I
suddenly-
did not know this story.
Yeah,
This is
so
awesome.
We started playing via strip UFS, and she was like, "All right, I want to start coming to tournaments. Let's do this." And a couple months later, she won her first tournament. We were over at a different game store at the time that was the Lab, run by Tommy Bagwell. That store has since closed down, so we've moved over to Challenges Games and Comics. But she won her first tournament with this Metal Man deck, and she was like, "I love Metal Man. This is a great character." And then she kept playing. She moved into Spike when Bebop came out, Spike 2, and then finally she saw Raptor come out, and she had always wanted to build Shadow Man and make Shadow Man good, but he just didn't have the pieces. But she saw this character and was like, this seems like something that Shadow Man wishes he was, so I'm going to try to put this together. And the first time we ever played, she ever brought that deck to a tournament, she put this giant 90-card UFS Ultra deck together, like every single person does when they start building a deck. It's just like, throw everything good into a deck. Oh no, I've screwed up. I can't possibly cut all this down. So I was like, and she was like, I don't even want to take this. I don't even want to try on this. I'm actually just going to stay home. And then I was like, you know what? No, you're not. And here's what I'm going to do. I took every one of those 90 cards and sleeved it up and handed her the full stack. And she brought the whole thing to the tournament, played it, got second. And then she took it home, refined it, and then won Worlds. Like, it's incredible. Like, it was her second Worlds ever, I want to say. Yeah, and yeah, she just came in and beat House, and yeah, it was pretty incredible.
And that was not an easy tournament.
That's amazing.
No, it was not. She had to beat Mark Tyner in top 8, I want to say, or top 4, and she beat Phil Birch in top 8, and then beating Richard Svoboda, who is one of these like just powerhouse Omaha players, because that's all you guys have up there. But like
the Coliseum was packed. It was all people that had done well at this game before, or had topped at like numerous events, and then Ashley Fulton came in and scooped everybody up. I played her in Swiss. She was one of the 2 losses I got in Swiss. Yeah. It was, oh my God, she's a monster.
It blew my mind. It was so impressive because I was like, she came out of nowhere.
So, Miles, for our closing thoughts, as somebody who jumped back in, fell in love with we'll say the retro format. That's where we jumped in. What is your favorite memory defining moment from that span all the way up to Cowboy Bebop?
So Garrett's never going to let me forget this, but at the Rochester CCG 2K in Las Vegas, I took this 90-card Earth Terry deck, and I played Garrett Brett's game, and I beat him, and it felt very, very good. I didn't win the tournament. This was the first time that UFS had been live streamed, and Chris Pratt got the win at the table against me. You guys have probably seen the footage of this, but my favorite moment, because Garrett was always this lingering voice in the back of my head playing the game. I self-destructed him at the right time while he was building this attack turn, and turned the game around super quick with like Terry's cap in my hand, and started building foundations because he didn't have a choice but to attack and reverseling him. And it felt really good and very era defining, and it was a very good moment. It was one of those times where one of the people that I looked up to recognized me. So that was a super important moment in my life. That was it.
And that live stream was pretty hype. I'm not gonna lie. We had actually like the creator of Twitch helping us put it together.
Yep.
Keenan, same question to you, buddy.
I mean, winning a character card and a legacy card in the same weekend that is my 21st birthday, and getting second in teams, and then watching my Atlanta teammates get first in teams, and also my teammate on my team winning extended in the span of 4 days is pretty tough to beat. I gotta say, just like get that was like my peak UFS. I've never been that good since then. I don't think I'm going to ever really ascend much higher because like I've mellowed out a lot since then, which has made my concentration go whoop, and so it makes it difficult to concentrate during tournaments. But you know, I still have fun with the game. I still enjoy playing the game. The community is incredible, and so it's one of those things where it's like I've had this that was the peak. I don't think it can get better for me in UFS. Like it was so good, and so that's probably my retro defining moment. And then the standard one is definitely watching Ash beat House and win her character, and I cried, and it was just beautiful. So
you have some good moments, man. I think everybody cried.
That entire room was just in tears. It was great. It was cathartic and great.
I know Omaha's got the standard meta on the lockdown, but I will say when I was coming up and Miles Tyler was teaching me, it was every other week. Man, these Atlanta kids are gonna eat you up. These Atlanta kids are gonna bop you. So like, everything you just said was.
To worry about.
Yeah, and now it's reversed. So much respect, and I hope we can give you guys a run for your money soon.
You certainly, I'm sure you will.
Next year is going to be freaking epic. That's all I have to say.
It will.
For sure. Do you guys have any closing thoughts, any shout outs that you want to do? Miles, we'll start with you.
Man, there's so many people. James Lockwood down at Cards Viva Lease. They picked up UFS. Check those guys out. They're in Florida. Shout outs to everybody that's been on the stream for the last week. Thank you, Jason and Tam, for the opportunity to talk. For those of you, just do me a favor. Every time that you're on the show, tell Jason to pick up King of Fighters again so I can be the best Terry Bogard player. That needs to happen. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, I'm going to say it from the rooftops, and I'm going to pull the old Dave Chappelle skit. Jason, when are you going to have some more of them S&K licenses? Otherwise, shout outs to world champion Mark Tyner. He's my boy. He stays here in Omaha. He's ridiculous. Please flame him about the condition of how he takes care of his playmats when he gets on here. If you didn't see that on the UFS NA page we were testing last week, please flame him. I love him.
Those belts are on the ground in his room.
They are on the ground. I haven't been to his apartment in months. And I walk in, he's like, Ken is still the most aggressive deck in the format. I'm like, I don't have any new DLC cards in it. He's like, Miles, I don't care. Come play me. I'm like, sick. I walk in, play 2020 World Championship mat on the floor on top of his pirate work pants.
This is where you put a belt, okay?
That's how you do it right there. That's how you do it. Good job.
Hell yeah.
So yes, there are tons more. I love all of you guys. Thank you for your support. And don't forget to always take your gaming from ordinary to legendary. You guys have a great day.
Keenan.
I mean, shout outs to the Atlanta community, all of you, both the people who live in Atlanta, Marietta, the surrounding Georgia areas, the people who come down from South Carolina to become part of our play group. Chattanooga comes to our play group. We have Alabama coming to our play group whenever we actually come back together again, I guess. Shout outs to Jasco Games, just generally. I really love that you guys continue to create this beautiful game. It's still wonderful. Straight up, the amount of bans and the amount of care that you take to make sure that the meta is healthy and nice is so good, because playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For as long as I did before playing UFS, and then I came to this game and I was like, what the hell was I doing? The entire world was terrible. Now we got a place where you can actually play a game and feel good about the game that you're playing, and it's strategic.
Yes.
And it's an experience, and I just love it. And there's so many more people I could shout out, but that's just what I'm going to leave it with, because at the end of the day, it's all you guys, and we just really, really appreciate you.
Well, thank you guys for being on the show with us, and we're moving into our final segment, Standard. Here we go. And Tam, you're actually one of our guests here.
For sure. Mark Tyner, Steven Jennings. How's it going, fellas? Mark, how's it going? Unmute yourself, buddy.
It's a common mistake. Don't worry about it.
Back-to-back nationals, the world champions can't figure out how to unmute a mic. Wow.
You're both muted.
You're both muted?
Yeah, you are both muted. So I see the muted microphone on both of you. In fact, Miles is still on the call and not muted. He's the only one.
True.
Shaking his head. Nobody can see
There
him.
you go.
Hey,
Mark, how's it going, buddy?
Good. I I didn't know I had to. I thought I didn't know I had to unmute myself. Like I muted on the microphone itself, but I forgot to click it on Skype here.
I think we did that at the same time.
Yeah.
So, Mark, Steven, I think it's really interesting that all three of us are existing on this podcast at the same time. If you look up above Mark's shoulder, UniVersus Studios, Steven is the owner and operator of UniVersus Canada, and I've got TCG University. We've got 3 content creators for this beautiful, amazing game UniVersus on the same podcast.
Yeah, I was going to say I really like that backdrop, Mark. That's pretty sweet.
Thanks.
So,
I was green screening it.
my big question, fellas, is how is Standard? Steven, we'll start with you, buddy.
So my thoughts on Standard?
How's Standard? How's the
pretty
game?
wild. It's pretty wild. Seeing Downward Spiral get banned was pretty interesting, and that one Shadow Slicer, seeing that get banned was pretty interesting because that changed. It totally changed some of the decks I was already starting to put together. All right, I was trying to figure out some more desperation decks. I was just looking at how the meta was evolving, and then just like once that card was removed, it's like okay, because I was thinking about maybe like this pseudo reptile Downward Spiral deck. I was like, could I make that work? And then just like when I see that, I was like, all right, well, never mind that. So
For sure.
I know it makes me happy to see that they it's always changing, right? Because these DLCs, some of these DLC attacks or just foundations, whatever, right? They're wild. So, like, they change things up, like, pretty intensely when they come out, So I'm always on my toes, right? Waiting for that noob sabot spike nonsense.
For sure. I'm sure Mark's got plenty to say about the last format, current format, bans and all. So, Mark, our back-to-back nationals to world's champion, what's your thought on the Standard format as a whole?
I mean, I was really happy with where it was at around Worlds time. I know we've had a lot of new cards come out recently, but my Standard experience has been very limited because I don't play in any of the online tournaments.
Fair.
So all I get to see for Standard is when me, Jake, and Barrett and Miles get together and we just jam decks together and we just sit there and we'll just throw decks together to play. It's really just not to get rusty because we know there's going to be a lot of new cards coming out before we actually get to play in a Standard event.
For sure. I think that's actually like a fantastic point of not to get rusty. I know there's plenty of people who have like kind of wiped their hands and been like, I'll come back when the game comes back. But it really tells you the difference in mentality between a champion and a casual, of somebody who's willing to sit down and grind and just make sure that their core mechanics of the game are up to snuff.
Yeah, and we still have fun playing, but we really have just been building meta decks, which isn't the funnest thing in the world, but like that's all we have built is just like meta deck. I can't remember the last time we built a meme deck that wasn't slightly competitive. So it's really just not to get rusty. We don't really. I'd like to say we're playing to have fun because it is fun to play the game just to play, but it's really just to keep deck ideas going and keep practicing with a bunch of different mechanics.
Sam, since you're also on the interview here, I want to make sure you also get your limelight here in the Standard environment. So let's ask yourself some of these questions, and then I also want to know how each of you got into the game, since you're all either newer or came back to the game.
Yeah, sure. So Standard, I think, is incredibly healthy. I think we did have the 2 outliers of Downward Spiral and Shadow Slicer. Personally, I think Shadow Slicer was a bigger offender than Spiral. Spiral just felt possibly a little worse to lose to when it was more random. It's like just dropping triple Slicer or triple Spiral in a turn just meant that you lost, and it was kind of more of luck of a draw as opposed to skill. But I think without those 2 cards, it's really going to open up deck building options and deck building strategies, because you don't have these super obvious, oh, well, I'm playing any of these 3 symbols. Let me just shove these 4 cards into my deck because they're just value, right? It's going to be more back to that tactical, why am I playing this deck or why am I playing this card, as opposed to just, hey, I'm just obviously playing this card.
So how did you guys get into UFS? We'll start with, I guess, Mark.
So I had never played TCG or any sort of card game I was getting off a 4-year stint at a kitchen I was working at, and I had like a weekend in between jobs, between me starting a new job, and I wandered into Miles Tyler's shop, Legendary Wolf Games, and I was pretty much just wandering around the mall that day, and I was like, "Hey, what do you guys play for fun in here?" And he was like, "Well, UFS is our main game." He's like, "It's the most fun I've ever had playing a card game," and I'm like, "Well, I've never played a card game." So we sat down and he gave me a demo. And I was like, this game seems really cool. How do I play? And he's like, well, we have tournaments all the time. We have a tournament tonight. So he didn't think I was going to come back. And I came back that night and I borrowed someone's Spike 1 deck. And I proceeded to lose every round of the tournament and kind of learn the mechanics. And I came back twice a week for like 4 months until I started coming in on every night day I had off and playing with Miles. And he would beat my ass every single day, and
he's good at that.
Yeah, that's all we did. I sit there and I lost to Miles Tyler probably 5 times a week for like 4.5 months, and then I went to a PTC, proceeded to lose almost every round of that, just having a lot of fun. And then eventually I just got better and better at the game, understanding the game, eventually had a card collection, and then started winning events after getting better and better. And yeah.
Have you since then learned to play other card games since you've started with UniVersus and UFS?
Yeah, about 6 months after I got into the game, I started branching out. I learned how to play the Dragon Ball TCG, and I travel for that too. I know how to play the Final Fantasy game. I learned Transformers, and I learned Vice Shorts. So,
look at that. So went from nothing and then tried out a card game, and now you play card games.
Everything.
So same to you, Tam. How did you get into UFS?
Man, my story is very similar. So I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! One Friday night. Miles is a regular there, and he asked me, he's like, "Hey, do you want to play this game, UFS?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, whatever. I'm a big Yu-Gi-Oh! Fan." And he sits down with his Terry deck, and I sit down with a Kin deck, an old Legacy Kin deck that was just like, I think it was like dump my opponent's whole hand, mollywop him, right? And so we played it, and he's like, "Well, how'd you like the game?" And I was like, "It's fine," and I blew him off. A couple of years later, we are at a totally different card shop. I walk in, I might have been working there, and a bunch of UFS players showed up. And I was like, "What are you guys doing?" And he's like, "We're playing UFS, that game that I tried to demo you 1,000 years ago, and you said no to." And I was like, "Okay." Well, I demoed again, and then it was I had a Mega Man versus Proto Man demo where I stacked Dan Hibiki on, because I was like, shit, Dan Hibiki's awesome. And I totally had a change of mindset. And then I won my demo and then learned that Mega Man was in the game. And so my first deck was Dr. Wily 1-Dot. And I just wanted to blow up all my foundations and have a huge Spirit Bomb attack at you. And it was just super fun. From there, same thing with Mark. Just going week after week, just getting my face punched in by Miles and the crew, and just like grew and grew and grew from there.
I see a trend there where Miles likes to just beat up on people.
Hey, there is a hierarchy. You gotta take your licks for sure. You gotta learn to lose before you can learn to win.
Steven, how about you? How'd you get into UniVersus UFS?
So I was at a card shop in Edmonton. It's one called Warp 2, and I just saw this Mega Man tin sitting there, and I was like, "What is that? Is that a lunchbox?" I didn't know what it was. It just the way it looked, I didn't know what it was, right? So I was like, "I'll buy that." And then there was nothing else in the store that was like UFS related. And then the store owner was like eyeballing me the whole time. Like, not the owner, so one of the guys working there. He didn't catch me through nothing, but he's watching me, right? And I'm like, this guy's weird. So like, I come back the next day, and I'm like, hey, do you got any more of this stuff? And this guy's like, no, but I collected it, and like, I was like, okay, whatever. And then it was like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. We didn't open the tin, nothing. We're just sitting there. It was like I had it with all my other Mega Man stuff. And I'd be like, it sure be cool if I got another one of these so I can open this thing up and find out what's inside. And then finally, me and the friends, we had some drinks, and then they're like, I don't know how it worked out, but somehow I lost some sort of bet where I had to open it up and I had to eat whatever was inside of it. So like I open it up, and it's like, oh, there's cards in here. What the what the F, right? And I started opening them. I'm like, this is a card game. Maybe I shouldn't open it. Maybe these cards are worth lots of money, right? I didn't know what I was looking at, right? And then I pull out the Mega Man thing. It's like, it's a whole Mega Man deck, right? And then I looked at the rules. I'm like, oh, I'm not reading all that stuff. So like, I was like, and this is one, you need another person. So I'm not even playing this game. Where am I gonna find another one of these? And then went by this other store and I saw a Proto Man tin. I was like, okay, I want my girlfriend to play me because she'll actually read the instructions. So I went back home and I was like, if I buy this Proto Man, will you play? She's like, yeah, I guess. So I run back to the store, I buy it, come back, and like, hey, we gotta learn you gotta read the rules for me, and then you tell me how we play. And then I'm gonna record it. And she's like, what? So she actually went along with it, and we had the 2 paper play mats on there, and I was like, what do you do if you have more than 5 of the cards to play? Do you not play anymore? And she's like, I guess you don't. And so we're trying to read the rules, and then it was so random. This Toy Soldiers just showed up on our stream, and he's like, you're playing the game wrong, and he went through how to play the game the whole time. We weren't even playing foundations, right? We're just the great cards is we didn't. I don't know how we didn't know how to play the game, but we just didn't. And then we just he would come on every day and just I made a Skype, and he sat there and he coached me through everything, every step of the game. And I was like, all right, my mission is to defeat my girlfriend because I can't beat her. And she proceeded to win every game for a month straight.
Was she playing Proto Man the whole time?
She was playing Proto Man. She played Proto Man, and then I was like, I think it's the character. Let me play him and you play Mega Man. And then she went with Mega Man. I was like, I don't know, maybe she's a god of this or something. Maybe she's I don't get it. Why can't I beat her? But she's just more intelligent, in the aspect of beginning learning. She's very analytical the way she learns, right? So she just learned it better than me. And then I found another guy, the guy at the store. I finally asked him oh, that collection you got there, you got more of the Mega Man stuff? And then I looked in the shelf and there was tons of Mega Man packs. And I was like, what? I need to buy all of this stuff. So I started buying it all, and I was trying to make the cards, and I didn't know what I was doing. And we started talking to Kevin again. I was like, how do you make decks? He's like, let me send you guys your favorite characters. I was like, cool. And we just gave the stranger on the internet our address, and then he sent her an Ibuki deck, whatever that last Worlds deck Ibuki thing is. He sent her that, and he sent me just the Makoto character card. And then he said, you could put that on top of Mega Man. I'm like, oh, wow, okay. 5-hand sizer. That doesn't sound so good. And I put it down, and then I fought Ibuki, regenerating all of her health back forever for the next, 3 months. I was confident she was cheating somehow. And then we, what was the next thing? Oh, yeah. We finally started getting a play group. We invited all of our friends over. We told them we're going to play fighting games. They came over and by the way, fighting games, I actually meant this card game. It's called UFS. And I'd what? I don't want to play cards. And so some of them played it, some of them didn't. And the ones who played, they just if you have the cards, I'll come and play it. And we just slowly built over time. Oh, and by the way, the first deck I made was that Gemini Man deck. I didn't know that anything about it. I just knew that this guy stacks with these characters and draws cards. He seems pretty good. And then it was banned immediately after I built the deck. I was like, wow. So then over the years, we just kept on collecting players and just trying to build. I just was trying to make other people play the game so that I could have people to play with. And so to this day, I can't beat her. And now she has another.
And you're located in the Toronto area, right?
Or yeah, we moved over to Toronto because she's an artist, and there's way more opportunities in Toronto than there will ever be in Edmonton. The population is 7 times more people live here than live in almost all of Canada. Seems to live in Toronto GTA. There's 1 million people in Edmonton and 7 million people in Toronto. So it's huge difference. Or was it more? I don't know. There's a lot of damn people here.
So going in, obviously I wanted to get all your takes because it's newer, right? You guys didn't just see it from the very beginning with all the marketing and all that stuff like some of us did, or just maybe the branding, like you guys said. Mark definitely didn't care about the branding. He just came in and was like, well, I'm bored. And it worked out. And then he became a 2-time champion back-to-back. So I guess that's just how you do it. But so in the standard environment, let's get back on track a little bit. What are your defining moments, each of you, right now in the last, I'd say anywhere 3 to 5 years? We'll start with our co-host.
Oh, I gotta say the big thing when it came to standard was honestly traveling to majors. Majors were the bee's knees, getting the whole gang together and all going to the point where I have gone to majors for other games. I've gone to a Yu-Gi-Oh! Nationals, I think 3 times. And as I said over and over inside of Gen Con, everybody stayed in their own little groups. I have no idea what somebody in Rochester, New York looks like from a Yu-Gi-Oh! Standpoint because I only ever hung out with the Omaha people. But when it comes to the UniVersus UFS crew, everybody hangs out with everybody. And so the year that we were in Las Vegas. It was the Scorch Wheel Zoe meta. I showed up with Dr. Wily 2 Dot as Dr. Wily. And it was a blast. It was super, super fun. Sitting down next to my, sitting down across my opponent with a big fake mustache and a bald cap, wearing a lab coat, and I slammed down Dr. Wily and I twitched my mustache and say,
That's
awesome.
That's
awesome.
You have to see the cosplay quite a bit.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, it's really fun letting people know, like, see the process and scaring people and being like, hey, nobody else better show up as Scorpion for this this first legal Mortal Kombat set because Tamron Cardwell is playing Scorpion. I care about this character so much, I'm making a dumb mask for it. Mask is coming in handy currently in the current climate, you know?
Yeah, look at that. Maybe that actually just kept you safe and you didn't even know it.
Yeah.
It was the current Scorpion meme. Stay over there.
Stay over there. Yeah. But the idea of like me being able to go to this event, and I had people inside the UFS UniVersus community like, oh man, that's really awesome, let me take your picture, or what's your name, that's really cool, what are you doing, and just how involved in the community everybody is. It felt like I was never an outsider jumping in. It was always I was at least on the furthest outside of the inside, and it's like that in and of itself amazing.
I do love that about our community. Steven, what's your defining standard moment?
I think, and this is like fast forwarding quite a bit. There's a few, and it's like hard to like pick one. But I think it's when I can't remember the last gentleman when Garrett won his last Worlds. He's the guy that he got second with. I messaged that guy and added him on Facebook immediately, like, hey, so that deck seemed pretty good. You might want to talk to me about it. And the guy sat there for like hours talking to me about this deck, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna build that deck and I'm gonna fight that Garrett with it. And when I went to Calgary, and I just like, I remember the whole time I was sitting there, I was like, I had my character card like face down, like I don't want no one to know this character. And I was playing people all day with this other characters, but like I don't want them to know about this deck. I'm gonna play in the weekly. I'm gonna tell my friends I won. Like I'm so excited, right? I don't know why. The Calgary guys were like impossible for us to beat. So like even beating a single player was like a big deal to us, right? And then like Garrett's like, he's trying to build an Athena deck, and he's like, oh, we'll play weekly and fight Garrett first. And I'm like, FFF, I'm thinking in my head like, oh my god, I can't beat this guy. This guy's like the guy in the cards, right? So then like I turn over and he's like, oh, Dimitri. And he just like looked up to me with just like disappointment, right? It's just like, oh. And then I was like, yeah, but just expecting that stuff, right? And then so like I played him, and then like I won the one single game, and then he's like, you can have it, and he just doesn't want to play anymore after that. I'm like, well, like I want like that's the only time I ever played him. Like he's played in a whole bunch of our events. Never played him ever before or after that. And I was like, oh, I want to play this guy so bad. Like I wanted to match up with him, but like it never was in the cards. And I remember I went to the washroom, and then I'm on my phone with my friends like, guys, I want a single game against Garrett. And they're like, no way. And then my phones, they're all messaging me like, yeah, I gotta play him again. And then never played him ever again after that. And then, I come back and I was like, I was thinking to myself like, I don't need to play anybody else the rest of the day. I don't even want to play anybody now. I played the only person I wanted to play, and it was that guy. And I think I played against a bunch of the other guys, and they're like all very super nice people, but like that always like rang in my head. And I think, sorry, just one more, is the first time I met Garrett, I don't think he knew I was trying to build the Dimitri, because I said, I need these Templars. He's like, you need Templars? I'll give you them to you. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. I can't seem to get that card. And he shows up to the first time he comes to an event, he's like, here you go. And they're like, oh, they're white ones. That's the one you need 500 card packs for. Like, holy crap, this guy was crazy, right? And I still have them to this day, like the same ones he gave me. And I have them like triple sleeved because it's like, this is like a gift, right? And then like I used to engage them in the match. I was like, yeah, White Templar. Remember that card? So like, this is a funny story in my head because I keep thinking about it, right? Like this guy gave me cards and I used them against him. But yeah, that was like the defining moment, right? Like not even like going to any PTC or anything like that. It was like getting to play this guy that's on the cardboard and then winning like a single game. It was like a big like, I feel like I'm getting better moment. I know he was just testing decks and it wasn't like him at 100%. But in my head, like I beat him at his 100%.
Well, on that note, so Mark, you are one of these players with that cardboard as you speak. You've won a couple events. I'm hoping you've come up with some good card ideas and everything else. I can't imagine that these events aren't your defining moment, but I want to hear it anyway, and then probably go into some other stuff UFS just in general for Standard with you.
So defining events.
Defining UFS moment for you.
Yeah, so I would have to say it's not a moment, it's really an event. I believe it was Worlds year before last. Is that when I played Shinnok for the first time? Yeah, that was the first time I had built a deck that I don't think anyone else was playing at the time, and I showed up to an event with it, and I topped. I think it was the first time I had topped, and I did just extremely well with it in both events, and I was super happy with how I did. I ended up taking third in singles and second in teams, so a little short on both, but I mean, I had never even topped before that, so I was like, I was on cloud 9 after going so far, and like the deck was super cool and it did what it wanted to do all day. I don't think I'd ever played a bad check deck either, so like I was playing like 8 bad checks, so it was like super fun to play. So that was like the first time I'd ever done well and like kind of done something myself. I didn't like have any help with it or anything. And I mean, I had help. Miles won't let me live it down if I say he didn't help me, mess with the foundations and the attacks, because I always ask, what to mess with and everything. But so there's that, and then the Rockford PTC, where I actually had my first win playing against Tam. That was probably that was probably the defining factor, because it was the first event I'd ever won, and then from there I won 2 more PTCs, and then I won nationals, and I won both events at Worlds, just like right back to back off of that win. So
you're welcome.
Would you say that tasting the victory helped you continue to be victorious? Because it sounds kind of like that, and I think some of the champions somewhat feel that way. Like once you get over that hump, is it easier to keep getting over the top 8 or the top 16 or whatever, and then into the winning?
Once I had done it, I didn't think I was winning that event at all. It's a really funny story I tell, because I barely topped after I lost and then won out and then topped, and then my girlfriend was there and she wanted to go home, and it was like middle of the morning, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna go lose real quick and then we'll hit the road and we'll go home. And I played my round and I won, and I was like, well, now I'm gonna go play this one, but I'm gonna lose and then we'll go home. And then I won, and then I was like, well, now I'm playing Garrett Brett, who I've never played, but he's the best player in UFS, so there's no way I'm gonna win. And then I won, and I was like, and then I played Tam, and I was like, well, I'm gonna go lose to Tam, and then we'll go home. And then I beat Tam, but she was pissed it took an extra 8 hours to get through our day. But I mean, I ended up winning an event, so like that made up for it.
What did she think after that? Did she feel like it was at least worth it for the wait?
Yeah, she was super happy. She's like, that's really cool you did that, babe. I know you love that game a lot. And then she played too, but she was losing all day, so it was she was ready to go home.
That's fantastic. So we have about 2 minutes left, so let's get some closing thoughts from each of you. I'll start with you again, Mark, and then move our way. Just thoughts about the game, any shout-outs, anything you want to say before we close up today's basically history lesson of UFS and all these different players from different eras.
No, I mean, shout out to Legendary Wolf Games, Miles Tyler. Shout out to UniVersus Studios, my boys Jacob and Barrett. We're just sitting, we're having so much fun playing the game. Standard is probably the best format in my opinion. Like, there's just so much going on. There's so much you can do. Yeah, we just love the game. So shout out to you guys for doing a great job. I'm glad you guys are keeping up on the ban list, even though we're not having any main events right now.
Appreciate it. Steven, any final words for you?
I guess it would be like, I'd like to say, first I want to thank like all the Calgary players for the amount of times they came up to Edmonton and crushed us in the game. It was like really pivotal in our growth of the game, and also shout out to Shane. I can't imagine how many times like I answered 3 a.m. real questions. Like I don't even know what time it was to him, but like 4 a.m. in the morning, 3 a.m. in the morning, like, yo, man, I don't think that card plays that way or whatever. And this guy just instantly typing on there. So I appreciate that. And so I say shout out to all of Canada. right? For like playing in our online events on our Discord. You know, it's keeping the game alive. It's actually connecting a lot of our Canadian players together. So a lot of them are getting to know each other. You know, we've had events with guys from Vancouver, guys from Toronto, or Toronto, how you say it, guys from Winnipeg. We haven't had no Calgary, Edmonton, but like all people all across the way, right? And it's really cool to see people come together even during the pandemic. Like our country can come together, and we're hoping for a Canada Nats. Even though this year kind of dashed any hopes of that. You know, I'm glad that this community is living. I'm glad Legendary Wolf does their online events. I'm glad you guys are doing retro, because now I can start using my old Mega Man characters. You know, like throwing Ringman on top of Rondo is hilarious.
Oh, man, I forgot about Ringman's cool. He's a cool character.
He is.
Ringman with that reduction into the meteor. Just my friends like, what? I hate why. So fun times. I love it. I just love the look on their face. A reduction into Ghost Thief. You're like, oh man.
Trinity Geyser, some would say. Trinity Geyser, yeah.
Cameron, final words for you on the standard meta, and I guess just ending up the day, and then we'll get into our final trivia. Thank you all for being on the show, by the way. It was fantastic having all of you and going over kind of just your experiences with the game in the last 14 years. It's been a long run, and we're looking forward to next year is going to be huge. Can't wait with the kickoff and then continuation of My Hero into the format and the My Hero format by itself. We'll talk about a lot tomorrow. Tamron, what are your final words?
Standard, Retro, Legacy, they're all amazing because UFS UniVersus is the best card game that there is. I compared a lot to, I watch very competitive Super Smash Brothers, and the reason that that game is considered a party game is because of how expressive you can be in the game, right? UFS UniVersus just lets you express however you want to play. However you want to play. It's the reason that my YouTube channel, I have to build so many things, right? I have to build 5+ decks for each character because each character can play this competitively, casually, and express a different way to do the game. So big shout outs to everybody out there player-wise, especially in Standard since it's my baby and I love it, where you are expressing yourself. And even if you are playing Fire Salinka and on your kill turn you build in a card with German Temper that I thought was bad in Salinka and end up winning back-to-back PTCs, internationals, into worlds, even if that is you and that's how you express yourself in the game, I'm happy that you're here. I'm happy that that's what happens.
That's fantastic. So thank you all. Thanks to our guests. We're going to move into our final trivia question. And while we're talking about this, I do want to mention to people that haven't played UniVersus UFS, one of the things that's really defining and really changes when you've come from other card games is that you can play so many more decks competitively in UniVersus than you can in just about any other card game. Your meta, when we talk about our meta, we're talking about 20, 30, 40 decks most of the time or more, and several different characters. And even in those characters, multiple completely different builds. The net decking in our game, I proudly boast that net decking is just not that good. You can do it, but whoever built that deck is probably just going to pilot it better than you because they have practice. Our game really rewards skill over other games. And I'm not going to say it's all skill. There are clearly there's some luck to everything in these because it's a card game. You have to draw the right thing and make the right checks, et cetera, et cetera. Hopefully build a good deck. But we really benefit in UFS and UniVersus from good deck building and from good gameplay. And that's really what sets it apart. You can play just about any character you want and do well. And it's been proven time and time again. Put the time into it, put the time behind your character, and you can win with those angels with Keith Isbro. You can win with Terry Bogard when people don't think he's good, and then suddenly he's good. It just happens over and over in our community, and I love it. So what's our final question of the day?
Yeah, our final question of the day is, the image to the right is from which Jasco product? And I'll read it out. In turn order, each player may look at one face-down token in the same or an adjacent area. Interesting. Using tokens. So yeah, all you got to do is let us know in the comments on all three of our social medias which one it is. The first person to answer correctly on any of them will be able to win a $100 value from Jasco. Super rad, super awesome. I'm excited to see what rad things you can get.
Yeah.
Also,
So
while you're go ahead.
Oh yeah, we have that, and then going into the next show, we have tomorrow's big day, My Hero Academia. Pretty much everything My Hero Academia in that seminar. So I expect a lot of people to tune in for that and hear the big news, see some sneak peeks, hear about everything that's coming up, organized play, et cetera, et cetera. That's kind of like our highlighted moment for Gen Con. So we hope to see everybody there. Tamara, what were you about to say?
Oh, don't forget about the specials that we had as everybody's getting in their as everybody's getting in the answers, and we're pulling up our correct answer in person. We have a ton of deals happening throughout the day on a ton of Jasco products, entire boxes, and it looks like we've got the answer. The answer was the Evil Dead 2 the board game. Yeah, looks good. And our winner is Scavenger 5882 from Twitch. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Make sure you get in contact with Tim in order to get the content.
Yeah, I love the fact that it sounds like we're getting relatively new, at least it sounds like new winners every single time we do these contests. It's pretty cool. That means we're getting good engagement here. A lot of people know different answers from other people, so that's fun. Some people are just really good at trivia, and it doesn't look like we have anyone dominating the trivia, so that's kind of cool.
For sure. So yeah, don't forget about the sales. Don't forget about tomorrow. We've got big news on My Hero, as well as the play test, the public play test, and honestly, just a ton of more free, cheap stuff. I'm so excited.
That exclusive playmat, don't forget about it. It's super cool. Love that thing.
Such
Very
a great looking playmat.
So I guess that's it. That's going to wrap up our show for today. Thank you all for joining us on Gen Con Live. We're going to restream, or Gen Con Online as they call it. We're going to restream this here probably anywhere between 30 minutes to the next 2 hours, somewhere like that. So if you missed anything, you're at work, don't worry. All the sales will still be available as long as they're not sold out. Specials and exclusives still here, and we hope to see you on our restream if you haven't watched this one. So thank you all. And have a good evening and great rest of your Saturday afternoon.